I believe we should be good. Things are looking great, guys. Things are looking great. All right, we had to flip the camera on that one. All right, let's go and let's do this. All right. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys are sharing this right now, guys. You can definitely share this up right there. Let me go ahead and see if that actually works. Yeah, just go ahead and do that. Why is my controller disconnected? What the heck do you mean? All right, first we're gonna go over here. We're gonna draw J13, guys. J13's in the house. Let's go ahead and get Jay in here. Jay, where are you at, bro? Gotcha. Oh, wait, on here, since this is PC now, how do I do options? Where the heck is options? You join party voice channel. Go to options to change voice settings. Where the heck is... Oh my god, it's up here, guys. Wow. I'm losing it. I am freaking losing it. Okay, what do we got here? Display monitor. We got to set the primary. We'll keep it on primary. Definitely want to keep it like that. Resolution doesn't even let us change the gamma. That's cool. Advanced VSync enabled. Brightness, contrast, render scale. Adjust the in-game resolution without changing the screen resolution. Lower values, sacrifice visual quality. Okay, we'll do 200. Keep everything on epic, blah blah blah. That's probably the most we can do, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so how do I apply this? Oh no, I ain't worried about these. This is it? Is it all saved? I guess so. We'll see how the game looks now, guys. Hopefully it looks pretty good, but I think for the most part, let me fix this webcam here. Or actually, I need to space out the... There we go, that's much better, so that way it's a little farther away. All right, guys, we're about to start this round in just more VIPs. Where are the other two? Ah, they're here. They're here. They are definitely here. This is how I do it, man. I'm gonna reward my my lovely supporters here, guys, for the channel. So here we go. Bam! Yep. Yeah. I got you, bro. Give me a second. How do I know who's in here with me, guys? How do I know who's in here with me right now? What the heck is going on? So, how do I see you guys in a party? Oh, it still shows the invite pending? I'm doing an update, so you can't join it. Okay, I got you. Hey, there's no rush here, guys. No rush here. Uh-oh, guess who? Ooh, did you fix it? Or did you do the whole... That's a whole new account. No, bro. Why did that happen? No. All right, guys. So, yeah, if you are a VIP on Discord, you guys can still get in. I'm definitely down with that. I'm currently going to be looking at Twitch and Discord, guys. So, if you're on those, either one, I'll get you guys in. Let me see what else we got going on here. Okay, I do see we got Donkey in the house, guys. Donkey Ho is now in the party. So, Jay, right now we're just waiting on you. It's going to be 3 of us, guys. We do have room for 1 more, right? How many players are on this game? I don't remember, guys. I don't remember. Game is running good, which is great. Just sucks that this game doesn't do faster than 60 hertz. So, VSync, I'm gonna turn off because we'll just keep it like that, guys. Should be good. Oh, here we go. We got audio. Music. I want to bump that down. to like 2. In-game music volume. Put that to 5. The rest of these look pretty cool. But the mute when not in focus. That's off. Voice chat mode. Push to talk. Wow, there's a lot. What is has input mapping. You can do it for the gamepad or the keyboard and a mouse, guys, which is phenomenal. Okay, controller icon display. PS4, Xbox, or yeah, that's interesting. All right, for social, join your party without an invite. Put no one. Parties members can invite enabled. Yeah, whatever. Patch notes. All right, so it looks like we just had some patches on the 30th, guys. March 30th here. Go ahead and try to get J13 another invite here real quick, guys. You see Solid lurking? Hey, no, it's cool. Hey, I lurk on Solid's stream too, guys. I mean, you know, that's what I do. Even yours, Jay. I'm in your guys' channels all the time. I have the other computer on and I have your guys' stream tab open, so make sure you guys get that view count. Try to support you guys the best I can. You know, pretty much I'm running like a server hosting computer there. Okay, that's no problem. First of all, we got to get a party chat going, guys. I'm going to be in the VIP lounge 1. I'll meet you guys in there real quick, okay? Donkey, go ahead and meet me on the VIP lounge on Discord. I think you're on Xbox. If you guys are on Xbox, if you have Discord, that'd be great. If not, let us know. Worst comes to worst, we'll do the Xbox. Well, the game has voice chat anyway, so it doesn't matter. Okay. All right. I think we're almost looking good here, guys. You haven't heard that name in forever? Yeah, Donkey's been around, guys. He's been around. He just hasn't really been like maybe so much in the stream chat, but he's still in and about. He's still within the community, you know, which is good. I don't even know what the push to talk button is. Kelso! He's an OG, right? Yeah, he is. He really is, guys. He's I think his name is still on the donation bar there too, guys. He was one of our big What? He was one of the big supporters for our stream, guys. Definitely an OG and definitely hits the Hall of Fame on my book. And he just came in and did a donation today too, guys, which was great. Right, Zara said Donkey Kong, no long, no talk. What's the talk button on this, guys? Hold on. Let me check. Options. Input mapping. What the heck is push to talk? Push to talk is... a weird button. Wait, it's the other one. Is this one? Testing, testing. Can you hear me there, Donkey? That's a weird push to talk. I don't like that. Or what if I change the audio, like the... Can I change the input? All right. Oh, wait. Yep, that'd be cool. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me turn that push to talk off. How do I do that? All right. You should be able to hear me there, bro. Can you hear me in the game? What the? Oh, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do the little... Get some belly dancing going on, guys. That's what's trending nowadays here on Twitch. So, yo, Kelso coming in like that. What? Wait, what? Hold on.
You hear me?
There we go. Now I hear you, bro.
Yeah. I guess I gotta do the tutorial. Or do I not have to?
I think you do, man. Woo. Okay. I think you can skip it. My bad. I had to get my chat set up so that way I can chat to you in the game chat.
I think I'm good.
You think you're good? Okay, cool. I'm just waiting on Jay. Jay, we might have to just do a round by ourselves while Jay's updating the game here real quick. And I'm sorry, I just ran out of breath. I was just dancing. Hold on. Okay. All right. All right. There's Miss Vibes. What's going on? Welcome back. Trickspot is a sub. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, Trickspot. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Kelso, thank you. So Kelso just randomly gifted a sub to somebody in chat. Definitely, guys, I do have a sub gifting leaderboard down below in that panel, guys, showing your outmost going contributions here for the channel, guys. What the? What? What? Hold on. What? What is this? What the heck? Yo, hold on. Did something go wrong? What? Oh my gosh. Unbelievable, guys. Whoa! What is going on right now? I think Kelso broke my stream, guys. That's it. My mouse is gone. I can't even use my mouse anymore. Holy guacamole. Between Trickspot and Stream Elements going back and neck to neck with this, guys. Hold on a second. I'm going to look at my activity alerts here. Kelso, you gifted 5 tiers. You gifted 5 bronze subscriptions to the chat. So whoever is in this channel right now, even if you're lurking, Kelso just gave you free subscriptions, guys. Free subscriptions. Wow. Holy moly. I think my camera just went blurry. No, I think we're back. Yikes. Yep, he broke it. He broke it. Okay. Kelso resubscribed to the channel. Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. Kelso, man. Can we get a caster shout out for Kelso, guys? Can one of the mods, one of the wonderful mods here in the channel, get a caster shout out, guys? Kelso needs a shout out for this one. Big shout out. Give it a few seconds. Yeah, it's whew. Kelso came in with 10 subscriptions, guys, for you guys in the chat. 10 people in this chat just got subscriptions. Okay. Woo. Okay. All right. All right. So, yo, okay. Donkey's in the house too, guys, with the sub. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that, bro. I think you know why I paused for a second.
No, I just saw that.
Yeah. By the way, thanks for the sub, by the way. The stream did say hats, or they say hat. Look, I'm stuttering now. Yeah, the stream did say hi. They wanted to say hi to you. Yeah, the stream did say hi. Wanted to say hi to you. Donkey Ho coming in with the sub, guys. Donkey Ho coming in with the sub, guys. Okay, so Kelso. Okay, so Kelso. Oh. I think you heard that, right?
Yeah, I have my mic on still.
No, you're okay. I appreciate it, though.
I saw that. I was like, wait, why is it echoing? I'm like, oh, shoot.
So Kelso coming in with the 10 subs, guys. By the way, shout out to Kelso. Did we get a cast out shout out? Yes, we did. Thank you so much, guys. Follow Kelso. Kelso's been dealing with me almost since the beginning of my stream time. Kelso is awesome. I really appreciate your ongoing support there, guys. Uh-oh. All right, so you had a question in chat before it got flooded with...
I don't get how they use like all these subscribe things.
Whoa! Oh, yeah. It's so different now, right? Oh my god.
They don't understand it.
Oh my dear jeez. Oh, what the heck? What just happened here? Why did I... Alright. Oh my dear jeez. I couldn't even sit, guys. I had to sit up. Yeah, the sub height. The sub height.
Those things flying across the screen.
Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, wait a minute. Are you subbing people that's not even in the channel right now? How is this? What? How did, I'm sorry, how to what?
Like all those faces and whatnot.
It's just, depending on where you go, there's a lot of them. That's just like a capital URL thing that you could just attach to your stream. Oh my gosh. You guys. Whoa. Hold on. Kelso. Hold on a second. Donkey, thank you for the cheers. Kelso, thank you for the 5, 10, 15, 20. I think you did 20 subs just now. Yeah. 31 total? Hold on. 5, 10, 15, 20. And then Kelso resubscribe. Oh no, there's more. Wait, no. Oh, these are old. Thank you, Trickspot. Thank you, Trickspot. And thank you, J13, for that. Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. Jay, where are you at? Let me get Jay an invite here real quick, guys. Donkey, we haven't gained it forever, bro. Look at that. People still know who you are, man. Look at that. Everybody knows you. Once I said I'm Donkey on, they're like, wait, what? It should have been 21 total. Yeah. Okay, so I see the 5, 10, 15, 20 plus you gifted Trick Spot and you resubscribed for yourself. So technically 22. Oh, yeah, we're going to go ahead and start a game then. Okay. All right. Looks like Jay's going to be doing a thing for a while there. So let's go ahead and start a fight. Well, this is your first time, right?
Yeah.
Right. Guys, Kelso, thank you so much, man. Wow, we were at what? Guys, what were we on? Hold on, let me take a look here. Originally, we were at, I'm almost at,
Resistance too.
almost at my sub goal here, guys. Originally, I think it's what, 35, I believe, before we can get the next like tier upgrade for Twitch. All we need is a few more subs. Kelso came and just did some mad support for everybody, guys. There you go. All right, now do you remember who Miss Vibes is?
I'll probably die in 6.5 seconds.
Thank you, Kelso. You're awesome, bro. Make sure you guys show Kelso some love, please. Right. Most of you guys will remember each other. Most of you guys will. Oh my god. Oh man, it looks so different on PC. Oh wow, it actually looks good. I don't know who to play as.
I haven't played this.
Alright, we have a support, we have a damage. I'm gonna go tank.
Let's roll.
Objectives control starting soon.
Oh my gosh, I had to remember.
Well, hey there, little sister.
You know what? I'm going back to options and I'm putting render scale at 100 again. 200 was a bit much. Yep, there we go. Game run's good now.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, I don't know the buttons either, bro. because it's different on here.
I don't know how. What the? Oh shoot! I want to put that down. I don't know what to do.
Well, first we gotta attack the. Oh, that's that ability. Oh, right mouse click and then Q and E.
Objectives activated.
Okay, so QE.
They're taking objective B.
Oh, I'm almost down. Oh. That is very true, Miss Five. Yo, look, guys. Most of you guys subs here thanks to Kelso. Make sure you guys throw Kelso some love back. Why the name change, right? Oh my god, guys! If you have Discord, link. Wait, what's going on? Oh wait, you're in the game. What happened?
I don't know how to use this guy.
Okay, yeah. So left mouse click is gonna be combat. Your abilities are right.
I'm on Xbox.
Come here, sugar.
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh, I'm getting ganked. I'm dead. Oh yeah, it's just me and you out there. We're not doing too well. It's okay, man. I got used to the buttons already. I think. Yeah, right click, Q and. Oh wait, you're on a controller, right?
Yeah.
I think for you it's the. I think it's like X, Y, and B or something. It should tell you on the bottom right. Some people took it right, guys. If you're here right now, make sure you're on Discord. Join that Discord server, guys. Link your Twitch to your Discord account, and that way when you're in my channel, all subs or slash VIPs get Discord and stream benefits, guys. Make sure you get in there. Alright, so I'm gonna try to go in. Right now it's only 2 of us. I don't know why this mode is the way it is. Well, we can go capture C.
My turbo is charged.
This is what we should have been doing. Capturing points, which is nice. They're winning because they're in the lead with the alt. Wait.
Back here.
Oh!
How do you dismount?
When you I think when you stop attacking for a while.
Objectives deactivated.
Souped up.
No! I'm taking him down though. I'm trying. They might remove it. Try to see that work, Magic Killer. Wait, what? Some people took it. I can't give Limey back because they took Limey from the Play Store. Yeah. I just gave you a link where to get it, Thomas. Oh my god, you guys are awesome. Jay, you smushed my emoji, bro.
Hook the big one. Come here, sugar. Watch your step, honey.
Oh no.
No! Oh, we gotta book it out of here, man. Health-wise, we're looking pretty low.
Slice and dice.
No.
Objectives deactivated.
All right, we gotta go. All the objectives have been deactivated except for. I'm at one of them, so hopefully this one will get turned on here shortly. Yeah, health-wise, it's hard to get health in this game, really. It got ran over. Ouch. Line me website, see if that works. Right, true.
Guess what? Objective A being captured.
I can be slick.
No. No. He got ran over. Right. Guys, what a way to kick it off. That's amazing, man. See, that's what I'm talking about, guys. Things like that are going to be the reasons why we're going to stream more today. I'm going to bring you guys some streaming tonight. We're almost at our sub goal, guys. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't worry, I'm coming, I'm coming.
My turbo is charged.
Take that.
Yeah, they're all down and out, man. All down and out.
My sensitivity is so low right now.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. Oh, I miss.
I can't reach that.
Alright, you hear me, man, dude,
Objectives deactivated.
Got him. I'm almost down and out, though. I need health, man. Health, health. Not enough health in this game. Yeah, there's a way to demount, but I don't know what it is.
Objectives activated.
Oh, for me, it's the hold. For me, it's the Z button. I don't know what it is on the controller. It's one of them. You have to hold something.
Oh god, there we go. My sensitivity is so much higher now. Or T, I think.
Taking B.
They got both objectives.
No, 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 no. No. Get up.
No! Aren't you a healer? No, I'm a tank. We ain't got no healers right now, guys. Yeah, I would have probably done the tutorial just so you can kind of get an idea. Who are you playing as, anyway?
Guitar man.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, you ain't.
Yeah, sometimes those attackers, they die really fast. But your abilities are great. Just make sure you read what they are, though.
Come get some
Oh, I just
sugar.
got double team. Man, that's not fair.
I'm a heat seeker.
You haven't gamed in a while. Nectar.
Right, true, true, true.
Objectives deactivated.
Sucks to be you. Hey, come get some sugar.
Got her. Oh!
Objectives activated.
Slice and dice.
There we go, there we go.
Get back here.
I'm dead.
I tried my neck turning to the left.
You're good, you're good. Yeah, so Jim even said that the guitar guy and the ninja are the two best ones so far. They're the easiest to play.
No!
Okay! And you also said you did the resistance, right? I hope the beta is still up and running. I know today's the last day.
Really?
Yeah, because tomorrow the new Resident Evil comes out, so the beta will be over.
That game comes out, you said?
Souped up.
I'm getting quadruple team, man. Nobody's here. All right, we need
East side. Oh.
Can't outrun fate.
Yeah, so it's like If the chick with the staff stick, that's the healer one.
Objectives.
Yeah, the other, the guy with the...
Oh,
Oh my god, come on.
oh really? Or chocolate.
Objectives activated.
Watch your step, honey.
Yeah, butchered, man. Meh. Right. There's Samus, there's Kill. So you guys are doing great with those right now. Oh, by the way, I gotta test out your thing real quick too. That's alright. That was your first match. Don't worry.
Okay.
Thank you, Kelso. Honestly, dude, you made my day. Really made my day. That is amazing. All right, so let's get into the next round here, guys. We're gonna go ahead and leave this game, right? Is that what we need to do? It's halfway done, so wait. All right, did you want to do the tutorial? Or if not, bro, go ahead and click options, click input mapping, and then look at your controller and then see what the buttons are. It'll tell you what your attack, special, your super, your evade, all that good stuff, what it is. Oh, we can lock on. I didn't even know about that. Switch target, yeah, see? That way you can just lock on one person if you want.
Oh, I see it. Mountains right.
Thank you. Bright made the week? Yeah, absolutely. Hold
That
on.
makes sense now.
Hold on, guys. Let's see if
Alright.
GTA 5 from Steam by any chance? Yeah, I played the Steam version. All right. Did you get it figured out?
Yeah.
All right. So wait. Oh, Donkey, you're down there. Wait, wait. Hold on. I just realized you're on Discord.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just heard the clip.
Yeah, my bad. Hold on, Donkey. Hold on. Did you link your Twitch account to your Discord?
Yes. I did. Why?
Well, I have to see. Okay, so I see. Okay, give me a second here. Let me. I think what I need to do is, it's been a while since I've done it. Server settings. Integrations. So currently out of the. Okay, so I'll have to sync this. Okay, so now you should be set.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. I had to sync it because it's all integrated. Like I can't just manually give people sub roles. It does it automatically.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's good. So now you got that. Now you'll be able to see all these new channels, by the way, since you're VIP now. Yeah, you're welcome. This is the like pretty much the donator / VIP subscriber section. So that you guys have like private channels, private like discussions, like you guys can make suggestions, post your own media content. There's a little lounge for other VIPs to chat about with one another. So yeah, it's good.
See it now.
Yeah, you couldn't see it before, but now you can. I force synced it, so you should be good.
Yep, I'm on there. Oh shoot. Accidentally exited out of Discord.
Oh, no problem. Yeah. What are you on Discord with? Like, what's easier for you, game chat or Discord? I could do either one. It doesn't matter.
Which one do you prefer?
Discord sounds better, but I know you're on Xbox, so if this is better for you, that's fine.
I have both. I just gotta hook up my USB. That's it.
Oh, okay. Just right now, I know nobody was talking in there, but if we get into a party with like 2 other people chatting, I don't really feel like.
There you go. I said, you know what? There's a switch to Discord. Makes it easier.
Okay, that's fine. Yep, we can do Discord. Discord will be good. All right, because at least I can mute and unmute on Discord, which is nice. Okay. All right. They got mods for GTA 5 server. Just gotta apply, join. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Thank you, Thomas, by the way. Yeah, that's good. I mean, honestly, I only use mods that on the server I play on, so those mods may not be in effect. It seems like that's an RP server that you sent me, so I don't even know whose community that is. Oh my god, hold on, there's a giveaway I might want to participate. Sadly, we couldn't give as much notice on this as normal due to many revisions. However, this will be relaunching in 10 minutes. Take your stream to the next level. Look at this stuff. It's a nice setup. I can get this and do a giveaway for you guys. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. We're still clear. No, you're good.
Okay, if not, I change my mic settings. I have it on.
No, you're good, because Discord, I have a volume control on you anyway.
Alright. Yeah, because right now I have it on the streaming mode.
Yeah?
Actually, hold on. No, let's do something. Okay, I got the command center. Okay, I don't need the streaming. Hold on. I'll probably... Give me 1 second.
No problem. I'm just looking at this giveaway right now, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna have to, I don't know what the requirements are. I'm scared to even ask.
Alright, do you not have as much background noise?
No, much better.
Alright. Okay, remember when I used to stream?
Oh, yeah.
I need to get back into it, dude, but I need a house, I need a set. I still don't have the setup right now. Get those 5 screens all on a square. Like NASA headquarters.
Right. All right, so you got the game rolling in. All right, so I think Jay is still trying to do the so I don't understand what complete 1 match. Play the basic tutorial. Oh, I didn't even finish the basic tutorial. I only did 1 out of 3. Visit the dojo? Heck is dojo? Which point things are you talking about, Miss Vibes? Which points things are you guys talking about here? And what just happened? Why did it just boot me out of that? Hold on. Oh, they're doing like a gleam thing. Okay. So what do we do to get in? Why is it doing? How do I do this? Oh, I see what's going on here. Hold on. What? What? What is going on? Whoa! Oh, I almost broke my chair. What the? That is crazy. Donkey Hole, thank you. Coming in here with the sub, with the prime, and also, am I missing something here? Hold on. Gifted 2 Twitch subs, guys. This entire channel should be subbed. Everybody in here should be a subscriber now. I don't even know. Do we want to find out? Watch this. 10 of you guys. We have 10 subs in this channel. Oh my goodness, right? That is definitely... Oh, this is a lot of work, but I got to do this, guys. Guys, so anyway, there is a giveaway going on. I gave you guys a link to go to it. You definitely want to partake into it. Oh, the channel points? Yeah, this is something they release. Channel points are okay. I have nothing against them. I just don't like the payout. I wish there was more customization in terms of from the creator for the points in their channel. It's more so everything is handled automatically and all you're in control of are what the prizes are for the points. That's all you can really do. Kind of sucks right now, but hopefully they'll add more in the future. I like that, Kelso. 2 144 hertz monitors. Yeah, I only have one monitor with that refresh rate. The other two are 60s, but I really want to get one more. I almost did, but I couldn't really do that. Did that work? I think this works, so this should be a point. You want with the Scepter and the other one is a Dell? Oh, Dell makes 144 hertz monitors? What? That's a treat link, eh? Yeah, I don't even know if that works right now, guys. I wouldn't even touch it because right now with the coronavirus going around, I don't even know how that's operating currently. I could be wrong. I'm gonna do these later. Kit Kat, oh, my favorite candy. Kit Kat is great. Do you like the white chocolate or the regular one? Hey, what's up?
Hey, pause that search.
Oh, pause the search. Hold on. Yep. Go ahead.
Pause the search. Hold on. Yep. Go ahead.
All right, guys. Right now we're just waiting. We're just waiting right now. Jay, what's going on with your game, bro? Yes, tell me about Jay. Oh, it doesn't look too good on that scene, so let's switch it. Whoa! Why did it do that on the other scene? Wow, my screen is full with emojis. What is going on? Whoa! By the way, I saw Max Singer, and I saw the robot guy get eliminated. Oh. Couldn't believe who it was, guys, and I had a gut feeling who it was, and I was right. That is amazing. Tricks Emoji Army. Get the emojis. You guys want emojis? Oh, I never did that. Of course I never did that.
Coming for the #1 spot again.
Look at that. Wow. Oh my gosh. You know, I got an idea for you guys. Give me a second. I got an idea for you guys. I'm going to switch this. We're going to add... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Hold on. Hold on. Time out. Let's pause and think about this for a second. Let's pause and think about this for a second. Donkey Hole just gifted 10 tier 1 subs to the chat. And I guess those that are already sub, it's even got some that are not here. So even though you're part of the community, it just randomly chose somebody within our follower list there. And then we have another 2 and another 5. I wish it would just tell me all in all like in one rather than, and it tells me specifically who's got it too. Wow, look at this. And these are, a lot of these are interesting. That is interesting. Okay, you know what? Jay, do me a favor. Put the chat in emoji only right now for a second. I want everybody to just type emojis. I want to see everybody's favorite emoji. Type your emoji, anything. I'm going to make quick hotkeys for this real quick.
Are you playing on the Xbox?
No, I'm on the Windows 10 right now.
Check me out.
Yeah, because I'm playing.
Play on your account?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to play Rocket League.
Sorry, I'll be getting off soon. Oh my gosh, is everything okay?
I want to play my Rich Pit car.
My son is so sad right now. I kicked him off his Rocket League. I completely forgot he was on my Xbox playing. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna fix these later. But for now... Wait, why is it not updating? What the heck is wrong with my... Yeah, that was weird. Why is it doing that? I don't know.
Why are they doing what?
Well, okay, so I don't have a streamer deck, right? But I have this other thing that I'm using to where I can, like, I'm using my phone as a deck and I can press buttons on it, and it didn't update. It didn't add. I try to add like emoji only and emoji only off, on and off, and it doesn't work. But I mean, I got Jay to help me out, like in chat to do it. But I was trying to. I can still do my scenes and change those around. That's interesting. I'll deal with that later. Okay. All right, guys. First of all, we need to cast a shout out to for Donkey Hole right now, guys. We could go ahead and turn emoji chat off if you guys look. They're all spamming emojis. You want to see how many subscribers I have right now?
1.
1? Really? My son is so evil. You guys see this? He's just straight to the point.
Nope. I got it wrong. Daddy, I got it wrong. 0.1.
0.1. Wow. Okay. Well, there you have it, folks. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I have 48.
48.
And that was all definitely thanks to Kelso and aka Donkey Hole. And that kind of rhyme. Kelso and Donkey Hole. All we need now is an Oreo.
And AKA. Hey, Daddy. And AKA. No one cares.
Obviously you do, because it seems like it upset you for a second.
Oh.
Yeah, why are you scratching your head? Oh,
Dude, my armpit looked like my head.
He's silly. Oh my gosh. We got to get to that 69, right, guys? Hold on. Okay, first of all, we achieved a goal today. All right, we did a goal today, guys. We definitely hit the 35 goal mark, which was originally what we were planning on. My next thing I need to look up here real quick before we start that game, guys. I don't know what Twitch's like next tier thing is looking at, so bear with me. Give me just a moment. I don't know if that gives us more emote slots or what. I know it does something. So let me head into my dashboard here real quick. So we can update the next goal, guys. So while we do that, give me just a moment. Okay, so we're gonna update that. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna click on, I think, insights. Where was it that showed you X amount of subs that you would need? Yeah, okay, so right now, guys, we are at 46 tier 1 subs, and we have 1 tier 3 sub. So we have 46 bronze subscribers and 1 gold subscriber. I think it was this one, stream summary. Let me try this one. All right, so right now, where was it? I think it was under achievements. No, it's not here. Let's go over to community. No, not here. Content. No. Preferences. I think it's here. Hey, how many more subs are you've already uploaded? You already uploaded. Okay, hold on. Am I allowed another tier 1 sub emote? I think I am. Where did this show this? I don't remember. Yeah, I'm trying to update it, but I'm trying to see what the next tier was, because, okay, originally it said 35 for the next tier. Now it's not telling me. Where was it? I don't remember. I thought it was under okay, you know what? Let me check this. Let me check this one more time. This is good. Okay. Okay, so we can't get any more of those unless you become an actual partner. Hype train, leaderboards. It had to be here. No, I can't add another. It won't let me. Okay, the message on Discord? Let me take a look. Wait, Jay, where are you at? I don't see it on Discord. Am I missing something? Guys, I don't remember where it was. I saw it before. This was before this new update. Now I don't know. Does anybody know? Okay, so like, you know, when you check your dashboard, it shows you like how many more subscriptions you need to unlock the next tier. Like, am I at max? Like, that's it? Am I losing my marbles here, or what happened? Yeah, I'm literally losing my marbles right now. It should have been here under preferences. And I believe when I go to emotes, this is where Wow. All right, we got to get this next game rolling in here, guys, pretty soon here. Did you see that message entered out in DM? Oh, let me check. Oh, wait, what is that? What is that, Jay? I don't even know what that is. Oh, wait, last year? What happened? Greetings, brothers and sisters. As we work hard towards our next update of last year, blah, 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 to help increase the stream time. Last game, skipping anyone who plays last year between April 2nd and April 6th. Free gift bundle. Oh, so you get that guy with the masks. That's pretty cool. We could check that out. We could definitely check that out, Jim. Okay, how you looking over there, Ducky Ho? Is everything okay? Everything okay?
What'd you say?
Everything all right?
Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna upgrade one of my goals here real quick, and then we can go ahead and get started. I think Jay should be ready, and then we should be good. What is today's date?
Today's the 3rd, 2nd.
What is going on? What? I just put a new goal up there, guys. I put a new goal up there. I try to keep the ones we already currently have. But I think we should be good. What did I just miss? Kelso coming in with 2 more gift subs. Thank you, Kelso. And who got this gift subs anyway? All right. Oh my gosh. Amazing. Amazing. Are you ready, Ducky Ho? Or do you still need time?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Jay, are you getting in or no? Jay, get on Discord with us, bro. Okay. Let me just see real quick if Jay wants to get in.
Yeah, so the funny part was I had my, like on my TV stand, then I hear the fans kick on.
Oh, look at you. You know what, Ducky Ho? I can really picture you with like 3 monitor screens attached to like a chair that arches its way back and forth and swivels around in a 360 motion degree. And you like just having the monitors up in the air and you laying down, having like the ball chair.
Days ahead of NASA.
Yeah, right. I could definitely picture that. You'll be like, what was that guy? Right. And not no ordinary cigar. It'd be like a legendary gaming platinum edition, and every time you inhale the smoke, it makes like game logos. You know what I'm saying? Every time you puff out. Oh man.
About 3 gigabytes to go.
Really? Oh, Donkey, you know a lot about computers too. Jay's having computer shutdown issues. What do you think?
How old's the computer?
Kelso, awesome, Donkey Ho, awesome, guys. Make sure you guys are following both of these wonderful users right now, guys. Came in and gave everybody mad love and support, and also supported our community here, guys.
You hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Jake, can you hear me?
All right, yo, Jim, did you upgrade your PC yet? That was a question for you, Jim13, in the chat.
I want to. I'm gonna have to now.
Is the chat on live me?
What happened?
What chat is it on?
Twitch. Yeah, honestly, bro, lie me. Forget it. Lie me is gone. It once they removed PayPal and got removed from the Google Play Store, it died down. I forgot my drink. Oh, and by the way, Jay, Donkey Ho downloaded the Resistance beta.
Cool.
I don't know if he has last year though.
I don't think anybody wants last year.
Alright guys, hold on, I'm just gonna drink. Alright, listen, I like it better on PC though, Bleeding Edge. I really do. And it runs flawless. Sucks though, it's only 60 frames. Like, it won't go higher than that. I think that was the biggest complaint about the PC version. People were complaining about the frame rate. Are you hoping for a small budget upgrade or a large one, Jay? There's another question from Kelso in chat. By the way, guys, remember, if you are a streamer on our Discord, make sure you link your Twitch to your Discord. So now my bot on Discord can't tell the entire community that you're live. It will automatically post when you're live. Well, that's not good. Why is it doing that? Who do I want to beat this round? I don't even know. I guess I'll try healer.
Objectives control starting soon.
No, I'm gonna go tank.
Let's roll.
We need a tank. We already got a support. And then, oh wait, whoa. How do I go back? We already have a tank.
Better shred.
3, 2,
All right, let's do this.
This is
All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. We're getting.
the day.
Woo! I don't know what his abilities are, guys, but we're gonna find out.
Can you hear this?
Oh, my health is so low.
objectives activated.
Where's the hell my heals? I don't know how to play him. I think it's a Frankenstein PC. Oh, barely a year, and your idea of a small is what, right? I think I'm just gonna upgrade my motherboard and processor. Okay, if I'm wrong, correct me. There you go. Oh no, Donkey, what happened, bro? What happened?
I got stuck talking. You got stuck trying to make a chat.
Oh, you're okay. They got a healer and everything. I'm getting ganked. I hate this map. I don't like this map. We don't have a healer or nothing. We got a tank, but they're getting lucky, bro. We ain't got no team formation right now. So let me see. Let me change characters. But it doesn't look like we're really gonna be playing accordingly. Okay, H to change characters. Why want to? There we go. All right, we have a tank and a support. This support does life on hit and can protect their teammates. Then we have a tank.
They can hear me on chat, right?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Little Reaper.
And try to girl.
Objectives deactivated.
What does she do? What is this?
Vortex incoming.
Okay, that's a bomb. That's like a little turret.
Heads.
Objectives activated.
Why don't she turn when she's shooting?
Pedal to the meadows.
Oh. Oh, it auto aims. Well, that's kind of stupid.
Max it out.
That's kind of dumb. Why does it do that?
Closer. Firepower to the max.
And she talks a lot. A lot of hoo la la. All right, guys. So we got some damage buff here.
They got grabbed. Damn. Boing.
No.
Hey! Woohoo!
Okay. I'm trying, guys.
Max it out.
Objectives deactivated.
I don't know. We don't have the right team comp right now. Composition. Yeah. When's the last time you replaced the thermal paste? Well, I went over a few things with Jay, and sometimes like his hard drive goes missing,
Can't stop.
and I told him it's either in his computer randomly shuts down with no error codes. All right, guys, let's go ahead and try to get this win. We got this. Nice and easy, though. I don't want to ruin this one. Hey, stranger. Hey, what's going on? How are you? All right, guys, I got to help out the team.
Firepower to
There we go. Now we're doing damage. Now we're doing damage. Come on. Come on.
all hail the gizmo.
Woo! That's how we do it. That's how we do it.
Out.
Yo, we need to get objectives, guys. I'm going for A. I'm gonna go for A real quick because we gotta capture these points, bro. We're not gonna win. Let's go ahead and get this A point here because they got 2 on us right now. Let's go ahead and mount up.
I have taken objective B.
The bad guys got B. It's a bit far.
Objectives deactivated.
Uh-oh.
Let it rain blood.
Here we go, guys. Getting them up. Getting them out. Getting them out. Oh.
Need to get closer.
We gotta help them out, guys. We gotta help them out big time.
Pedal to the metal.
I'm taking objective C. Time is now your enemy.
Oh, they got a healer, man. Come on. Man, they got a healer, bro. I can't take these guys out alone. None of the team is here. All right, and A is already locked.
Way too far.
They're taking objective
Max it out.
Nah, I'm wrecked. Oh, shoot.
stealing objective.
Whatever, man.
Those scoundrels are stealing.
I don't know. We gotta get some different team comps going on. I could possibly get my motherboard replaced for free since it was under warranty, but it's not gonna last a year. What's the point? True. Had it on my last build. Gigabyte B40 da.
Joking.
Yeah. Well, the main thing is you want stability, Jay. You want something that works. You know what I'm saying? My next build, I'm gonna listen to the stream. I'm gonna have you guys build my next PC for sure. All right, guys. Let's do this. We need to get in here and help out the chat.
Objectives activated.
Need to get closer.
Nah, they got healers, bro. Can't do this. Look at this. Wow, man. We're done for. Not much I can do. Not much we can do here, guys. All right, so we just need better. Let me see. Everybody's in there? No, are we missing players? Oh, we're respawning.
Far out. Let's try that again.
First of all, we have 2 supports, but no healer. Why?
You little reaper.
Did we lose a player?
Activity.
Oh, yeah, we got 2 people kicked for inactivity. I was wondering why nobody was around. I was like, oh, I think the match is over anyway in like a few seconds. I think the enemy shouldn't really appear on the HUD.
Activated.
Wow. No. You know what? We're still getting points. Yeah. Takes a little bit of getting used to, but once you get it, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
And we get points no matter what, so that's pretty good. It was just weird because we had a guy play his tank, and then we had 2 supports, and then we only had 1 attacker. This is kind of like League of Legends and Smite, where every player has like a role. I think people are just like choosing the wrong characters for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I was just getting used to that girl too. Like I never played her before. That was my first time. She's actually not too bad. Not too shabby. You know what I need right now?
Huh.
I need an N95 face mask. Who has any? Anybody got any out there?
I know Battelle does. Yeah, plenty.
Right. People are actually getting sued now for price gouging on eBay and Amazon, trying to overprice the.
Price gouging everything.
Yeah, but they're getting busted with it. They all the.
They're getting their account shut down.
Yeah. Yep, count shut down. They're getting sued in court. They also doing the what was it? I can't even think right now. Oh, it's much better seeing your guys' name on top of the list again.
And we all need a stimulus check to hit.
I don't know. I wish I would get a stimulus check. The only way I can get a piece of stimulus is if everybody gives me like 5% of their stimulus. Like out of that 1,200 they get, they just give me like $10 out of it. Then I might be able to get what everybody else gets. We'll see.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, everybody's getting that stimulus check though. Just let me know when you're ready, Donkey Ho. I'm just wanna make sure. Wait, we have a workshop here. What is this? Oh, these are upgrades. Oh yeah, I forgot we can upgrade our character. And oh, we can modify. Oh, don't forget to put mods on your character. I forgot about that, by the way. Go ahead and mess with your workshop because you can upgrade your character. I completely flew over my head.
Yeah, that actually helps make your character better.
Hell yeah, Jay showed me this actually. I had no idea about this. Less than 200 for a motherboard and a process upgrade. That's actually pretty good, Jim. I would go for it. I'm gonna click on it too. Oh wait, there was 2 links there. Oh shoot. This one is the 2600. This is a really good standard processor. I've seen a lot of like gaming builds have this built in. This is one of the good ones. I don't know how AMD's like fans are. I would assume it looks. I like the way the fans are designed. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, I got Game Pass Ultimate.
Oh, you went with the Ultimate?
Yeah.
Well, you don't really need the Ultimate unless you want to play PC. Oh, you got the deal. Okay.
Well, yeah, if you get Ultimate, you get PC Game Pass Ultimate.
Yeah.
Xbox, and you get 5.
Yeah. It's weird that you guys say that. I don't.
You think about it, it's actually cheaper.
No, it is cheaper. Because $5 a month in general for Game Pass is not bad. But with the Ultimate, you do get the option of playing the PC games as well. They just recently started doing the Game Pass on the PC, so that's pretty cool because a lot of them are play anywhere. So
essentially you're paying $2 more a month.
yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah, because of what? Live, you're paying $5 a month pretty much, which is not bad.
Yeah.
And then you're getting the Game Pass for $10 a month, pretty much for both platforms, which is nice. I wish they had I wish they had a Game Pass and a Live package for one platform instead of just both, like a $10 deal a month. I think that would definitely boost up a lot of people's wanting to get it rather, because right now you're kind of stuck with either getting just Live or Game Pass or Ultimate. That's your only options. But the Ultimate is worth it for if you have a computer and an Xbox, but most of the time, most people don't. I want to say the odds have increased. I think income tax season just flew around, so most people went about and got like PCs nowadays and even laptops, so that's kind of nice. My Xbox Live has been dropped. What? This game is weird. Wait, I don't even know if I... Okay, so automatically, though, your characters have...
What did you say?
Automatically, your characters have default chips installed, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried...
Play one more game. I'm out.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Can't get
Ooh.
not to get on.
Oh, I see the Sea of Thieves items here. If you look at your board, you can equip the Sea of Thieves board now, I think.
Yeah.
That's cool. All right, Jeb, what's up with your update, bro?
It's taking forever.
Did you go to your Windows 10 settings and make sure that you allow your computer to use full bandwidth?
I believe so.
Because Windows 10 by default likes to meter or throttle your bandwidth consumption. Yeah, I would just put it at max. Just who cares? Most of the days nowadays, everybody has well over above 100 megabits anyway, so you don't really need to worry about that anymore. The purpose of it though is that way if there's like an update in the background, it's not going to like consume your bandwidth, but you should be good.
This is like my Alienware. I wouldn't read my. Read.
No?
It has protected BIOS. I had to turn it off.
Oh, there is one thing I liked about Alienware. I helped somebody update their BIOS. On their Alienware, they can literally update the BIOS without going into the BIOS. How amazing is that?
On what, Alienware?
Yeah. Like me, if I update mine, oh, yours couldn't?
I gotta figure. I think there's an issue with trying to update the BIOS.
Okay, well maybe you need, did you get the Alienware Command Center installed?
No, I have Sport Assist.
Okay, yeah, I think you need the Alienware driver software in order to do all that, but yeah, they literally just open up the driver and then it just installed and the computer restart and they were good to go. I'm like, wow, that's easy. Because me, I have to put the file on a flash drive, then I got to do an easy flash on the motherboard BIOS section and then pray and work that it works and then test it. It's annoying. It's not hard. It's just a little bit more, I guess, a little workaround rather than just click and install and restart and you're done.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and get this one more game in here, Donkey. I don't want to hold you up too much. I know you probably got some things you got to do. I appreciate you gaming, though.
You're welcome.
Which... Yeah, nah, dude. Whenever, you know, I'm on Discord all the time. If you ever want to get down, me, Jay, we're always like we're pretty active on Discord. Like literally. Jay's one of my yeah, Jay's really one of my really helpful moderators too. So he's always around. He's sometimes I don't go live on Twitch and he still knows where I'm at, and I'm like, dang it, Jay, you keep following me.
Oh, I usually see when you go live.
Yeah, well, I've updated it. I fixed Discord. Wait, what is this, Jay? Ryzen 5, 3.66 core? That's pretty good. Or you get the 3.6. All right, what do you want to do here, Donkey Hole? Which class do you want? Oh, you can tell this is crossplay. Look, we have Xbox players in here. You can tell because they're using that Killer Instinct game or gamer picture or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm an Xbox player, but I have my own picture.
Hold on, you kind of cut out there. What happened?
I don't know why my headset keeps on doing that.
I don't. What kind of headphones is it?
different ways. The extra A50s.
Hmm. I'm not an Astro professional. All right, so I'm gonna wait here on the screen. I'm gonna let the team kind of decide what they're gonna go about here and see what they want to do. Your team has no support fighter. Yeah, they're needed. I'm glad they put that message up there. Okay, so we have a ninja, which is good. We have a tank.
Power collection starting soon.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and go support.
Hell yeah.
All right, I haven't played this guy in a while. Let's go. Would 1600 work too? 2600 would provide a 75% bottleneck, and 1600 would be at 35%. Okay.
2,
Words
1.
just make you stranger, man.
All right. Well, here we go. All right, Doki, you ready for this, bro?
Hell yeah.
Power
Who'd you play as?
The first dude.
Okay. So I'm gonna be the. Hold on. You need heals, bro.
The pleasure's all yours.
No.
I got you on the heals.
Then the pain goes away. Thank you.
Oh, bro.
I got you. I got you. Oh, get him! Get him! Get him! Oh, he's after me. Careful.
I'm your life now.
Oh!
That's depressing.
Yeah, support is cool, man, because I can heal everybody. See, the healer is important. All right, we got a teammate down here that needs some help.
I am Walu. Blame the controller.
collection phase complete.
Wow, dude, we got a good team this time. Oh, we got to capture points, though.
You need a little something, something.
Cannon points activating in 10 seconds.
I got you.
Cannon points activated.
Yeah, I think the enemy team's about to give up on us. Yeah, my only issue with this game is that I think the characters shouldn't really be auto-aiming.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like Rainbow Six all over.
How do I cancel an attack?
Your protection is up to date. That stinks so good. Fired up the firewall.
Whoa!
I am the recharger.
Where'd you go, Doki? I got you, bro. I gotta go help out the teammate real quick.
I got you. Talk healer. Deploying firewall.
No, we gotta get her. Gotta get her.
Cannon points deactivated.
You need a little something, something.
Yeah, bro, we're doing great.
Power cell spawn.
Definitely, when you have a healer, bro, it definitely changes the tide of battle.
The pleasure's all yours.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's keeping full health. You know, I'm not fighting for kills. I'm working as a team player here.
I think
That's what you got, Kelso? Cool. Oh, team leaks up on the left lane here.
I am Walu.
Oh, they're all coming for me, bro. Don't worry, Donkey. I got you, bro. I got you in the health. You gotta get that tank out of here.
Oh my god, this team is lagging so hard.
The pleasure's all
Was lagging?
Yeah, my end.
Oh, wow. Okay, everybody got full health, which is good.
Collection phase complete. Ending points activated.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh! Oh,
Points activated.
Your mercy is accepted. I am the recharger.
oh, we got a teammate. He's up there. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Oh, I could have saved him. Don't worry, she's going down.
Come on, Shaniqua.
You need a little something, something?
I can block her.
I
Stepping out.
got you. Fired up the firewall.
There we go. We got her.
Stings so good.
Up there in the middle. Amazon.
I am the recharger.
There we go. Come on. We got this, guys. Nice and easy.
The pleasure's all yours.
Dang it.
Ending points deactivated.
Bop, beep, boop, pow!
Woo! Yeah, loud and clear. They got you? Oh, you're okay.
Power cell spawn.
I am Walu. Deploying protection. You need a little something, something.
There we go. There we go.
I'm your life now.
Oh, I know they're going crazy right now.
Deploying firewall. I am the recharger.
Ooh-wee. Oh, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Oh, gosh. Oh, I finally died, bro.
Yeah.
Which one do you have right now, guys? What's going on? Ooh, ooh. We're doing great. We're doing great. We got to hold it down just a little bit more here, guys. What's the current process, Jim? Jim, what do you got, bro?
Reggie player one.
All right, here we go. We got this. Nice and easy, bro. Let me get you guys some heals.
It's all yours. You need a little something,
Collection
something.
phase complete.
Oh, I'm dead. The whole... What the heck is going on? Oh!
Ending points activating in 10 seconds.
Wow. Now we're getting butchered. No! I have been annihilated! Unbelievable. It's at least not a... True, that's a really good point. Yeah. We'll have to get you that bang for the buck there, Jay. Don't worry, we're gonna get you a nice upgrade. Kelso's the man for that. Kelso knows it. Oh. Alright, let's work together on this. Nice and easy. One step at a time. Oh.
I got you. That stings so good. The pleasure's all yours. Your protection is up to date.
All right, they're coming inbound.
You want a piece of me?
We need a little something, something. Deploying protection.
Tangent points deactivated.
I am the recharger.
Power cells spawn.
Everybody's got full health. Look at that. Woo! I'm the only one dying here. I wish I could self heal.
Come on, I need help, I need help.
Where you at? Where you at? Oh! Oh, you got to. Oh gosh. Oh. All right, we're coming. We're coming. Oh, you got a tank with you, which is perfect. There's another one inbound.
Your life now.
Oh, oh!
No. 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 Next day.
Oh, I'm getting.
Yeah.
Oh no! Yeah. Guys, look down into the panel. You'll see who the top sip gifters are, guys.
Reboot.
Collection phase complete.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to go alone. Where you guys at? Okay, I'm coming behind you, bro. Oh, teammate needs help.
In 10 seconds.
We're right in front of the train.
Nope, it's okay.
Activated.
You need a little something, something.
Power cells spawning in 10 seconds.
Come on, guys, we can win this.
Power cells.
So far, we're what? 36-33. We got it. We're in the lead.
Your protection is up to date.
I need help. I need help.
Oh no! Oh man. We got no checkpoints to grab either.
Fired up the firewall. Get closer.
I see why I stopped playing
Collection
video games. I
phase
get to work
complete.
double.
I know. You know what though? Every video game does that. Like I was playing Bomberman, bro, and I was getting so infuriated. I was
You want a piece of me?
Oh, Call of Duty's the worst. Oh, it brings out the anger in me.
Tangent points activated in 10 seconds.
I am wall.
Tangent points activated.
I got you. You want the hit?
There we go. There we go.
Deploying firewall.
Oh, I'm getting ganked. Oh, nobody's helps the supporter. Okay. Let's see, I'll jump walls. I'm coming.
I'm your life now.
I'm dead.
Deploying protection. I am the recharger.
Like, everybody's such... Look, everybody's attacking the guy that's weak. I'm a supporter, right? I'm behind everybody. I'm about to get ganked and killed. Nobody cares about me, though. I'm about to... Oh! I'm dead. Hey, look at that, guys. Look at that. Who get to be a sub? It's a great pair. Right. The sub get the guy. Ooh. You've wanted the full upgrade, the 580 and 1600 with the... Right. How's it feel? How does it feel? The power. You have additional things, guys. Remember, if you're just coming in, you need to link your Discord. You need to link your Discord to Twitch, guys. Or your Twitch to Discord so that way you guys can get your benefits. All right, let's get back out there, guys. We're doing great. We're winning. Okay, so we got to get the team back out there. There's nothing to capture, though. So we're in the lead by 4 points, which is great. They're coming in. They're coming inbound.
He's too far.
Oh. Donkey, come by me.
Yeah, I'm stuck.
No. Oh, where you at? Where you at?
You want a piece of me?
The pleasure's all yours.
Donkey, I'm not gonna let you die, bro.
You need a little something, something? I am the recharger.
Ooh.
Collection phase complete.
The pleasure's all yours.
Man.
I'm your life now.
Handle points activated in 10 seconds.
I got you.
Say alive, Donkey.
Handle points activated.
Oh my god, I can't get out. Dang it. Man, those assassins hurt me bad. Who else needs healing?
Where's the drop down?
Wow, yeah, they're taking me down now. Kelsey's like, I'm done spamming you, jab. Woo! Oh man, don't worry. Ouch! Did you just get hit by a train?
No.
Wow, we got defeated. Wow.
That's depressing.
Okay, well, it kind of shows who did what. That was the final play. They just captured the objective. We didn't get the objective. Okay. Did you get any, like, achievements?
I don't think so.
That is true. Kelso has a really good point. A lot of people with these sim checks now are looking to get PC upgrades. But I would be honest, though. Everybody that's getting it, I would save it just in case you guys really need it. What if something goes wrong? I mean, they're trying to make it seem like nothing's going to happen and they're just going to increase the quarantine and try to stop this plague or whatever. But what if it gets to the point where nothing can stay open and you need to hurry up and go shopping and buy like a month's supply of whatever, and or you need it for something?
Yeah. I just don't think it's gonna come to that though. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, I know it's just like a virus. I just feel like, not to bring up 9/11, but let's say like the fact how things are just, don't get me wrong, I'm happy that we have freedom. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like that there's a lot of weaknesses. There's a lot of open walls, and there needs to be more, like a computer. You need more firewalls, right? Yeah, definitely. Such as, like, I'm just going to use America for an example. We had our gates open for too easily. People can come in and just do all this stuff and just get away with it. There's just a lack of things that needs to be done, such as this virus. They could have, no matter what, people are gonna die and recover and catch it and get sick and hopefully fight it, whatever. But I think it could have been minimized if it was dealt with the way it should have been. You know?
Yeah.
And Kelso has a good point. It's inevitable. Like, a recession can happen. I mean, we had a recession not too long. We had the Great Depression. We had, you know, all these like crazy things that occurred. I mean, there's not much we could do about it, but I was happy gas prices went cheap for a while though. That's for sure.
Still going down.
Yeah, but today I think I paid it was 146, but I had 5 cents off with the card. So I still paid like, you know, 140. But before today though, it was much cheaper. It was like 120 something. I was happy with that. I was like, wow. Now it went up a little bit. So I don't know, maybe because the weekend's coming in.
I don't know.
You know?
Yeah. But, alright, dude, I'm gonna hop off.
All right, Dokio. Yo, thanks for coming in, bro. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, well, you be safe out there.
Oh, try my best and keep watching that.
Yeah, and also, I'm gonna double check, but I believe I'm gonna take a look at. You guys are on the gifting board here, you and Kelso, because you guys both came in and just like blew the screen up with emojis. Oh my god! Every time I go to Twitch, it's a bunch of chicks. I hate that it tries to take me to the Discover page. I don't want to see all this.
Discovery.
There's no gameplay. It's just straight. One's painting, the other one's belly dancing, and the other one is just dancing. Okay, just chatting and Animal Crossing are the two top categories right now. Okay.
Alright, I'll talk to you guys later.
See,
You guys take it easy.
you too.
You too. Finally, it got done. Woo!
It finally got done. So what took it so long? Yo, look at this, guys. Kelso coming in with 26 gift subs, guys.
My internet's taking
26
major hit.
sub gifts.
Right
Yo,
now,
coming in with
this time,
12.
My internet always dips down to like.
Wow. See, these are people you guys should be following because they come in and they pay money for you guys as the viewer, which is awesome. It's amazing. That's just amazing how. Right. That's crazy. You know, I didn't even think about that. That is true.
Dang, you got so many lurkers right now. Wow.
Right. You know what though, bro? You know what I realized? Okay, I noticed now that it does say live channels we think you'll like. How do I change this? Can I what do I have to do? Clear the cookies? Is that the only thing I can do? Because I think this was like me figuring out like why the heck all these type of streams were getting featured. Now that's all I'm seeing. How do I change this?
Yeah, I don't know. That's all I tend to see too is those.
Because I did see different ones not too long ago. I'm not gonna ask why. Am I seeing a kid live streaming?
What? Wow. I didn't think
No. The kid is gone. I think the mom had the kid playing or something. Because the thumbnail showed a child. I was like,
Yeah, that's a little.
Oh, you know what it is? Because just chatting is like a popular thing right now. Yeah, I'm not worrying about it. Okay, so I'm looking now at this, and it looks like yeah, the sub gifting works. I'm kind of glad I got that under. I think I'm gonna keep that under. That's like another leaderboard for people who come in and gift sub, you know?
Yeah.
Damn, bro. There's this Twitch partner that I followed from like what 2014, and they only got 15 viewers, bro. That's a Twitch partner, like an official partner.
Dang, that sucks.
That's
They're
crazy.
not gonna be a partner much longer.
Nah, well, I think once you get it, you get it. I don't think there is a requirement to keep it. I think it's more so you just still got to put the hours in. I don't know if view counts is a factor or not.
I was just reading. I think there's like 3 factors that you had to keep. I think to keep it, otherwise they'll drop it.
Oh yeah.
I think that's what I was just reading.
Oh, All right, well, we're gonna start this round. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, so the TOS is okay. Okay, I got you. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like just by themselves. I was like, well, hold on, time out. I mean, because I know sometimes I even let my son play it a few times. But usually I keep the webcam off though when that happens.
Yeah. Don't turn the webcam on. I know you could lose affiliate if you don't keep stats the same all the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking partnership is the same ideal. Like, I think it's just really hourly based. I don't think it's so much stream stats. I mean, because if that was the case, these people would have lost partnership, or maybe they did. Maybe they're just affiliates now. I don't know. But I think they're official partners because they still have like more than like 10 emotes on their channel.
I need to start streaming because I have 16 out of 50 followers, so I'm getting close to being an affiliate, but...
Twitch stats be like GameStop. I like that, dude. I haven't been at GameStop in a while. Sometimes when I go to GameStop, I'll look at their clearance section because sometimes they'll have like toys or like game accessories just laying about, and I get something for my son or something. But in terms of like buying games, bro, I just go digital now. I don't really see the reason to go to GameStop to buy games. I mean, it's a great atmosphere. Like, I like going there and like playing some demos, talking to the guy, get a little nerdy, and get, you know, talking about the video games. But to go and wait in line for grab a tent and a camping chair and sit out there for a whole day just for the next game release, I haven't done that in forever, bro.
Yeah, I used to go there quite a bit too because I had the ultimate membership there. And
Yeah.
buy games all the time to sell games there. I haven't been there for 6 months probably now.
Imagine if GameStop will make it through Corona. Yeah. I would say they're fine. I mean, really, trading games, it's what's keeping them alive. I don't know what they're going to do once that's fully done, because the new PS5 and Xbox Series X, they're really trying to eliminate game copies, I think. Because aren't they going to be discless? I think PlayStation's the only one that's going with you can still use a disc.
I think they both have Blu-ray drives, but I can't remember. I think they're like 4K Blu-ray drives or 8K.
Yeah. What is this? Watch Zone. Yeah, see, that last round went a lot better once we got people actually, like, doing what they're supposed to. I'm not a professional at this game, but I mean, I know that a support is supposed to play as a support, you know?
Yeah.
A tank should be a tank. But people weren't doing that.
The one that's fighting up.
Yeah.
The other guys are the ones that's up there in the main line fighting.
All right, Queen. We'll see you in a bit. That's true, Kelso.
If I have like the ninja guy or the sword guy, I'm fighting everybody.
Yeah.
I'm taking on the tanks. I'm taking on anybody because those guys are powerful.
No, they hurt. They really hurt.
Yeah, 2 or 3 hits and you're dead.
Does the PC version of this accept controllers? Yeah, it does, because it picked up my controller, picked up Jay's controller when he launched it. Right now, I don't have it connected. But dude, I love the mouse and keyboard. I turn better, move better. But I think it is easier with the controller. This game has auto aim. I hate to say it. So yeah, you can survive with the controller. It doesn't really, mouse and keyboard don't have the cutting edge in this game, to be honest.
That's why I don't like that the girl with the machine gun, because the auto aims. Because you're aiming at one person, and if somebody else comes closer, it automatically aims at that person. Like, yeah, it's like it picks which controller you're using. If you decide to use keyboard, it will switch over to keyboard and mouse. If you decide to use controller, it automatically switches. I know when it started out.
Ah, there we go. We're finally at the character selection screen. Yo, Jim, Discord's lagging on you? Yeah, I think you are lagging, Jim. What's going on with your Discord, bro? Did you check your... Yeah, check your voice connected. Like, click it. Like, right now I see 21 milliseconds. What are you getting?
Okay, let's see. Mine's
Let's roll. Objectives control starting soon.
it's in the green, so
It's in the green. Okay. Yeah, but click that. Go ahead and click on voice connected. It should give you more like detailed statistics.
57 milliseconds.
Okay, milliseconds is fine. Are you getting any packet loss?
No packet loss.
I don't know
And
why.
now it just spiked to 73.
Okay.
It usually does that when the game's like loaded up.
3.
Oh yeah. So it's your end then. Okay. Yeah. I know that happens with me because if I'm running multiple monitors, if I lower or maximize something, the computer gets a bit robotic. I hate that.
Yeah, it does.
That's why I do window borderless. Don't ever do games in full screen. More RAM will fix that? Really? Huh. Are you on Wi-Fi, Jim, or are you on Ethernet?
I'm on Ethernet,
Objectives activated.
hardwired.
You're hardwired. Okay. Yeah, you should be good on that part then.
Ooh, what the heck? I'm lagging in the game. What the heck?
Oh, I hate this map.
Objective A is mine.
I don't know about this character, bro. Her butt cheeks are in my face. Like, literally. Oh, this is so different compared to a phone.
The bad guys just took A.
Back here.
Where'd everybody go?
Oh, we're going into the main objective right now. No, you're okay, Jim. We're coming. This guy reminds me of Dwayne Johnson. I don't know why.
Let's do that.
I just kicked that one guy's butt with no problem at all. By myself, solo.
Yeah, bro. Look at that. That's what I'm saying. Team composition.
Let's band together.
I like the guitar guy, but
Gotta lock the objective.
They're coming in. Oh, we don't see them on the map in this mode.
3 hit the guy. The enemy.
Yeah, we're holding it down here.
The guy too, and I just 3.
Activated.
Me.
Okay, she heals the team. Okay. Whoever that guy is, they're doing really good. Oh, they're coming in. They're coming in.
Hook the big one.
The shadows strike.
Objectives.
Okay, okay. What the hell? Where'd he go?
Wow, I just got destroyed.
Back here.
Wow, okay, dude. Ow, that hurt. Okay.
Ghosts to them.
Yo, this girl knows how to play.
My turbo is charged.
Darkness strikes from the shadows.
Boosted.
No! Kelso said, huge ass. No, my character reminds me of that chick from Borderlands. Remember that junkyard chick? What was that? The one from Borderlands 2. Do you remember her, the junkyard lady?
Slap me with
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's who she looks like to me.
The big booty girl.
Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, got me feeling like Bubba Sparks, bro. Booty, 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 rocking everywhere.
Objectives deactivated.
So no objectives right now. Why? This game mode is weird, bro.
It is.
Hey, but look at the point, though. 133. We're doing great. We're doing great. We're all about to be... What the heck? My phone just said 2013 or doing great. We're doing great. I found this on Google. Psychological monographs. The subject here, however, only informed the objective and variations. What the? My phone just went Houdini on me. Wow. We need to get objectives.
This person's fast. Holy cow.
I'm gonna capture B real quick.
Bye. See you later. I just killed that one.
Objective B is mine.
Slice and dice. Hey! They're stealing point B. Oh.
There we go. I'm gonna go for the next objective here.
Yeah, we got this one.
Turn it
Easy.
up at
This match
objective
is low.
C, allies.
Yeah, because the more objectives we have, the more points we're gonna get. I'm low on health though.
I got full health again.
Yeah, stop looking at my butt.
Breathe deep, my friend.
It's somebody else, dude. I'm the ninja dude.
Yeah, Ninja Dude is actually really good.
Deactivated.
Oh, he is.
She reminds me of Zara's Overwatch character. See, I never played
Take the pain away.
never played the Overwatch really that much. I did the beta and then that was it. Anytime, what's going on? How are you? Congratulations on your sub, by the way.
I don't want to pay.
Oh, they're coming in.
Objective C.
Battle. Oh no, it's also nope. Wow. I just killed myself.
They're taking objective C. I hooked the big one.
Darkness strikes in the shadow.
No! Hey, everybody just ignored the ninja guy. Okay. That works too. Yeah.
I was attacking somebody. I fell off the planet.
So when somebody gets the gift subbed or subbed gift, they see it, the user?
Yeah.
I'm gonna jerk.
Sweet. Yes, guys. Besides the bike, I say copyright. Uh-oh. Take a look. Hold on. This game might have a copyright. I'm gonna take a look at this Overwatch thingy that oh my god, it does look like her almost. But not really. What's her bike? Can't see it.
Oh, chicken. Okay.
Objectives deactivated.
I'm coming over, bro. I'm coming over.
Run away. Come on. Run away. Wow, what a chicken. Run away. Okay. Let's see how it is.
I can be slippery.
Objectives activated.
Come here, you. Come here.
Objective B is reclaimed.
Come here, chicken.
Can't touch me. Slice and dice.
Wow, how did I miss that? What the? Oh, they went with the healer.
B is being stolen.
There we go.
That's what I thought. Where are you going?
They got B. Oh, they're attacking the home base. Careful.
Oh no, what the heck? No, ow, that hurts.
I'm going for the win. Yeah, see, these guys are not really capturing the objective like they should.
Stealing point B.
Oh, Jim, careful. Your health is low, bro. I got your back.
Here.
Bye-bye. That Shadow Strike is crazy. I had 53 health left.
Hooked the big one.
Fountain of youth pours from you, child.
Come get some sugar.
You okay, Jay? Any health, bro.
Yeah, that's why I wait for this
Objectives
thing.
deactivated.
Only thing is, she doesn't have a bike. Color hair, slight difference. Yeah, I guess you're right though. The face. So one's like chubby, one's on slim fast.
Let's band together.
Come here, sugar.
Objectives activated.
Oh yeah, that lifesteal came in with the clutch.
The enemy captured B.
Man, get wrecked. All right, we're looking good, guys. Wow, 260 pounds. This chick is 350. Oh wow, Kelso's getting like the wiki facts on this. Kelso's like, I'm giving this game a copyright. I am determined. Oh, what the hell is that? Oh,
Oh, what the?
what the? She got wrecked.
That was suicide mission right there. I don't know. I think the ninja guy might be my favorite character now.
No, he's a beast, bro. Any of those assassins, like, ouch, that hurts my ear.
I like the guitar guy too because you can lock the opponent in place.
Right, you had to do some. I did some Taibo.
Objective.
Nice win. Yes, thank you guys. Might as well not sleep. It's 4:30 a.m. here. Wow, I need a time. You're from the future. Good game, good game. Oh man, we got to win. That's great. Are we looking on points though?
I had to come in there to get the win, huh?
Yeah, I just feel like you said, like the girl with the gun. Like I just feel like that whole auto aim thing. No, like that really takes away the competitive aspect. Like I don't know what this game's plans or routes or motives are, but I mean definitely put a crosshair on the screen. I can understand aim assist, but not auto aim. Like why would you have that?
Yeah, it's like a no skill feature. Like wow, you could just.
Now her attack is not dangerous. Like those auto attacks usually don't do much damage, but it does. I call them cherry poker attacks because it does that little tiny minuscule damage, but it adds up.
Yeah, and she's just sitting there poking at you from a distance. It does add up, and it gets annoying.
That is very true. You are from the UK. Absolutely, you're right. Yay! One of us! One of us!
It can be annoying, but I
Woo!
don't
You guys are amazing. Look at that.
use that character because of that auto aim thing.
Wait, Bleeding Edge is on Steam? No, I don't think so. I think this is just like it's a Microsoft Studio game, sort of, or I don't know. It's on Windows 10 and is on Xbox. But is it on Steam? I'm gonna take a look. That's interesting.
I don't know.
I'm gonna take a look right now. Dude, you know what? I remember I used to play everything and do everything on one monitor. Like, I literally can never go back to that. Wow.
I know.
Somebody's playing Smite. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm dual monitor right now too because I'm watching the stream on one.
Yeah. Oh, you know what though? That can actually make you lag a little bit too. You might want to pause the video. Or you could do chat pop out too if you want.
It doesn't give you chat pop out on here.
Does it?
Nope. Not on the browser version.
You're on the browser. Give me a second. I'll get you something. Okay, so what you're gonna want to do, and this is for, I'll post it in chat for everybody. You just go there. Yeah, you're right though. There's no actual like way to do it. I think there used to be. No, you're right. There is no chat pop out.
Not anymore. They got rid of it.
Why they got rid of it?
They
When-
picture in picture.
Oh yeah, the picture in picture is a thing. That's right. That's right.
I don't know why you'd want picture in picture. That'd be.
Well, I'm thinking too. Things are looking great the way they are. I think. Let me actually check out this new mod preview panel thing. I love it because it shows me. I'm going crazy here. I'm hungry, man.
Okay, that just shows the chat. That's it.
Yeah. That it did work.
Okay. Yeah, it works out.
Okay, yeah, just keep that open so you can see the chat, but you're not gonna lag because you don't have the video player sitting there consuming your resources.
Yeah.
Or if you got an extra phone laying around, just have the stream on that. That probably help make it easier for you.
Yeah, I got an extra phone, or my regular phone. I don't really have it running right now, so I can use it on there too. But
Dude, I've been bumping into like a lot of family lately, like because I've been going out a lot. Like I really should have been out a lot, but you know I still go out and whatever. So I saw family I haven't seen in years, bro. And they're all like, "Oh, where you been?" I'm like, Well, you know. I was talking to one of my cousins. Me and him, we used to game a lot, dude, and I haven't seen him gaming in a long time. Wow, just chatting beats Fortnite, bro.
Wow.
170,000 on just chatting. People are on here to make money right now because a lot of people lost their jobs. I understand it. It's good to see the platform's gotten better.
It kind of sucks that it has to take a travesty like this to.
I know that is true. Wait, so when Donkey Kong donated the $3, it didn't show his name. Why?
I don't know. The crazy thing too is, if you look at New York compared to the rest of the states, New York is higher than China in like pretty much every state.
I know it's so.
Or every country, it's ridiculous.
Well, China's been stuck at 81,000 cases and it has not gone up. Like, they maintained their problem. They're doing a great job. Germany, I don't know what it is about their doctors, but their doctors are on point. People are recovering like the virus don't even exist.
And then we got New York with New York, everybody's running around. Oh, let's get the coronavirus to everybody. I just keep checking that out. I keep seeing that New York every single day is going up more and more and more. My state's still just barely over 3,000.
Oh, China stopped testing? Is that why their numbers are not going up? All right, I'm looking at this mod view here now too. It looks pretty cool. So we have mod actions, auto mod queue. Shows the chats and things are at our disposal. What else can we do here? What were we trying to do? I don't remember what else we were trying to do here. Oh, there is pop out, but it pops out the whole player. You can't pop out just the chat.
Yeah, I got Windows full screen on.
No, wait, there is pop out. But you have to go in mod panel, I guess, and then there's pop out moderator / Strix 2007 chat. Yeah, I was reading something, Kelso. It said something about we have the possibilities of hitting up to 100,000+ deaths. Like, that's crazy, bro. I've been going out. I keep my mask and gloves on. I don't trust nobody, bro. Nope.
The bad thing here, we haven't even got masks.
No, well, we really don't here. I have my ways, but even the places you weren't supposed to be buying masks, they're getting taken down. So one, people are either price gouging, or two, they're selling masks that they're not supposed to. I've seen a lot of hateful comments. People are complaining to people with these masks. Like, don't get me wrong, they went and bought these masks early on because they knew. Obviously, these are people who knew how to hustle. And this is just like when an Xbox or PlayStation comes out to release. You go and buy 5 consoles, you keep one, you sell 4, you make profit. That's just the way it is. That's how it's always been. But now they're trying to make it to become a rule, especially now because this is like a life and death situation. This is not just for video games or anything like that. Like, people's lives are at stake. So now they're restricting them to medical staff first, and then whatever's remaining goes to like companies that need it. But to the public, you go to the shelves where they normally stock them, bro. They're no longer stocking.
Yeah, it's crazy. And right now, there's such a shortage of them that the hospital and everything else is actually running out. So they're asking people to stop.
Oh, Bleeding Edge is on Steam.
What?
So are they in a separate server?
Probably.
Oh, that would suck, bro. Let me look at the comments here, because Steam, I love the comments on Steam. They're pretty hateful. But it's a good thing.
They are.
Alright, people are like, fun but overpriced. It's a very simple, fun arcade game. It's decent fun, but not very deep yet. Kind of like a hollow chocolate candy. It's also overpriced by about $20. And shoots itself for the but big time on its part, but it may become much more in the future. But at the moment, it lacks depth in every way. Many features are bugged, non-existent, or non-intuitive. Well, at $5, it would be worth. At $10, it's at its limit. $15 is a stretch. $30 is way out of touch. Wait a bit and pick it up on the bundle site later, or jump on Xbox and grab it for free with Xbox Game Pass as intended. Well, that's what we're doing.
I don't know. I think $5 is too cheap for it. I'd say this is probably a $10 to $20 game.
It should have been $19.99. I think that would have been the... Because there is a couple maps. The thing is, though, each character does have their own attributes, so that's pretty cool. I mean, I would say that they all don't have the same... But the combo is a bit bland. Everything's kind of automated. So I get why people are complaining. Okay, so this person is saying, plagued with levers. Go into a group of 4 or don't bother. There was only 2 bad reviews on here. This one is, it's 8 idiots slapping each other until someone dies. Then someone rage quits till it's 7 idiots slapping each other. See what I'm saying? Steam players, bro. I love their honesty. But yeah, it is on Steam, but I don't think they can play with Xbox or Windows 10.
Yeah, I don't know how that'd work.
They probably have their own server because they run on Valve servers. That's an interesting thing there. I have no idea. I don't think so. Because there's no Steam friends list on here. Like, how would you play with somebody on Steam?
Yeah, it'd be impossible, yeah.
Let's take a look. Profile. This is my profile. Oh, wow. I got the most wins with Zero Cool. I think I'm just going to start playing Zero Cool and Buttercup are my 2 best wins. Social? No, that's friends list, but it only shows Xbox and Windows 10 pretty much.
Yep, I think it's that cross-platform with Steam, looks like.
Yeah, seems like it. I don't think Steam can play with everybody else.
That would suck. So how would matchmaking be on there if there's nobody playing on Steam? Yeah, I think we need to check out last year sometime just to get that free bundle that they're giving out here. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, I love when I get these random messages on my phone, right? It goes, "Hi, this is blah, blah, blah from the rewards department. You have been selected to get our biggest prize. Check it out," and there's a link. Should I be an idiot and click it?
Nope.
Maybe I don't know about keyloggers. Maybe I don't know about phishing and malware. Maybe I'm just completely new to this kind of stuff. I should click it.
I wish they would have a Windows 12. I wish they would get a Windows 12 out.
Well, 11 was a thing. What happened to 11? Did they just cancel it or something? Well,
Probably.
they do skip Windows usually. Like, what was it? 7, 8, 9 was there, but no one really heard about it, and then 10 just came out. Okay.
Guitar guy, ninja guy. Guitar guy, ninja guy.
Okay, so you're going assassin, which is cool. I'd rather focus on a certain player to get used to it. I'm gonna go. What do we have? We have a
Power collection starting soon.
All right, we got 2 assassins. I'll go support. That's fine. You probably want somebody who does damage. You might want to go with tanks. Do you want to support or tanks? Up to you. I'll let you choose.
I can do tank.
You want to do tank?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can do tank.
Hell
Since
yeah.
I didn't get my chance of who I wanted to pick. I was trying to figure who I wanted to pick.
All right. This guy kind of reminds me of the guy from Overwatch, the one that shoots the balls.
For this kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't care for none of the those guys. Really, I don't like the support characters at all.
Yeah, they're kind of boring to play, but they do help the team.
Yeah.
They really do, and I'm okay with that, bro. I'm a team player. I'm not really a greedy, but it is not a fun role. That's for a fact.
Yeah, because if you're not around your team all the time, you will get killed.
Where do I place beacons?
Collection phase
Deliver it
complete.
be.
Oh, I just said something? What the hell did I say to you guys? I don't know.
You need something for a hand in.
Get closer.
Handing points activating in 10 seconds.
Yeah, like right now, she's auto-shooting. That's annoying.
What the heck is that?
We're playing Bleeding Edge. I'm gonna die.
Why are you in a map?
Handing points
Daddy?
activated.
Huh?
That's you. You don't want to walk, just get in that mech and fly.
In your life now.
You're playing a character that plays
Mm-hmm.
you.
You want to hit what? I am the recharger.
Heck yeah, I'm gonna go grab this health real quick. Oh, I'm healed up. What the heck? I healed up.
How do we get back here?
I don't know. Watch it, they're coming in. Up. Somebody needs help over there. Shoot.
We need a little something. Magic healer.
Oh, I'm getting ganked from the back. Oh, I'm dead.
Dang, I'm getting murdered by everybody.
Yeah, our team is splitting up. You could download Windows 12 right now? Is it worth it though? Like, I haven't really heard much about it. I remember seeing it, but never actually looked into it.
Ending points deactivated.
We might want to try check it out.
Yeah, if it's better than 10. I mean, 10 is probably the stable version. I don't know. 12 sounds sketchy to me. Are you eating a big giant muffin?
Cell spawned.
Alright, but don't make a mess on the floor. I don't want no crumbs.
The pleasure's all yours. Deploying protection. I am the recharger. It's too far.
There we go. We're doing damage now.
Wow. How did that stop me a
We need a little
mid-attack? What the heck?
something.
Yeah, don't forget to do your dodges. Your dodges get you out of those combos.
I
I'm your
got
life
attacked a
now.
mid special move.
Right.
I got you.
We went like a coward.
Yeah, destroy these.
Collection phase complete.
Somebody needs to get that without me. I'm not damage guy. Or not, I guess I'd take it. Or somebody take it.
Oh, it's a VR base. Oh, okay.
Activating in 10 seconds.
I have to look into it.
I am the recharger.
Taco Bell sound pretty good. I gotta get away from that, bro. I promised myself no more fast food, man.
Ending points activated.
Okay, we have all the. Oh, they're coming inbound.
10 seconds.
Wow.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
Power cell spawned.
Fired up the firewall.
How did he hit me when I was in midair?
Oh, that's the good stuff. I'm your life now. Get closer.
She's gone and out.
Wow.
Protection
Jeez.
is up to date. Aw, does someone need a hot bot? We need a little something.
Oh no!
Yeah, I just want my damage guys back.
You'll be alright. You'll be alright.
I hate this guy. This guy's... He's got a lot of health, but he's weak for attack.
Okay, okay. Well, you know what? All three are over there, which is nice. Well, we're at the objective anyway. When's the next one's go? Oh man, why am I freezing? What the heck? Woo!
Collection phase complete.
I'm cold. I don't even think I had the fan on. Up here. Well. It's a Linux-based Lida 4.8 of the Linux-based system.
Points activating in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Gather round
key, if you please.
You know what I'm gonna do though?
Hand points
I
activated.
want to participate in all this stuff that everybody else is doing. I want to call my some of my bills and see if they'll cut me some slack.
Why does it like stun lock you forever? Holy cow, that's ridiculous. That's what they don't like about it. That whole stun lock thing. It like goes forever.
I'm about to get ganked. I regenerate health from being out on the edge, which is good. All right, health is coming back. Yeah, dude, Discord looks so much better, bro. I'm so glad I went about and did it. You okay? Oh, shoot, team needs help. Oh!
Wow.
Okay, this...
Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to damage character.
Damage, yeah.
This guy sucks.
I can't do anything by myself.
I can't do much. Come on, change character, thank you. I don't know what these teammates are doing, but yeah.
No objective yet? What's going on here? Okay, we're all together, all four of us. All right, let's go.
Tower cells spawn.
Oh.
My children.
Yeah, this game is not bad. Again, but I just wish there was more of a better aiming structure, not just this auto shoot. I mean, I guess it makes it console friendly. Maybe that was their main focus.
Well, but console friendly, you don't really need auto aim because they already have aim assist.
Right, right.
Collection phase complete.
Focus on that Gauntlet girl. Oh, no.
Deploying protection.
Hand points activating in 10
You get
seconds.
gained by everybody because the other teammates are just standing there.
I am.
Right, it's all good. It's all good. Oh!
Hand points
Almost had that person
activated.
dead too.
Wow, man, that Gauntlet chick shoots so far.
Stings so good.
I'm freezing, bro.
Holy cow, guy, what are you doing, dude?
It's cold. Arms are
Running
freezing.
away?
Oh no, what happened?
I was almost about to kill this one girl that wanted the gun. Hey, my teammate just ran away.
Oh,
He was standing right next to me, he ran away. Because he had low health.
oh, they captured B. I'm gonna go for A. Oh, we have A.
Okay, yep. Okay. These randoms suck.
Tower cells spawn.
We get one good team
Get
last
closer.
round. This time we get, yeah, definitely.
Cheers, buddy.
Yeah, they won this game anyway. So.
Wow. Yeah, bro, we didn't get the objectives. Shoot. You're downloading it right now? Yeah. We're not on the Steam though, Kel, so we're on Windows 10. If you have Game Pass, just do it that way. It's what, $5? It's cheaper that way, bro, so you don't go spending $30.
Level up.
The good thing about games like these, or not even just this particular game, but this type of genre is like that you can replay them. You know, it's a good party group game. We do put chips on our characters, not Frito-Lays or anything, but we put chips like mod chips. You do have Game Pass? Yeah, it's free for Game Pass. Just play it on Game Pass. Yeah, save your money.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah,
download
don't
it
don't
either.
buy it for Steam. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are complaining about the price point, but for $5, pfft, on top of whatever other games you can play already monthly, can't go wrong. Xbox or PC, the one. No, you're good. You're good.
I'm gonna mod this dude up a little bit if I have any good mods.
Yeah, I'm just upgrading first, and then later on down the line. Well, actually, my character that I usually play in got some upgrades. So let's see what he got. He's got ally being healed by recharge deals 7.5% extra damage. Wow.
I don't have enough money. Dang it. I guess I'd buy me a board. Let's see. These board looks pretty cool though.
Increase bot damage. Increase recharge healing. So the default chips are pretty good already.
Ooh, okay. Skins are kind of interesting.
Okay.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah, but you get them with these points.
Doesn't he have Xbox too?
Daddy,
But
show me the characters.
the only thing though with this though, yeah, he played on Xbox, but you said it signed you out, signed me out of the Xbox when I went on here, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it signed me out, so he won't be able to play it.
Oh wow.
Daddy,
That sucks.
I'm mad at you. I was in the middle of a match too.
Well, I told you I was getting on. What the heck is going on with this thing I was using, man? It doesn't update the.
Daddy, show me the skin.
Want to see something cool? Look at this.
Skins ain't the best. They're kind of bland. Oh, I got. Oh. Oh.
Oh,
I got a punk rock skin for that guitar guy. Oh, it looks so cool.
these are all the characters.
Wait, let me see, Daddy. Daddy.
Look at this guy. He got respirators in his mouth. It's like he knew the
Daddy.
coronavirus was
Daddy.
coming.
Yeah,
Daddy.
What?
he was prepared for it.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yes. Well, here, use the mouse. Navigate through the characters real
These
quick.
skins are kind of blah.
I'll be right back in a second.
Just like recolored.
Hold on, guys. Alright, this is going on.
Yeah. There's one skin so far I've seen that's actually pretty cool.
What happened to you? You lost your freaking arm? Daddy! This lady lost her arm! Placed it with a robot arm. This guy, I don't even know what happened to him. He's too much in the punk
They
rock.
go out all out of the skin. They just like recolored them. Oh, that one's different. Yeah.
Daddy, how do I like circle around? Like
I
to view the characters.
don't know. I really don't know. Can't like hold left click on them and turn them? I guess you can. Dangerous one.
What are you, a bird woman?
Huh? What'd you say about it?
Oh, so did you get some skins for like free skins for maybe playing the beta?
Wow. Daddy, look. This woman trying to act like she had night with some horns from a deer. This is like, look. This is the night deer. Look. This is when knights want to hunt for
Oh.
animals.
Okay.
Daddy, my favorite animal!
The game is afoot.
Interesting, right?
That's not what I was expecting.
What were you expecting?
A big giant snake, a big giant robot snake that went like this. This was not what I was expecting.
The game is afoot.
Did you get any free
The
skins?
game is afoot. The game is afoot.
Says the game is afoot.
The game is afoot.
Oh.
Daddy. If my Xbox don't have Rocket League on it.
All right.
Daddy, can I show you my favorite character?
Which one did you like?
The game is afoot.
Maybe a couple of them are cool. Precious. A lot of them seem like recolors or like different colors. Not really like epic skins or anything. I'm sure later on down the line.
Daddy?
The game is afoot.
All right, guys. Well, let's figure this out here real quick and see what's going on. Yeah, but you're right about the skins, though. Most of them are, they just kind of seem more like recolored to me. I'm not really seeing like a vast majority or anything like that.
Did you see the? Did you get some free ones too?
Free ones?
Yeah, I unlocked 3 free ones.
How do you know you unlock particularly just skins? Because a lot of them got mods.
The check the guitar guy. He's got one of them. At least I got one anyway with the guitar guy.
Okay, guitar guy. Oh, the guitar guy. What was the skins?
Yep.
No,
I got a-
just
I
classic.
get free skin. What? I got. You don't even have a skin up on there. What? I got a skin that's called Punk Rock. How did you not get that one?
I don't know. Well, let's keep unlocking things. Well, you played as them too, so maybe you got it for playing as them. So what is the dojo? Visit the dojo.
Yeah, we both played it for beta though. The beta test.
Mm-hmm.
The dojo it's a training thing. You just have to click on training and it'll take you to the dojo.
Oh, because yeah, I got Welcome to the Jungle introductory. Where it says I didn't. I'll finish those later. All right. Are you still upgrading or are you good?
I'm good. Yep. I can't upgrade anyway. I don't have enough money.
Gotcha. Oh man.
Yeah, I got 2 skins or 3 skins that were not recolors that were really nice for free. So I don't know how I got them, but maybe because I played the first beta and then the second beta. I don't know.
Oh, we're starting the match right now, Kelso. Okay, okay, that's good. That's good. I wonder if this music is copyright or not. It sounds like their own song, but just in case, I don't know. It doesn't sing much. Like, it's more like beat than lyrics, but I want to make sure.
Yeah.
I think it's to the point where game companies should actually just have an option to toggle copyright music on or off.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like that. Like, we have to figure out, is this legit? Am I going to get in trouble? Or you turn music completely off and there's nothing. You know, I mean, it's
You
to
gotta
the...
have some kind of music.
Yeah, music really boosts the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, really builds the, builds the hype.
Okay, I got my guy. Quick.
You got your guy?
Yep.
All right, we got the tank or support tank. Okay, I'm gonna try.
Objectives control starting soon.
You little reaper.
All right, let's do this.
See mine? See, I got the skin for free.
Yeah, like Kelso was saying, but honestly, even non-copyright music sometimes it's still, you still get flagged. Like, you have to fight it and say that it's not. And it's a lot of work. It's easier just to have it off.
2, 1.
All right, well, let's do this. You think we're gonna win this? Oh, look at our boards. Sea of Thieves.
Yeah. Did you see my character skin? It's totally different. It's like a
Wow.
skin.
Yeah, you guy looks like he really looks weird.
It's a bit far.
Yeah, it's a. I don't know how I got it, but it's not a reskin though.
Objectives activated.
Up behind us.
You go.
Oh my god, I got wrecked, dude. I hate not having a healer. It's like so weird.
They ain't going nowhere. They're taking objective B.
Okay, Kelsey, yeah, send them to me on Discord or like whatever, wherever it's at. Like, I don't mind playing games like this. Put some music on.
I hate that because it like
It's cool.
switches the person you're attacking. And
Yeah, well, you can press F to lock the attack or whatever.
You get murdered because yeah.
They're taking objective B. Not cool.
I just would have had 3 people killed there.
Right,
Switch the attack.
very true. Well, we got the objective. It's about to come in.
Let's take down Nick.
I like how his hair moves too. That's crazy.
I know the game lags if you hold the Alt key.
Objectives activated.
Guys,
Objective B.
It's like
Okay.
my guitar guy move. What do you
Yeah.
do? His head bangs.
I'm going over to help them out.
Oh, yeah, there.
need to get closer. Maxing out.
Okay, I'm gonna get them all frozen, so let's kill them all. Did I miss that
Okay.
attack, really?
Yeah, I kept up with the train. Yo, we took them out though. Let's capture this.
Objective C is
And we are good.
They have gained objective B. Their hunt is our loss.
How?
getting ready to pounce.
Dude, just kill everybody.
Yeah, but they respawn though.
Well, that fast. Wow. Okay. Holy cow! That lock attack is annoying.
Objectives deactivated.
Firepower to the max!
Please help, man.
Way too far.
What the heck?
Objectives.
Oh,
We lost B. I'm not crying. You're crying.
Whatever.
where's the whole team at? Wow, like the whole time I'm seeing.
They all ran away.
Hmm. All right, sounds good, Kelsey. Yeah, that'd be great, dude. I'm down for that. Yeah, my CPU's jumping from like 50 to 75%. Wow. But I'm not lagging or nothing. It's just.
The eye with a hot stick.
Objective B captured.
All right, so we got A and B, which is good. We're in the lead with points. All right.
Need to get closer. Objective C is being stolen. Vortex incoming.
Oh no. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Killed her.
Objectives deactivated.
Okay, they're all deactivated, which is nice.
Oh, what the? Oh, right, okay. That
It's a
was
bit far.
shadow this. That's cool.
Maxing out.
Objectives activated.
Okay, let me lock him, and then everybody can attack him. Where's the team at?
They're all at B.
Objective C.
Wow, okay, yeah,
Not an option.
holy cow, stop!
Need to get closer. Loser.
Come on. There we go. My character's good, but I gotta sit back. I can't really just go diving in.
Trying to gang attack me, that's what I... Just take that.
Let me take the pain away.
Okay.
Gang baby, that was messed up.
Right.
We taught them though.
Right, we did. No, we got a good formation going on.
If I would have had that smash my ultimate, I would have been done for.
You have
Objectives
no order.
deactivated.
Life force is charged.
I'm gonna stay up top. Wait, is A coming back in? Or C, I mean, whatever it is.
Objectives activated.
Yep, just start through there, go back for it.
Here, pretty kitty.
Wow, bro, where's... Oh, everybody's... Man, they knocked me out. That was a big robot.
Well, that's cool. Everybody got killed there.
Taken point C.
We all got hit by the train. Like, four
Yeah.
people did.
Oh, we're still waiting anyway, but...
That
Can't
was
stop,
cool.
won't stop.
That caused 4 guys to get killed. I got killed too, but...
Hey, that's it. Victory. Woo!
That was awesome.
I need a debate. Do I want to make me something to eat? Do I want to go get something to eat? I think everything's closed though.
I baited those guys into attacking me, and they got.
What am I looking at?
Level up!
Ooh.
Oh,
Pew pew. What level are you now?
where's it at? 7.
Oh yeah, me too. Okay.
Oh, that was so cool though. I killed like 3 other players because they were attacking me, and we all got hit by the train.
That is very true.
That was funny. Like, oh, you want to keep attacking me? Oh, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
So I can buy some stuff now. Sweet. I'm gonna buy some stuff for the other guy though.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Give me a mod for the ninja guy.
What? Hello? Uh-huh.
Huh?
Oh.
Shift strike. Range 50%. Ooh, that's a good one. Okay. Got everything I wanted. What else do I have? Oh, for her, the person I don't even use, I got a mod for. Wow, cool.
Right. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll be right. All right, give me 1 second there, Jay. Hold on, okay?
Okay. I hear food.
Okay. What the heck were we talking about? Did we forget?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Did you get any cool mods or anything?
Nope, not really.
Not really.
I got one for a character I don't use, that big girl.
Yeah.
On the motorcycle, I got one for her, and I got one for the ninja, but it was a great mod.
Okay. Not cool. Oh man. So how was it at the when you go shopping at your stores?
It's not too bad here. It's pretty, and the shelves are pretty full too all the time. So
Yeah. Over here it's pretty empty. But I am in like in a big city life, so that's the love and joy of that. But I know like on the like when you go to like a store. Okay, so let's see. Dorellis is live now, right? And he's got the live stream tag. So did it post that he went live? I don't see it. Oh, it didn't post Dorella. Maybe he just went live. So I'm gonna wait a second.
yeah, I just seen him just go live.
Maybe it'll take a little time. I'm kind of curious to see if it works. You know?
Yeah.
Because yeah.
And of course, remember it took a few minutes to go before it actually registered. So.
Oh no, because not everybody has the VIP tag. Oh shoot. I need to change that then.
I have to set it to all.
Dang it. That's a big problem. They're supposed to have VIP though. All right, let me look real quick. Use a database, right? Put the names in order. Or not. Never mind. Yeah, Dorellis is a sub and a VIP, but why doesn't he have it on Discord? He's got his Twitch sub rows. Only one he's missing is the VIP role. Why wasn't he given that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, it shows he's a VIP, or yeah, he's a VIP until April 17th. But why did it not give it to him on Discord?
I've had the issue with Twitch, but never on Discord.
Well, Twitch and Discord automatically assigns the sub roles, which works flawlessly. It's the VIP one that does, because that's TrickSpot's job.
Yeah.
Technically, when you become... Let me see something here. Oh, they do Twitch Prime. They don't get... Wait. No, they still get sub. So what the heck happened here? Yeah, I don't know. That's so weird. I'm gonna look at a couple of the other guys. So let's look at Kelso. Kelso has VIP. Portrait Zero does not have VIP. So why do some people get it and some people don't? Neither does Tony. That is interesting. Or maybe I can add another role to the mix. Hold on, give me a second. Can I add maybe I can add more than just one. And for this one, I want to do okay, so now it should work there then. Okay. So okay, so now if any of these roles go live, they should be good. I'm gonna cross my fingers. I just gotta wait for someone else now to test it. I know it works for you because you had the VIP, but now you got the game on. I don't want your computer to shut down. I'm scared to even let you test it.
So far, it's actually it's been only shut down one time a day now, so I don't know why, but
Okay, wait. No, it just showed Dorellis went live. Okay, it worked. Sweet. So now anybody with the VIP, any of the Twitch sub tiers, any of those now are whitelisted to become announced automatically. I need to remove mine though. Oh shoot! I did make it remove, but now it's gonna know all my roles. You know what? I don't care. I'm only gonna go on there once. I just hate that I'm gonna be double announced. You know. Well, it doesn't say it everyone, so it should be okay. All right. Nope. It works. That's all. I'm happy now. Okay. Good job. We got it. All right, Jay. Let's...
Sometimes Discord can be just a little tricky.
Yeah, I definitely can. Let me finish making this sandwich.
Ooh, sandwich.
Heck yeah, man. I'm gonna go healthy.
I'm getting hungry too. I'm just at your. What
Yeah,
do I want
go
to
grab
eat?
it. Go grab a drink. Go grab grab whatever.
And I just ate like 2 hours ago, and I'm hungry again.
Yeah, I just don't want no fast food, man. I'm gonna wait. Kills you.
Well, everything kills us, doesn't it?
Yeah,
According
you're
to the
it
government.
really does, man. It really does. Enjoy it while you can.
Yep.
Music reminds me of like Mortal Kombat.
Oh yeah, it kind of does. Yeah.
Giving me that Mortal Kombat vibe. I gotta go.
I want to get that Mortal Kombat, the new one, so bad. It looks so cool. I've been seeing people play it. It looks awesome.
Yeah, but you know what? The like 10, I think, was a big. Well, it wasn't a bad game. I just feel like, dude, I was a big Mortal Kombat fan. I'm not gonna lie. I was nerdy for it too.
Oh yeah, me too.
You know, I just kind of stepped back a bit, I guess.
Yeah, I kind of got to after it was off of what was it? Sega was it, or was it Nintendo? I think it was Sega. I think after they started making it onto different consoles, it just kind of it lost its power. I wish Sega would have just kept like a console going or something to have specific games like Mortal Kombat and those games, because
Sega just gonna do it.
could you imagine what games would look like right now if they had Sega still around? Oh man.
Sega was awesome.
Yeah, it was.
Sega was definitely awesome. Hey, what's going on over there? How are you, boy? Ahoy! Uh-oh. Got a pirate. Arr. Oh, let me show off that board. Wait, which one had the board?
Any of them do. You could just lock it to anybody.
Yeah. Gonna get that board up there. Oh no, Airdar's mad. That's not good. Not good.
You don't see the badge.
What? Wait, what? The badge?
Yeah. Look at his badge.
Nah, I don't. Oh. Well, he should have got a notification. So he's probably maybe he's looking at it and something. I know I do this thing.
Now he sees it.
Yeah. Not only that, but he's seeing the whole bleeding edge and see at these now. Airdar's checking his notifications right now. Yeah, big time. Kelso and Donkey Ho coming in with the mad love, supporting the entire community. Like, these guys are awesome. They're on the top gifter leaderboard charts right now in the bottom of the panel. Coming in giving everybody a sub. Look at that. Alright, I'm finally done making these sandwiches.
Yeah, I do like that Sea of Thieves board. That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Like I said, I see the cannon, I see the skull and the skelly. It does have the Sea of Thieves, but it's so tiny, like the little logos. Like, you want to really be able to tell. Most people can probably just overlook this.
Yeah, we
Was
had
all-
a mini subathon here today.
Instead of gold hoarder, it's a gold border. I'm done. That is crazy. Yeah, I checked there though. I don't have any notification. If it's a message you sent me before,
down
I
to
did see
DM.
the yeah, I see the older messages. I did see it. I'm just I'm planning a day to do it. Oh man. Yeah, I'm debating between a YouTube video or live streaming it. I'm not sure yet. Hold on guys, let me clean up this mess. Yeah, Kelso is awesome. Coming in like that. I'm gonna hook everybody up too again because that did like that's just crazy. Okay, let's go ahead and get some. We can get some games in, I guess. She got a new mod, so yeah, you gotta play as them to unlock their things. That's probably why I haven't gotten the. Oh man. All right, guys, I'm gonna have webcam off here just for a bit. So let me go ahead and put my cartoon up just for a little bit, guys. I'm gonna be stuffing my faces. Okay, where did oh gosh, where did oh dear, did I seriously forget to grab my bottle of water? I really did. Wow. Okay then. Well. I'm gonna go grab that. Alright, should be good. Alright, let's do this real quick. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Alright, Jay. How we looking, bro? Mm-hmm.
7 VIPs got 500 retro coins. Wow, trick spots get being nice though.
Right.
Usually it's 100. Usually a cheapskate.
Hmm.
And we got some mysterious patties. I don't know what they are, but they're not bad. That's all I'm having.
Wait, what is it? Mysterious patties?
Yeah, we don't know what they are. They taste like, look like hamburgers, but they don't.
What is that, a Krabby Patty or something? Like, what are you eating there, Jay?
I have no clue what it is.
Wow.
They're not bad. We got a package that we got in some food thing that we got,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't have no name onto it. So I don't know what the heck they are, but they're good.
Well, you know.
They almost look like those fake hamburger patties, but
Mm-hmm.
they're not hamburger. I don't know what they are.
Oh.
So how do you do that? That new game that you added, the
Which
pick a
one?
number or whatever it was, that pick a number thing.
Oh, I don't have a command for it. I could try to set one up.
Oh, it just like does it randomly. Or you just
Um,
do it yourself?
I had to manually like ignite it through the system.
Oh, okay. So it's on you. You have to do it yourself. That's. I was wondering what that was. Like it just randomly popped up. Like what the heck is that?
Yeah. What was the other one? That's also like oh my god, I typed in, didn't even put an amount.
Oh yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
I think 100 is the max, right? Oh, you go cheap and just do it at 10.
Oh yeah, I'm going cheap, bro. I'm budget spending.
You got like what, 500,000 points?
I never spend them.
I know.
Okay. Wow. No.
140,000. Okay, you dropped quite a bit down.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm doing the guitar guy again, I guess.
But look what I got in the bank. Ooh.
Oh wow. So yeah, you better have a 200,000.
Right. Wait. Did you not get in the game? Oh, you are in here. We're missing a fourth.
Yeah, we're in here. We're just waiting for it to do a little bit.
Let me finish this last sandwich. Get my webcam back on. We're good to go.
I think my bank account's empty.
Oh, there?
Yeah, I never did put any money away on that.
Well, just do check bank. You'll see. Or you can invest money too. Like if you don't want to spend your money.
Starting soon.
Paradise got 0 in the bank.
Oh, I got 100.
You got 100. See? Oh. Oh yeah.
Oh, we have no support. Oh no, this is not good.
3, 2.
Yeah.
What is this?
I fixed the going live now too, Eridarm. So instead of like all you like
Power cells.
stream supporters, instead of like having to manually go in there and like type that you're live, it automatically do it. Oh no!
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, we got caught. Dang it. The SWAT team
I
killed
got
us,
you.
man. Well, that was really helpful. He really was there. I got murdered.
Wow. I got ganked. Uh-huh. So like the Relics went live, but the bot posted that he's live, so people can see it now. Make it easier on the subs, you know?
Hampton points activating in 10 seconds.
Oh no!
Run away. Just keep running away.
Hampton points
Jeez.
I'm your life now.
Wow, what a coward, man. Just keep running away. Wow.
Wow.
He's too far.
Yeah, we're gonna lose this one because no teamwork.
Power cells spawning in 10 seconds. Power cells spawn.
All right. Oh, Jim, I think you're frozen. I'm coming for you, bro.
Your protection is up to date.
Oh, come on. Really? Trap me in the corner, yeah. No skilled player, huh?
No, don't worry about it. You have to dodge. Make sure you do your dodge when that happens.
I am the recharger.
Which one is that?
For keyboard shift.
Shift?
Yeah, when they do a combo on you, press shift to get out of it. But remember, it uses your stamina, so if you don't have stamina, you can't break out of it.
Well, my shift does this. My shift is block or whatever this is.
Oh, I don't know. Behind you, behind you.
Collection phase complete.
I got you.
How did you get out of that? Whatever.
That's the good stuff.
Stand back or suffer.
Jim, you left me for dead.
Hand-in points activated.
I'm almost dead too.
Deploying protection.
Wow.
Wow. Shit.
Deploying protection.
Yeah, this team is
Hand-in
just,
points
they're not good.
activated.
No,
Our teammates suck.
I'm playing with the mouse and keyboard right now.
Respawn.
No.
Your energy is mine
Wow.
now.
I am Walu.
Come here, you. Hey, run away, coward.
Wow. She wrecked me. The thing is, it's all the way in. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not aiming with a cursor.
Yeah, it's not, it's a no skill.
I hate that.
Power cell spawning in 10 seconds.
It makes me think of those like classic games like this where auto aim was a thing, but we're to the point where if you can't aim, then screw it.
Yeah, don't play.
You know, it's crazy. All right, I'm coming in, bro. Wow, she just ran into the train, really? Okay.
Wow, okay, yeah, cool. You're lucky your teammates spawned behind you, otherwise you would have lost that one. Teammate spawned in there and killed me, shot me in the back. Must be nice to get that lucky.
I'm ganked. I'm dead. What is the team even doing right now? Everybody's at base. Nobody's capturing objectives.
Collection phase complete.
Don't do anything anyway, so you steal that, that's cool.
Yeah, whoever's over there by themselves. Or no, you guys are all over there.
Hand-in points activating.
Yeah,
in
they
10 seconds.
yeah, we're okay. We gotta capture B is what we need to do. There we go.
Hand-in-points activated.
We gotta hand in the points.
You need a little something, something.
This lady stopped running away and let me heal. Jeez. There you go. You're healed now. Fight, fight. Now I'm getting okay. Fight or don't fight. I'm sorry, but this player sucks. They must be. I don't know. Yeah. What the hell are they doing?
Nothing.
Yeah, how do you see scoreboard? There's no scoreboard?
Push tab. Is it push
Hey,
stats?
me again.
You gotta push tab and push stats. Yeah, it was just basically us two doing anything and everybody else is running.
Look at me,
around.
bro. Let's see here. Only one of us, or two of us got kills, but obviously I'm support, so I shouldn't be having kills anyway. I done more damage than the person who's playing assassin. I'm done. I took more damage. I took half the same amount of damage as a tank. I did my healing. I did my job.
Yeah, that team was bad. Every
Uh,
time I'd actually be fighting somebody, they would run away, and I'd have 4 or 5
yeah.
people, the whole team attacking me. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I had 2 guys, or I had a teammate next to me, and they left me. And then the other teammate came back after they died and respawned, and I got ganked. I got triple teamed.
Wow.
I had
I
nobody
mean,
there. He got my
yeah,
teammate
at
got-
least they didn't quit though. But I'm not gonna lie, the assassin damage dealer, whatever you want to call it, or DPS, pretty much, just didn't do their job.
I was trying to do my job, but I kept getting ganked all the time, so I can't kill 3 people at once.
Yeah, we gotta see what's going on with Kelso though. Hold on, give me a second, because I think most Kelso's online. What's up with my Xbox friends list? It's not even acting right. It's acting weird. Where's I don't even see Kelso on here. Well, we'll do another fight real quick.
Hey, he said he was doing something with the Discords.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to see.
Search for the definition of cheap, you'll see tricks. Wow.
Let me guess, Thomas?
That message. No, Aradar.
Oh,
I just saw that comment. I didn't see it earlier.
man, I gotta be cheap, man. Sometimes you got to.
Yeah, that's why I went
what
with the cheap PC build, but I should have went a little bit better. But yeah,
Well, some things you don't go cheap. Like my computer, when I built it, I learned don't always go the lowest. You go a little higher or you go a little more. Same with my car. If I buy car parts, I don't buy the cheapest. I always go that one step up. Or depending on the type of part I need, sometimes I will go all out, depending if I want the warranty or I want that extra increased performance and whatever it is. But most of the time, what I learned, don't go too cheap. Like same with like certain foods, bro. You ever buy something like I'm gonna use macaroni and cheese for an example. All right, you can go craft or you can go generic, and that generic usually tastes like cardboard. So
some of the generics actually taste better than Kraft. So it kind of
right, but it's all about knowing what you're doing. Yeah, craft. Honestly, any of that cheese in general is just because it's like powdered cheese in the first place. It's almost all the same. The best is homemade, straight up.
Yeah, even Velveeta, they have that real cheese. That stuff is nasty. Oh.
Yeah, it's too cheesy for me, and I guess sometimes it's okay if you make it like I don't. If I were to make something like that, I don't just make it straight out the box like how they want you to make it. I usually tweak it up a bit. All right, so what do we got here? We got a damage dealer.
Looking for players.
Got 2 damages.
Okay, 2 damages.
Ninja guy. I wanted the ninja guy, but I got picked at first.
This lady looked like she can be good. Melee support who generates life on hit and can protect her teammates.
Yeah, I like her better. Her and the snake are pretty good.
Yeah, I might have to.
Yeah, there sucks.
Which one? This one?
The guy in that
Game is
bike thingy or whatever. That spacecraft thing, that guy sucks.
This guy?
No, the other one. The one that you played this last one. I don't like that guy.
Oh no, he's good. Just he's a straight healer. Straight up what he does.
Yeah, that's why I don't like him about it. And of course, when you want to heal somebody up, you have to lock onto them. So if they're not near you, you can't heal somebody up. So
yeah. Let me see here. Yeah, Discord. I did a bunch of rework, man. It was a lot of work, but it was worth it. I know.
Also, we had one player quit already. Wow. Okay, that's cool. So we either need a healer or we need a tank because we have one guy short. So.
Yeah, this lady with the stab, she seemed pretty good. Like I've seen her in action. I'm gonna try to learn her.
Snake one, I've played him
Objectives
before. He's
control
not
starting
bad,
soon.
but match is starting. We're gonna be. Oh no, we got somebody now finally. Cool. That's fine.
Hassan Ben Sogu for my dude.
See, channel a powerful heal on an ally can be retargeted with R while active. Grant stealth on all allies and reveal all enemies for 10 seconds. Life Force seems better. Just so I can kind of get the heal in.
Yeah, it is kind of like Paladins.
Yeah, same concept. Paladins, League of Legends, Overwatch. It's like an arena-based game.
4v4 instead of 5v5. Most of those games are 5v5.
Yeah, I gotta learn what my ability is here. What does she have? What is this, a heal? Or just a shield? Okay. I don't know what that was.
It's a heal shield.
I lack a target.
It's like a dome that heals you.
Objectives activated.
I don't understand what my... Oh.
Wow, okay, yeah, cool. Nobody followed me, and of course now you follow me in afterward after our dad.
Wow, bro, their team is good. Our team, yeah, we're dead. It's GG.
Yeah, I went in and nobody else followed me.
Yeah, nobody went in right. I'm trying to think. Alright. Yeah, they're together. They're bunched up. Are we still missing a board? Oh, my CPU low, man. What the heck? Well, I am live streaming, so that's definitely a thing.
How did you get locked? Did somebody like attack you and just lock you?
The who, what?
Did you get attacked and you got frozen there or what?
Careful, Jim. I'm dead. There's nobody here. Holy crap. This game is off-road GG. I'm done.
Yeah, this game's over.
This is
already.
too terrible. Everybody's just randomly doing whatever, like... Who is what now? Let me take a look. Look, we got 3 damage dealers, but nobody's doing damage.
I can't do damage with myself.
Yeah, Radar, I don't think this is your type of game. I'm trying to think... You know what? I'm gonna go tank.
Let's roll.
I'm definitely gonna go tank, try it out.
We gotta have something because, yeah, these guys need to do it.
Yeah, stick with me, Jim. Don't worry about the team. Alright, I'm gonna...
Enemy captured A.
We need to capture objectives. Let's get B, because they're all at A. This is how we're gonna win.
Watch your step, honey.
Take him out. Wow. We got the objective, sweet.
Let's do that.
Well, careful, Jim. My god, dude, the rest of the team is not here. GG off rip. Like, we just... Damn. How long is this match gonna be? Alright, solid. Sounds good. I don't like this. How do you said tab? Stats?
Yep.
That was a case of road rash I didn't need.
Objectives
Yeah, this big tweet 55 sucks. He's straight up like, no, he's not damaging anything. Like, why are you playing damage? You're not even doing damage. Now he's doing damage to somebody. It's about time.
I went in the first time, and he was right next to me.
Objectives
He didn't follow me in,
activated.
so I got ganked by all 4 players because he didn't follow me in
Wow.
to help me. It's like, well, thank you for the help, guy.
Well, we need objectives. Go ahead and capture C. I'm coming to you right now. Yeah, don't worry about the rest of the team, bro. They're trash. I got your back. Don't worry. Got him. Wow, he got away. Get him!
That teleport thing, I hate that. That's annoying.
Get out, dude.
Wow, whatever.
Oh my god. Oh, you're down?
Almost. And now I'm getting ganked by another one. Wow, yeah.
Yeah, because the rest of the team ain't here.
My life force protect.
Got shot in the back by the gun girl.
My life force protects you.
Yeah, this definitely is a rage-inducing game when you don't have a full team.
No, it's just randoms. That's any game. Doesn't matter what game you play. Yeah, no, this is the worst game we've had so far. Like,
Because these guys never are there to help. Oh wow, they actually.
well, you know what? Get our own points. I'm going for objectives. I'm not even worried about kills. Let the objectives coming up.
Give me a little damage buff.
Why is everybody seeing each other on the map? I don't like that. That's dumb. It's too easy.
I know, it's like, okay, you're here, okay, so let's go there. Oh, there's a whole group coming in.
Oh my god, we're...
What are you doing, Ninja Dude? Come on, hello, help me. Oh, you do the shadow strike when there's nobody there. That's cool. Yeah, awesome.
How is this guy even healing, though? I'm dead. The whole team's on that side. Like, it's not a hard game. Get with the program. Like, what's wrong with these people?
The Ninja Dude did the shadow strike and nobody was there. They're killing me, but he wasn't even close to me.
Call me a biscuit.
Like, I should not be having as much damage as damage dealers.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I should be taking the hits. The damage dealers should be running in, getting the kills. They got seen. There's no way we can capture it alone. Who's over there? They're gonna get murdered.
Yep, the whole team's over there.
Yeah, and they're weak too, man, but I'm not going in by myself. And they can see me on the map. Like, that's stupid.
Objectives deactivated.
I don't like that. Nah. Remove the automated HUD thing. Remove the aim thing. Oh my god. We're...
Back here.
Objectives activated.
There we go. Finally.
Come get some sugar.
I'm almost dead. We have no way of healing. That's the problem too. Let's just capture the objective real quick.
He is mine, all mine, all mine.
Well, yeah.
Watch your step,
Ow,
honey.
that hurt. That just almost killed me. Oh yeah, you just had a one hit me, dude.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh! Yeah, I can't do anything. I got no health.
Me either, I had 37 health.
They're stealing point C.
You just had a one shot me.
Yeah, well, not much we can do here.
Yep. Use this teammate.
See, I don't like this, like, auto aim, swing, shoot. Like, there's no skill in that.
Nope. It's a no skill game. It's just, nope, yep.
No. Well, I did it for the board, I guess, but I thought it was going to be something for Sea of Thieves. Yeah, I'll be leaving my review on this game. Remove auto aim and remove auto detecting on the map. Like, do those two things, I'm satisfied.
I'm surprised that nobody said anything about that on the Steam review.
Yeah. Because some people probably actually like that. It just...
It is stupid because it's on Xbox.
Yeah, it is a third-person game, so that's why there's probably the auto aim. But still, like...
Learn some skill, learn how to shoot, learn how to aim.
Yeah, like, I just... It defeats the purpose of PC gaming. Like, I like games with no crosshair, and I like games with no auto nothing.
Yeah.
I hate aim assist, but I'd rather deal with aim assist than auto aim.
What if they actually have an option to turn that off? Let's see.
Probably not. It's built into the game. Lock on activation, hold, lock on selection, enable controller. Nah.
Lock on activation, hold, locked on selection.
That might be what it is because you hold the target and it remembers what you lock it onto.
Auto target selection. There is an auto target.
There is?
Auto. It's on automatic. It's under controls.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did see that when I went by. How come I don't see Kelso online? What the heck? Or I think it's Arch Nemesis on here. I don't see... I don't know. I think Solid's downloading it too. I'm not really too sure. Solid, did you finish installing it? Oh, wait. No, I think he left. Never mind.
Okay, so let's try the auto. Okay, so what does this mean? Determines the rules for selecting a target when locked on is not being used. Auto mode uses ability-specific rules. Camera picks mode always picks target closer. Okay, so that's what that is. Okay. So either way, it automatically locks on.
True. Sorry, you might as well leave it on. I mean, everybody does it. Why not? Turn it off, it puts you at a disadvantage. And there's really no crosshair system, so I mean, it's not like... I don't know.
Yeah, that's...
It'll at least add some leverage of, like, competition. Like the healer, like, you shouldn't just automatically just press a button to auto-heal and whoever's nearby. You should have to aim at that person.
Yeah.
That's weird. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what made them do this. I know it's because of the third person perspective, but still, just put a crosshair on the screen. I wouldn't mind that as long as it wasn't auto aim.
Yeah. Yeah, the seeing everyone in your screen is dumb.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, sometimes you see them, sometimes you don't, but I don't know how that works. Like, I guess if your team's near them, yeah, but there's times nobody's near them and you can still see them across the map. Like,
yeah, it's like they spawn in, you see them.
How do you gank on somebody? It's like somebody has a big giant ward in the middle of the map saying, enemy detected.
Yeah, it's like, it's not even like Smite, you have to actually have the thing to see him, and yeah, or see him with your actual eyes.
Yeah. Well, our problem was that was a bad. Like right now, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see what people pick. Everybody always picks damage. I get it. You want to be the big shot. You want to be the MVP. You want to be in there doing the battles, but don't pick it if you can't play it.
And I like the damage, so yeah. You know what I'm gonna do?
Well, we got 2 damage already. You gonna do her? Oh wait, who's her? You? Okay. I'll do
Starting soon.
I don't know. Out of all the tanks, I like the girl. Buttercup's pretty good. But I need support. Like, you can heal too, so that's good.
Let's roll.
Who did I pick? I didn't pick anybody yet.
Oh, no? Oh.
Oh, one of them switched. Okay. I'll do Ninja Dude then. Heck yeah.
There you go.
Got my guy. Yes.
Yeah, we're on the... You can do... It's crossplay. Eridar. I don't know about Steam, though.
3,
Just
2,
like when it all
1.
started, huh, Damon?
It's on Microsoft Store though.
But let's go make them.
Oh, still? Even on Steam?
Power cell spawn.
I don't know. I don't know if it's crossplay through them though. I don't think it is, but...
Where are they at?
Get back in here.
Oh, hold Z.
Okay, there you go. Cool. So much easier.
Like right now, he's auto hitting me. And I'm going around him, but for what? It auto hits. Like, I hate it. I just got wrecked because I come in to help the team and the team dips. Nah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess it's just more of a... Yeah, the beta was amazing, but if there's Steam players in here, that could be why. A lot of Steam players be hacking. I ain't gonna lie, they be cheating, bro.
Oh yeah.
Steam players is CSGO players, you know what I'm saying? Cheaters.
Yep. Yeah, let's get this thing.
I never knew I had that ability.
Collection phase complete.
Oh, I got different ability. Oh, if you hold the attack button, you do something different.
Oh, cool. What is this one dude doing? You just ran away from somebody that's got pulled out like you. Wow, what a coward. What the heck?
Hand inputs activated.
Oh, come on, GBD. It just like locks you. Yeah, this game definitely no skill. Like, even the attack when you get hit, it just like stuns you for like forever. It seems like.
Yeah. I should have left that battle.
I couldn't even do it. I was like stun locked forever.
Yeah. You're probably better off just doing Mountain Blade, Eridar. Just do your Mountain Blade. Why is my CPU low to 85%? What the hell?
Come on, guys, get him, get him, get him.
Y'all can slap me with bread and call me a sandwich.
Alright, I'm coming in. I'm coming in.
Who did that thing? What the heck?
Come on, man.
Hand inputs deactivated.
Oh, I forgot I had an ultimate. Yeah.
Power cell spawned.
Holy cow. Really? You did that much damage to me with 3 hits, whatever, dude.
No, where the heck is the team at, bro? Come on.
How did I get hit, man, when they weren't even looking at me? Whatever. Oh, wow, she's punching somebody else and I get hit. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm about to just say hell with everybody and just pick my characters. Screw the whole trying to keep a team formation. There's no point. No point at all.
Yep.
Let's roll.
Let's see. They got 2 damage dealers, support and a tank. They're playing it right. We got a support and a tank and 2 damage dealers, but we're just not doing it. Oh my god. Get out of this menu. Jeez.
Phase complete.
Wow. I've done a lot of damage. I've done 3,200 damage. That's crazy, bro.
Hand inputs activated in 10 seconds.
Oh, come on. What is with the stun lock joke? This is ridiculous.
Wow.
Inputs activated.
I feel nothing.
Come here, sugar.
Fall back. We must work together.
Yeah, no kidding, dude. No kidding. But we don't know because our teammates.
Right. Wow, the stun is dumb.
It is.
I'm dead.
But I had a bunch. So now they're gonna get all the cells because I had them all.
That was dumb. Maybe there's like an item you can get to stop like crowd control, maybe? Or maybe is that too sophisticated for this game? I don't know.
Probably just sophisticated for it.
Yeah, they probably don't know about that yet.
Actually,
Stop their delivery at me.
why am I stuck?
They're scoring at me.
I love how nobody is here. Yeah, no, we need a better support, man. I mean, she's holding it down, but
Power cell spot.
can't, bro. It's always a 3-4 verse 1-2. Like,
Yeah. Always.
the problem is the damage dealers are not ganking. They're going straight in. Well, let's take a look. The stats tells it all.
I'm gonna jerk a knot in your tail.
Well, she is healing though. She did 3,000 healing, so she's doing her job. But yeah, their damage dealer is wrecking us, bro. Their god felonies gotta go. All right, we're gonna have to grab attack bonuses too. There's no objective right now, so everybody's fighting when there's no objective. I don't know why. Oh my god.
Wow, no skill.
Whoa, there's lag here. What the? Come on.
They were focused on you, then I come in there to help you, and they just gang up on me.
You know what time it is? It's after midnight. Tryhards are out. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
People with their tryhard panties are out. All right, that's cool. Hopefully they're the edible ones too. They're gonna need it for their teammate. Oh, let's see.
Yep.
Look at my guy's mid lane. I'm not rushing in there. You crazy?
In 10 seconds.
All right, got the power upgrade.
Get back here.
Oh my god, no!
What the heck? How did I get hit when they were attacking me? I got hit when they were hitting you. Okay.
That was bad, bro. I'm not liking that. If I get another match like that, I'm done, dude. I'm not doing it. Like, there's just no. It's like it's like military forces being just thrown out at random. There's no formation.
Oh yeah, yep.
It's like playing Conquest and everybody's going mid lane. Like, nobody's doing objectives. Like, dude, how do you think we're gonna win?
And I'm always trying to stay by you, and I'm attacking you or attacking the guys, and I'm getting destroyed because they automatically retarget it.
There's no
to
way.
attack me.
I'm a tank. I did 8,000 damage out of the whole team. How?
Well, every time I actually was fighting anybody, it was always triple teamed,
That's crazy.
and I have no health to be triple teamed.
Yeah, we need a full team, man. Hopefully we can get Solid and Kelso in here, but I'm not sure. I don't see them on. I don't see them on right now. Well, I still got the queue up, and I'm just gonna wait for the Joe to queue so I don't keep like bugging them. We'll start another one real quick.
Yeah, I see Kelso's still in the stream, but let's see what I got for her.
Right.
So I got a mod.
Thank you, Gothic.
Stealth movement by 20%, okay.
Yeah, I think what we're gonna have to really do is actually sit, look at the workshop, look at the items, see what they do, and put on how we play, so that way it'll better us. But
Yeah.
right now, I don't have much, so I'm trying to get the upgrades, and these guys are just going all in. Like,
Yeah, they've been probably playing it since launch.
and honestly, since I've been playing, nobody talks in game, so everybody's on some form of party chat. You can tell Clark's on Xbox. Wait, that top person on the top right, the Badger, whatever. We're playing the same people.
Yep. GB Whoop Whoop was in the last match too.
Wow.
Wow, so yeah, the matchmaking even sucks.
Well, we get matches, but it just feels like we're just being partied up with the same people.
Yep, yeah, that's why I was saying the matchmaking sucks, guys.
Hold on, I gotta fix TrickSpot. TrickSpot is not supposed to. Let's see here. Wow, my TrickSpot got messed up. There we go. That's fixed. Ooh. Okay. Let me take this through. We have a tank.
Objectives control.
Yeah, 2 damage dealers. All right. You know what? As much as you hate this guy,
Hell yeah.
I'm going healing, bro. That's it. It's showtime. Let's go.
I don't like playing him, but
Yeah. No, he's okay, but we have a good tank, and we have 2 damage dealers. So I just hope Champ knows how to play that old lady, because she's a pain in the butt. You don't play her right, but she's good for camouflaging.
2, 1.
Oh. All right, let's go. Jim, we're going to win this one, bro. I had this feeling. Can you feel it?
nope.
Me neither. Thanks for ruining it. All right, let's go. All right, we got 3 left. 1 mid. Let's get this one on the right.
Come on now. Catch up.
Gank up on her. Gank. Oh. Good.
The pleasure's all yours.
Objectives activated.
Oh, get the healer.
Where the heck did they go?
Oh, we lost B. Get that zero cool hack.
There we go. They lost the healer, which is good.
Holy cow, that whole stun lock thing is just ridiculous.
I am the recharger.
Okay, here we go. I got you, Jim.
And the pain goes away.
I'm your life
Where the
now.
heck did they go?
Right. But what's with the smoke? Oh, we go disappear? It does nothing. Oh, it does, but I can't fit.
Deploying
Everyone
firewall.
else is full health.
Oh, I do now. Oh, maybe because I was healing you guys.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. There we go. Let's get him.
What the heck? How'd I get stunned even though I was...
I got you.
It's almost like you never got hit. Oh, we gotta get the healer.
That zero cool hack.
Objectives deactivated.
Your protection is up to date.
Darkness strikes from the shadows.
Objectives activated.
I am the recharger.
I gotta get you guys health, man.
How did I get stunned? What the
Get that
heck?
zero cool hack.
You gotta get that zero cool out of the way. Attack the guy in the yellow chair. Get him, Jay. Get him.
Get that zero cool hack.
There you go. Now they don't have a healer.
I'm your life now.
There we go. See? It's all we need, bro. Formation.
You need a little
yeah,
something.
yep.
Not this random shenanigans, whatever the heck is going on.
This, we're showing this team how to actually play because
Nah, I'm gonna let you.
they just beat on everybody.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool game, Gothic. It's got its ups and downs. It can make you mad. It can make you happy.
That's the only thing how they.
How do I cancel? Oh, I'll just attack.
You won.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm gonna hide again like a little chicken. Oh wait. We got another objective. Oh no. She needs help at objective C.
Okay, how do we get over there? Oh, there it is. Okay.
They're taking objective C.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh boy, they're coming.
The pleasure's all yours.
What the heck, really? You didn't even aim at me. And got
Yeah, well, I'm healing through the floor. Look at this.
Objectives activated.
Oh, come on, whatever. It's not even aiming at me, dude.
Hey, they took B.
We should have just stuck with B. Stayed at B.
Yeah, we should have.
Objective A.
Seriously? This poking is annoying. Oh my god.
Those rooms take aim. Objective B is ours.
Look, nobody's protecting me. Yeah. Let them attack the healer. That's fine. Nobody cares. But Clark's going for C, so as long as they're doing objective, I'm okay with it.
Come on, come on, come on. Wow, whatever, dude.
Mine now.
The whole gang just comes in.
Right.
Yeah, our team formation just died
Respawn.
because we decided to go somewhere else.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh, okay. Let's get back in there. We gotta do this, bro. Alright, let's go. Objective-wise, they caught up. They're 198, and right now we're at 215, so they're gonna catch up no matter what. We gotta get the one on the top right.
Objectives activated.
Who let them take C?
Yeah, we need to get our team formation back and
Yeah.
stay together.
It's all good, it's all good.
When we stayed together, we were dominant.
I am the recharger. Deploying protection.
Come on, move.
No, man, where's the other two guys? Come on. Oh my god, jeez. We're dead.
Let that healer's be picking little hard.
My god, I ran into the wall like an idiot. Yeah, no, there's people thirsty in this game for sure. That's hashtag facts on that one. But you know what though? It was part of Game Pass, so it's technically kind of sort of free, I guess, right?
Yep, pretty much.
That's why I'm not complaining. Feel bad for the ones paying $30 though. I don't know about that.
It just
I like free games.
teammate just took the health, and I need him
Yeah.
more than he did.
Jim, stay alive, bro. I'm coming with the heals. Where you at?
I got you.
Get out here.
Objectives activated.
You're good.
Oh wow, then I got stroke right
I'm
in
your
this throat.
life now.
Come here.
Yeah.
What the heck, really?
Oh, that's okay. Get that guy out. Where'd he go? What the heck?
You want the
Yeah,
hit
like
block?
he just teleported. What the heck? Come here. How does he keep teleporting like that? What the heck?
Oh, he's dead.
I need a little something something.
All right, well, without their healer, get away from me. Oh, I'm getting ganked. It's like, why is my... Nobody's... Oh my god, this guy really wants to get me. I got you, Jim. Get this guy off me.
I'm your life now.
Thank you. I'll get you on the heals. Oh, their healer's back.
Say hello to my little friend.
Oh my gosh.
Some of these abilities on these characters is just so annoying. Oh, let's teleport from one side of the map to the other side of the map to this side. You go to attack them and they're just gone.
Your protection is up to date.
All right, we got one of the rings coming. I'm gonna try to gather it.
The gods have gifted them objective B.
All right, we got this one.
Those vagrants got off with
We got all three objectives. Holy crap.
I tell you.
He is mine.
Oh, they're going back for...
I just feel like I was on that one. Go back.
Your mom could have stopped them at sea.
You heal me?
Good job, Jim. Good job. All right, I'm gonna go back for the middle one now.
The pleasure's all yours.
I'm gonna put this thing here. The damage boost is always nice.
Oh, it sure is.
Deploying protection. I got you.
Surely we knew we would
Hi,
get
Master.
objective B.
Mm-hmm.
Losing the objective of C.
I am the
Eyes have
recharger.
been blackened, our hearts will
I
be
like that. I am the recharger.
Right.
Objective A captured.
It's now or never, Kang.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh, what? I was just giving it a take or two. Run, dude, run.
We need a little something, something.
Objectives activated.
Stop them from snagging B. I blame the arthritis.
Yep, just the middle one's only one up. And they're in the lead just by a little bit.
Just try and stop us.
I'm your
Man, when
life
that dude
now.
turns gold, man, he's impossible to kill or hurt.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's annoying.
Pain goes away. Thank you, my friend.
Oh, ninja guy's on me.
Get closer.
I'm dead. Going to get him.
Darkness strikes from the shadows.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. You know, maybe it doesn't come to people's minds. Kill the healer and they can't get healed. I wonders.
Oh man.
Well, their tank did a really good job. The tank obviously was at the ejector because he can take the hit, see? He knows what he was doing. He made sure nobody captured it. Now, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, that dude is annoying. That tank thing.
People need to watch more replays. I'm almost leveled 8.
Yeah, see, we actually had some pretty good damage on all of us, but
Yeah, no, that was a better round. And then, if anything, I don't like that one map. That the one you have to like launch across. I don't like that one.
yeah, I don't either.
I'm not really a fan of it. You should be able to toggle like maps or something, or at least give the players a chance to choose which map.
Yeah, well, even that map there, I don't really. It's not bad. That map's not bad, but it's still not one of my favorites.
Yeah. Hey, been Gothic Beauty. This is the Gothic Beauty that I know, right? From a long time ago? I'm pretty sure it is.
But I hate when they're attacking one person and they just like automatically talk.
Or is this another one?
That's closest, or they could be attacking you, and then all of a sudden I'm getting attacked too. Like, okay,
Yeah, that's the one I know. Okay, well, I hope everything's been great. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We got this, bro. Don't worry. Man, I was reading another thread about Star Citizen
yeah.
and the hate on that game, bro. Oh, this game's been in development since 2011. They're gonna really need to, you know, they're saying that people are they're putting too much hope into it. And about their like move that they made was not smart with made them, you know, with all the money they made. Like it's a good looking game. It's fun. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't put a lot of money into the game, so that's why it don't affect me. But I think a lot of people that put hundreds or if not thousands into the game, they're probably the ones that are gonna go mad, bro, if something does go down. But because it's already hitting a decade, I mean, I'm just worried. Like, their engine is nice. Maybe they secretly have something working while no one sees it. You know what I'm saying? Because people have big mouths on the internet. Maybe they're secretly working on something. We don't know. It's really up to the developers. They could just say, hey, we're done. They just shut it down and not care.
Yep.
They could do that. That's their game. Or they could just come up with this surprise attack and amaze everybody. And that's where it gets confusing because it's a risk you have to take. That's with anything. It doesn't matter. It's like going to a horse race and you're betting on a horse. That's you're risking it because your money's on something, and whether you win or lose, it doesn't matter. It's you knew the outcome and the damage that could happen, or you know the possibilities. You know, but people don't think that. People are hating on it because of whatever. But it's a fun game. That was a better round. That was a better round. I mean, yeah, it's buggy, and those bugs get kind of annoying because sometimes you can't even finish a mission, but it's fun. I remember that last mission we did. I think we like disappeared or something. It was like a weird bug, but it was cool. And then the other ship came and blew up our ship. I'm like, oh crap!
Yep, one shot at it, just boom.
Damn.
Man, well,
yeah, we were out of luck there.
I could see you, but you couldn't see me, and it was like we were like desynced. It was bad.
Yeah. But you know what though? I like space stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I like to me space is more of an exploration type of thing, and pretty much what it is too. It's hard because not everybody goes out of space and really see what's happening out there. You know, we don't really know what the rocks or mountains are going to look like on a planet. We just go by pictures and what we learned.
Yeah, and most of that stuff is.
Uh-oh.
Is it really real or is it fake?
You got a Puerto Rican flag up there. Oh shoot, maybe that's Bori.
Yep, that's Bori.
Or maybe it's you, because you always got Bori in your name.
I know. I keep stealing his name somehow.
Oh man.
Since everything right now is so glitchy.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm even playing this. I don't have Game Pass. I don't understand how I'm playing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have Game Pass and I don't have Live. I've been cheap. I haven't bought nothing.
In Xbox Live, they're not the best game this month, but they have another racing game again, so that's another thing that they added.
I do miss capturing my or claiming the free gold games. I need to just I think one of these days I'm gonna have to go damage one of these times.
We just have a whole team of damage people.
Right.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, I believe it.
No healing, just damage. Everything's damaged, so we're just killing everybody.
Objectives control starting soon.
So we got the heavy.
I want to learn her, man, because she's good. I've seen her in action. Let me try her again.
Cause you got like that killing dober.
Yeah, I can always just change mid-game if I have to. Alright, let's get out there. She got longer hair than me. Alright, let's go. This map's okay. We got this. We got this. Don't forget, you still got your custom command too, Kelso. Let's get that right lane.
Objectives activated.
Bring me closer.
Bullseye.
Let that healers be picking little hard.
Hunt down Zero.
See, I hate how he auto shoots. It's so dumb. Alright, well, I got Zero Cool out of there. At least we got the objective.
It's much better.
Oh!
Actually, at that when you're targeting.
Gain pace to objective A.
Be vulnerable.
Power ups will give us strength.
And they're not even coming for the objective.
Objective A is vulnerable.
Oh no, they're going for it. Of course it opens up now.
Objectives deactivated.
Where is everybody?
We must find objective A.
Wow.
The gift of stillness.
The shadow strike!
Objectives activated.
Thank you, Grace.
Oh yeah, her combo is insane.
They be captured.
We gotta get B.
Sins in my blood. Objective A is in peril.
Oh, I fell into the rock and got him killed though. Alright, we gotta go look for B. Well, two, or well.
Oh, that hits the spot.
Yeah, she heals. She's a tank.
They're taking objective B.
Your attempts will be trivial.
The life force within emanates.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
Objective B is being stolen.
There we go. There we go. Let's capture this B. Looking good. By the power of Grayskull, I have the power. Here comes the missiles again.
Objectives deactivated.
Guys, you know what?
Oh, ain't you the sweetest thing?
Objectives activated.
Objective B is on.
Ho ho ho! I ain't gonna lie, I was pretty thirsty that round. Look, I heal and everything, bro. Like her healing ability, she's good. I think she's better because she's a little tankier. We're gonna try to come for B. Jim, come by me.
Consider
The
objective
shadow
A peace mode.
strike!
Did you just do Shadow Strike? What is that for? Behind us, bro. Oh.
Take cover, friends.
Oh no, I'm getting ganked hard.
Objective B to the good guy.
That's okay, we got it.
Thanks, healer.
Oh, get out of there. There we go.
In my blood.
Objectives deactivated.
Alright, looks like we're gonna have to go and get this one out.
To objective C.
Almost here. That auto, right? That's crazy. I'm capturing.
Objectives activated.
Bullseye!
Yeah, the whole team's not over here. I'm out. I'm dead.
A target is required.
Come on.
Vortex incoming.
Alright, well, we still got C, which is good. Stayed alive. Wow, that's surprising. I'm gonna go in here and help the team real quick.
Come, mate.
Oh, Jim, careful.
The life force.
Get him, Jim. Get him. Go.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh, we did it. Good job, guys. Is the audio like weird in this game? Does it feel like it fades out or something? Jim, did you crash on us? We don't hear you. Oh no, don't tell me his computer shut down. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Maybe, guys. Maybe. Where's let me see what happened to Jim, guys. Oh, yep, I think he crashed. I think he crashed, guys. Hold on. Yep. He crashed. Poor Jim. Oh. See how long we've been on here so far. Pretty good. We had 6 hours. Almost. More than our usual. Alright, so while we're waiting on Jim, we're going to go ahead and check a couple things here, guys. Take a look. You guys know what time it is. Resident Evil came out. $60. Waiting on that one. I don't know, we'll have to see. No. Yeah, I don't think I picture you playing zombie games. I like Resident Evil, mostly the older ones. These new ones coming out, I play it just to keep up with the franchise, I guess. But like Resident Evil 6, I'd completely forgotten about that. Never finished it, so I'm playing that right now with my son. And then the RE2 remake, which was really good. And now the RE3 remake's about, so why not give it a try, give it a shot, see what's going on with it. But like I said, I think it's more that I played it for so many years, and now to see that they're remaking them, I think it's like that hype about it, which makes it interesting. But I'm seeing that RE3 is getting bad reviews already. RE2 did well, but RE3, I don't know why they're getting bad reviews. I think people are just complaining, saying that there's lack of exploration, because most of the Resident Evil games always was like an open map, and you had to kind of go where you think you needed to go. Rather, now it's more the map is laid out for you. So I guess that's one of the biggest complaints right now. Hype Squad, right? PC shutdown? No. Why, Jim? Why? You're welcome. All right, Jim. Oh, there he is. What happened, bro? Tell me.
Well, remember I was saying I was lagging in the game.
Yeah.
It just my PC shut down after that.
It's not good, bro. All that shutdown is gonna eventually get to the point where you're not gonna be able to boot back up again.
And the weird thing is, if I unplug the power cord and then plug it back in, it works fine.
Hmm.
It turns on like instantly.
Yeah, that's interesting. Wait, Assassin's Creed made an Odyssey? What the?
So I don't know if it's my power supply that's getting bad because it only had a 1-year warranty, so it's been a year.
Yeah, bad thing about those kind of warranties, man. Yeah, after a while, that's it.
Because it seems like if I don't unplug it, it don't turn back on.
True, true.
I tried different power surge protector and it didn't help.
True.
So I don't know what the heck is going on, but it's annoying. But that's the first time it's done it. It's only done it twice today, so that's good. Because before it was doing it 4 to 5 times a day. Like as soon as I would load a game of it, it would just like crash.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's only been two times today.
So Kelso said, does it happen when an AC unit's turned on? So meaning, what you can do is, if something is overheating, you can apply a fan to the side of the case for now, or even have your case open and have a fan blow at it. And if it never shuts down, you have a heating issue. Should go check on my son, make sure he's actually sleeping, not pretending. So weird, man. He's not going to school. Like, that's crazy. All right. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. All right, hold on.
Okay. So do we not win that last match?
All right, back in action. We need to upgrade surge protectors because these are old. Well, that could be important, but I don't think that would shut you down, though. Nobody was using anything. It's just the TV and the PC right now.
Yeah, our AC's on a different circuit too, and
Well, you're on a surge protector, right?
yeah.
Okay, so if it powered down, there's a light on it, and it will kick off, and you have to reset it. That never happens, correct?
Nope, it never happened.
Okay, so it's not your electrical or anything. Like I use a voltage meter. Like I have a box that I have everything connected to, and it tells me like the amount of like volts traveling, so that way I know I want to keep it at like 120. When I start seeing it fluctuate to like 117, 116 or something, I know that somebody's using like the washer, the dryer, the microwave, or something that's using a lot of electric.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on your house, usually if you're on a circuit breaker, you should be fine. But a lot of older houses that still run on fuse boxes, a lot of times the wiring in the houses are so old.
This is fuse box.
It is a fuse box? Okay.
Yep.
So with that being said, it means you're running on extreme old wiring. Understand that 50 years ago, there wasn't computers for houses. Yeah. There wasn't computers for houses. Like computers did not really start becoming into homes probably about what? We're Windows 10 right now. First Windows that actually became public was the only one I can remember was Windows 93. 95 I remember for it. I don't know what the first public Windows were. I don't know.
3.1.
Yeah. All I know there was IBM CRT monitors. I remember I was in like elementary school, I think, when computers were becoming a thing. So I'm a little up there in the age.
Yeah, that's when I was going to school, is when they had the Tandy computer.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I was in
one screen.
I remember, I think I was, don't remember exactly which grade. I want to say around...
keyboard.
I was playing Where on Earth is Carmen Sandiego, Oregon Trail.
Yep, Oregon Trail.
Mm-hmm.
Tetris.
Even for me, junior high, we had computers in classes, and I remember when cheatcodecentral.com and supercheats.com were a thing to go get cheat codes.
Print those things off and take a moment to play your little game.
Yeah, like it's crazy, bro.
Oh man, yeah, I remember those days.
Did Kelso get on yet? Did he get the game?
He said he'll finish downloading.
I don't think I see him though. I know he's been trying to get on, but I don't know where he's at. Yeah, I don't see him. Maybe, I don't know. That's weird. I hope he didn't get the Steam version. Yeah.
Because right now this game's not worth buying, I don't think. I wouldn't buy it anyway.
Not $30. Well, you know there's going to be more characters, and you know... The main thing is you have to learn the meta of the game, too. Once you learn the meta, you'll be fine. Every game is different, plays differently.
Yeah.
But surge protectors are important, though. So when I hook things up, I always watch how much current I'm drawing. You know? You know.
I think we all are using PC Game Pass here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely, dude.
I'm not
I
running
just
this
don't
on
know.
Xbox.
I just don't know how I'm able to play this on PC and Xbox. I don't have the Ultimate Game Pass. Something's not right. There's something on. Something's with my account, bro. Or maybe it's just I'm lucky because I did the beta. I don't know.
Possibly, yeah. You see, my temperatures don't even get hot either right now. In game, 46 degrees. Of course, it's at the menu, but still, it's
46 degrees in your game or CPU.
on the graphics card. The CPU is 44.
Yeah, you might have your fans too high, bro. So my CPU is at like 40 degrees Celsius and my GPU is at 50 degrees Celsius. I don't think this game really takes much to run, to be honest. Ah, Kelso's missing doing the editing and fiddling with the OBS. Yeah, that's the fun and joy, man. Fun and joy. Keeping your panels up to date, keeping your Discord up to date, doing everything.
Yeah, I was messing with that app that you told me about. And, oh man, that's a little weird.
Yeah, that's that because see, most people like the easier ways.
You have to have like different like end, start, end, all that stuff.
Wait, who did you? Wait, I don't see you. You're not in here?
Yeah, I got kicked in the lobby.
Oh, is there punishment in this game for leaving?
I don't know. I don't think so.
We're gonna find. Oh wait, leaving games in progress results in a lever penalty. You will backfill and be matched with other levers. Wow.
Oh, okay.
You won't be able to earn rewards until you restore your standing. Oh,
wow, that's punishment big time. That's crazy.
You little
3,
reaper.
2, 1.
but that's
But
but that's usually what these that's good. I'm not gonna complain about it. These kind of games you need that.
yeah.
I don't want to be matched with levers, bro. Let me just finish this match. Go ahead and do one if you like.
We'll see how performance
Need to get closer.
affects my graphics and my CPU right now. Because before it never got too high, but
Vortex incoming.
Come on.
Firepower to the max. Little loser. Pedal to the metal.
what happened to my Discord? It's making fast now.
Yeah.
It wasn't before because I had them on toggle.
That's true.
It's a bit far.
Hand points activating.
Oh, that was almost dead too. Dang, that sucks. You got away.
Yeah, true.
Hand points activated.
Oh, Healer's doing a pretty good job.
Cannot hide. Chucking a sucker.
Oh, I'm dead. Well, I hope my death result in us capturing the point. Yeah, I don't want to get matched with like anything else. Look, even Kelso went live, and look, he's in the live stream group. Let's see if it gets announced in the promotion room. These are good testings. I like this. Did you join into a match?
Feel the metal.
Getting ready to pound. Maxing out.
Oh, so we got a quitter instantly. Wow, that's cool.
Tendon points deactivated.
Deploying protection.
Have you seen my tree?
I am the recharger.
Power cell spawn.
Wow. No. Hmm.
Still gotta wait 30 seconds even though everybody's ready. Oh, God.
Oh boy. But you know what though? There are some goods about the game. I know we're complaining a lot about other things, but they've gone a few different routes on things. They took the risk.
Need to get closer. Firepower to the max.
Collection base complete.
Actually, you didn't have randoms to play.
Pedal to the metal.
Right, that's true.
Cannot hide.
Time stands still.
Tendon points activating in 10 seconds.
Wow, I just got hit by the train. No, and he did too. Ha!
Firepower to the max. Oh.
Oh no, did he lit? No, what? He lit the train?
Points activated.
Wow. All right, we gotta hold it down, bro. We gotta hold it down. All right, we got this.
I got a second team.
Way too far. Back on this.
There you go. That's good. That's good. All right, guys, we're holding it down. We're holding it down. We got this. Gotta go get this ejected real quick. Oh, I don't have any to sell.
Tendon points deactivated.
Maxing out.
Nothing.
Power cell spawn.
Suck it up. Suck it. Here, kitty kitty. Ow.
The course is all yours.
Come on.
You need a little something, something. Deploying protection.
Him, come on.
Hey! Ow!
Wow, man, she is annoying. Like she,
Oh no!
that basic attack wrecked me though.
My kitty.
Wrecked me in the face. That was annoying, bro. Like she just did the same thing over and over, but took me out.
Yeah,
I
I hate
ain't
that.
joking.
Oh, nice. Cool. You were disconnected from the match due to a network timeout. Yay, I'm gonna get punished now.
Collection
Sweet.
base complete.
No.
Time is now your enemy.
Tendon points activating in 10 seconds.
my god. Well, we're down by a few points, guys, so we gotta get power cells. That's what we need to do for this mode. Let's go grab us some power cells.
That was some good teamwork right there, wasn't it?
Vortex incoming! It's a bit far.
Oh my god, get off! Whatever, that's annoying.
Hand-in points
Yeah,
deactivated.
that,
So what happened when you relaunched the game?
it didn't say anything about being punished or anything.
Okay, well, it did say you could work your way back. I guess you gotta do so many matches of, like, not getting disconnected. I mean, disconnects...
It's not my fault that it was a disconnect on the server end, so it's not my fault that I got disconnected, so I shouldn't be punished for a game issue.
Right, true.
But yeah, I hate that stun lock thing where they like keep attacking you and just keep spamming it and spamming it. Like, wow. It doesn't even take skill, you just sit there and just keep clicking or keep shooting or pushing the button.
That's true.
Kitty, ready to pound!
So when you're stunned,
Wow.
you can't do nothing. Oh no. I just seen that. Wow.
Need to get closer. Here, kitty, kitty.
Collection phase complete. Hand-in points activated in 10 seconds.
Nothing I could have done there. Okay. Alright.
Hand-in points activated.
Far out.
No. Okay, my match is over. Oh boy. Okay. Oh. Bum 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 bum.
Oh, that stupid Alt-R thing. Dumb.
What happened?
To do emotes and stuff, the chat wheel is Alt.
Is Alt?
And if you push Alt-R, it brings up my Radeon thing.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, a lot. Alt is a bad command for anything. Even sometimes when I use macros, I use Alt. I do Alt in whatever. Yeah, you might want to change that. We could honestly, it looks like there's a lot of keys not even being used in this game. You got plenty of choices.
So I just like brought my Radeon thing up there and made the game completely lag out. And...
Hmm.
Ooh, yeah, this. Okay, I can't do this. Don't want to quit though.
Right, right.
Right here, that's great. That's nice. That's cool. Come on, teammates, what do you? Oh, my whole team ain't even attacking. They're just going into hand and stuff. Ow, oh, wow.
What happened?
I just got nuked by those bombs that drop on your head.
Oh no.
It's like Christ. Got hit by 3 of them. Oh, somebody rage quit already.
People are so bored on social media, bro.
Oh yeah.
Everybody keeps asking me like, how am I handling to stay at home? I'm like, I'm a gamer. It don't bother me. And like, I get to hang out with like viewers and like my moderators and my subscribers. I get to hang out with people virtually. It's not like we're physically, we don't have to worry about the 6-foot rule.
God, this lag in this map though sucks.
I like this meme. Person lighting a cigarette. Me. It shows the kid from King of the Hill, Bobby, covering his face with his shirt. I hate when people smoke around me, bro. I mean, look, if you smoke, cool. Go somewhere else, man. Like, don't do it in front of the kids and don't do it in front of people. Like, go walk outside. I hate when I go into somebody's house and they light a cigarette just like casually, just like nothing. Or here's my favorite, when they like, especially when I have somebody in my car. Oh, I flip out, bro. My bipolar kicks in real quick. I'm like, you are not about to light that cigarette in my car. No. I don't want no ashes. I don't want the stench. I don't want nothing from it. It leaves an after smell in your car. It gets all over your carpet. It gets all over the side of your vehicle because they have it out the window. It's terrible.
Oh, thanks, Taylor, for not healing me up. Thank you very much. The heal is not even there. Wow, cool. He's going somewhere else.
Oh, I never knew that. The video with Eminem when he was singing the Godzilla video. You know, the girl that wearing all pink licking the basketball? That's MGK's ex-girlfriend. Wow. That is cold, bro. The thing is, he didn't even like mention it in his song or nothing. He just went up to MGK's ex, said, yo, I want you in my video, and pretty much just used that against MGK without anyone even realizing. That's crazy. I need to get back into... I'm done. I'm done, bro. Oh my, how's your match looking?
Just barely started it because I just wanted to restart another match, see what happened. I'm gonna die again. Come on. Come on. Get off me.
That is crazy.
What the heck? How did you just spawn out of nowhere? What? That was weird. It's like popped out of nowhere.
Mm.
Didn't know they had that ability. Especially the double sworded guy.
Yeah.
Well, not the double sworded guy, but the one with the double knives. He was nowhere.
I can't believe that Twitch spot on Discord, bro. That was crazy.
I might just go AFK on this match. I got the most damage and most stats too because I keep getting triple teamed, quadruple teamed. Might just go AFK.
Right.
We're winning still, but teamwork is garbage.
I think Stream Elements finally added me into their store thing. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save up. I'm just gonna make a couple outfits because I do want to wear some on stream, and then we'll take it from there.
Well, that was just weird. I did my shadow strike, and there was a guy in the circle, and it didn't kill or attack him.
Wow.
Oh.
Did you see that message on Discord?
Let's check it. I'm kind of done with this game. My teammates are not good. Oh man. Wow.
Wow.
Holy cow.
You like that though?
That's pretty good though, yeah.
People are bored. I'm done. That is crazy, bro.
Battles because you would distract the enemy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, true. So I guess the police department on GTA now, they hired over like 17 cadets. It's a lot of training, man. They added new things too. They added now you can rob the little banks, like the little Mika banks now. They added a lot of new things. I don't know. Been kind of lazy, I ain't gonna lie.
Anyway. This stupid auto aim trace is annoying.
Yeah, I know.
I hit one of those jump pads. I flew up in the air.
They still shoot you
hit me with that
the whole time.
the cage thing.
Really? Oh yeah.
Shot them and they were able to kill me. Like, why?
Well, you know what? The cage thing, I can kind of understand. Allow that to be automated. That's cool, because that's obviously that'd be hard to aim, but not everything.
Yeah, but when you're on the jump pad, you should be like,
Right? They should only be able to cage while you're on the ground. I get what you're saying.
yeah. I was flying in the air and he just like caged me. I was trying to get away, and I get caged in midair. What? How far can you shoot, dude? Wow, whatever. So you can shoot clear across the map too with that character. Okay, cool. That's awesome.
Wow.
That cage girl is annoying. I just got shot from quite a far away, and it killed me. They weren't even close to me either. I was running away. Hey, you're aiming at somebody else, but you hit me.
That's true.
Okay, yeah, I'm. All the time because my teammates are never there.
Mm.
I've done 7,500 damage, but I've died 8 times and only got 3 kills because I'm always trying to fight the whole team because my teammates are all never there. Oh. What? Come on, he was in there.
Well, that's not good.
Oh, come on, the stun lock. Can I move? Oh, that's annoying when you get locked on the ground and they just stun lock you forever on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, you can shoot around corners too. Cool. Okay, yeah. Automated aim, man. That's. I don't care if I won that match or not. That was trash.
Do we know the company that made this game or no?
I'm not sure who it is. Leave game now. I don't want to read all, see all this. I don't care about that. This game's starting to make me rage. That auto aim is just, it's got to go.
No, I know.
Because when you could shoot around corners and stuff like that, basically because they're shooting you, and it just keeps locking on, and as you're running around a corner and it's still hitting you, that's dumb. What is this? Chip strike grants 50 HP shield for 1.5 seconds. Okay, that's Windows G. party you are trying to join is no longer valid. What? Okay. So the party system on this Windows G thing doesn't last very long, apparently?
No?
Yeah, it said that I tried to enjoy the party and it said it was invalid.
Wow. That is crazy.
Okay, after playing a full game, my CPU or my graphics card has gone up to 52 degrees, but still not.
Nah, graphics card, you're fine. You got up until 84 degrees, 80 degrees, give or take. I usually say don't go above 80. Everybody has their own personal preference. When you go above 80, you have to be careful. And then CPU, same thing, above 80. I mean, typically your CPU shouldn't really be running as high. It just depends on the cooler you have. So if you're going liquid or air cool, it can vary. Cleaning your PC tower helps.
Mine's a stock cooler, so.
Yeah, honestly, if you want to stick to stock cooler, they have some pretty good regular airflow fans that are like $50 to $60. They're not bad. They come with like a bunch of heatsink plates, and they really keep your system cool. Now, granted, they're better than stock, obviously, but the only problem about those air fans is that they're so bulky, and sometimes they put a lot of weight on your motherboard. It can lead to bad things if you're not careful.
Yeah. Yeah, the CPU never really gets hot anyway. It's usually around 40, 50 degrees all the time. Even with high demand games, it still don't get that hot.
Yeah. Alright, let's get you back in here. We'll go ahead and get a few more games in and see what's going on.
Yeah, this game's starting to annoy me.
I know, me too, me too. We got to see a Days thing, though. That was our main goal. Like I said, it's not bad. It's just...
Yeah,
maybe this is what they want. This is how they want to do it. And again, it is crossplay, so maybe this was a way to balance it. I don't know. Because these type of games are usually not crossplay.
Yeah.
Like Overwatch. Overwatch is not crossplay, because let's be real, PC would dominate.
Oh, yeah.
This could be crossplay because it's a lot of third person can be crossplay. Like Smite was crossplay because why not?
Yep. I like how they did crossplay and they also did the cross progression, which that was so.
That's
cool
beautiful. Yeah.
I had so much stuff on Xbox, and then when they did the crossplay and then they did I was like, oh, it carries over, yes.
Right. But this game is part of Game Pass, so if you're looking for something a little different, you want to try something new, I mean, this is a good chance to do it.
It's not bad. Some characters have that stun lock thing where when you're down on the ground, you're stunned and you can't get back up, and they keep hitting you. That's kind of dumb.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right. I did like that new support character though. She's not too bad. I got used to her.
Extra teleport thing, like everybody could teleport like everywhere all over the map.
Yeah. Okay, good. We got a support. We got a tank, and we got 2 damage. Let's go.
We'll try this guy again. Nice ninja guy, but...
Objectives control starting soon.
All right, we got 30 seconds for all this. There's a lot of these like cartoony games nowadays. I mean, one, it's easier to operate, I guess, and make. I don't know. If I can somehow figure out a way to get Star Citizen to run on a controller, I could play it on my phone.
3, 2, 1.
But that's gonna be fun, bro. I'll have to create multiple profiles because that game's got so many on-screen things.
So many keys.
Yeah, where are we going, Jay? I'm on your 6, bro. Let's get this one. Wow. Oh, okay.
Objectives
So
activated.
quick.
Get you guys some heals. Wow, okay. Oh my god, how does she have full health? What, the other person did nothing?
Wow. Guess not.
Wow. Well, you know what? This guy's doing objectives. I'll give him credit for that. We got we captured it, which is great.
Life begins.
Man, why is my CPU 90%? Come on. There's nothing running on my computer.
Yeah, this game seems to be high demand for some reason.
No, I got something running in my background. What the hell? No, stop running.
The enemy's taking point C.
Oh, of course you can.
Objectives deactivated.
Oh my god, this CPU crap, man. Come on, what is this? Don't tell me my Windows is updating.
Safety surrounds you.
Objectives activated.
Stolen objective B. It's rightfully ours. I am ready to stop our foe.
We're still objective B.
We are but ghosts to them.
have objective B.
Oh my god, my CPU, bro.
How do you still have full health? What the heck? I'm doing damage. Forget this. This person has full health, but I can't even do any damage to him. That's ridiculous.
Here, come to me.
Dark healer.
It's annoying.
I put a shield around you.
Yes,
Objectives
good.
deactivated.
That's like the most annoying character in the whole game.
Yeah, I know.
You heal me, I'll heal you later. Maybe.
Objectives activated.
Got a sleeper over here. Objective A is lost.
How the heck do you keep getting away? What the heck?
Oh my god, after this round, man, my computer's going derpity dirt, man.
I've got objective C captured.
I was like,
Thank you, Flaming.
one of the maps. It was bad.
5 years. Whoa!
Of stillness.
Ah, that's the good stuff.
I am ready to stop our foe.
Objective C. Let lazy be. The shadow strike.
There we go, there we go.
We are but ghosts to them. Halt, foe. Ask yourself. Is
There we go. I gotta figure out what's going on here, guys.
I've taken point B.
Objectives deactivated.
What? How? What?
Welcome back, Thomas.
What the heck?
Yeah, nah.
Objectives activated.
Objective A belongs to them now. The barrier has risen.
Still didn't kill him? What the heck? Wow.
Who's on you?
My life force protects you. Show me a target.
Come on. Wow, my CPU.
Now the graphics went down. What the heck?
I can't, bro. My processor's driving me nuts. Like, I'm spiking. Why am I spiking? Like, really bad. I'm gonna restart my computer after this one.
I have some lag spikes here and there too.
Yeah, but this is unacceptable. I've been fine all day. This is extremely noticeable. Like, I know what's wrong, what's right. This is not right.
Objectives deactivated.
I'm gonna check Windows updates real quick. I think something's going on.
Objectives activated.
I'm ready to stop our foes.
Them weasels took objective B.
I have objective A. Enemy captured objective A.
Yeah, it's not that.
Of course, yeah, I had to have 2 people show up there. That's cool. You shoot me from the other side of the map. That's cool.
Use your head.
We are but ghosts to them.
What? Mid-air, whatever. Kick me in mid-air. Okay, cool.
Wow.
My life force protects.
Yeah, I don't like this. I'm gonna start closing some things, guys. Hold
I
on.
like to see it do say, but yeah, he just kicked me. Forget you. I'm not even gonna worry about you fighting you. I'm just gonna go to objective.
Objectives deactivated.
Everything's running better now, which is good.
Objectives activated.
That stinks so good.
The gift of stillness.
Whatever. Okay. Good news is, I think it's running better now.
Take a seat and sweet God, I'm proud of myself. Ooh, she's forced.
My spirit strengthens.
Discord messed up for some reason.
So Discord just added something new called server template. Server template is an easy way to share your server setup and help anyone create a server instantly. When someone uses your server template link, they create a new server pre-filled with the same channels, roles, permissions, and settings as yours. Wow.
Oh wow, cool.
That's interesting. Maybe was that installing in my background? What the heck?
Could have been. Yeah, this game is just.
Yeah, mostly every game nowadays, to be honest. Much as we hate to say it.
Yeah, this just they need to change the name of the game. Not Bleeding Edge, it's no skill game. You don't have to have skill to play this game. You just click and you're done. You're doing your.
Yeah.
The game does all the work for you.
Yeah, just like I said, I know it's new, so we'll see. I don't know. Definitely auto aim, take that off, and I don't know. But the way they got some of the abilities, the way they're laid out, it's like it relies on it. So I don't know how that would work.
The auto aim, I got kicked in midair and got killed.
Mm.
You know how you do the jump where you can jump out of there? I
Yeah.
got kicked in midair and they killed me.
Trying to think what else could be the problem here.
I'm thinking everything about this game is kind of just to annoy people.
No. From a developer's point of view, it's all about making games user-friendly nowadays. Developers are focused on keeping veterans and also keeping new players and also making the game balanced to where it generates for both. They're just trying to make games for everybody, and that's the problem. That's like Counter-Strike, for an example. These guys, they said they don't care about console. Look at the 360 edition. It did absolutely nothing. It was garbage. Nobody liked it. So, but their main focus was PC. That was their where their bread and butter was. Like, they didn't really care about the 360 edition. It was just a game of PC, but for console, and console players didn't like it because, one, it didn't benefit the console players. They just couldn't keep up with it. It was definitely a PC game. And that's what's happening with games nowadays. I like the crossplay, but it's really, they're taking away the competitive aspect. Like, they're removing the challenges and the grind of learning how to play. Now they're trying to make it to where, oh, I got this kill, or I did this, I did that, and you're getting lucky, so you think you're doing so great. I don't like that.
Yeah,
like
this game should be based on Xbox or console only. It's not a PC game. It's not for PC.
I'm surprised it's even on Steam. It hit Steam, so I don't know what company this is. Obviously, they must be doing something.
Does it tell you what company it is? No. Jibber Jabber?
Right now I'm at 30% CPU, so it jumps a lot when I'm in game. I think I had to restart Trixbot. I think Trixbot went crazy on me too.
Okay, the game company is called Ninja Theory.
Wow.
Never heard of them.
Never did either.
I don't. This game, I'd probably rather play last year over this game.
Hmm.
And I got the hate last year because last year was just, it got to be pretty trashy too.
Yeah, but you know what though? Last year's not bad. Like, I like that you had to grab the survivors out the locker. It's not like Resistance where the survivors just like magically teleport to the exit gate. I hate that.
Oh yeah, that game.
There's every company has those pros and cons or flaws.
And a lot of the developers don't actually want to listen to the feedback that they get. They just read it and they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, we'll think about that, or we'll put that in." But if you want to make a game around people that, like, if they have multiple complaints about the same thing, change that.
Right.
Because the people that are paying you the money for these games are the ones that's giving you the feedback. So you should listen to the people, the viewers, and the people that play the game. A lot of companies don't want to do that. They just want, oh, my game's the way I want it. I like it this way. And that's why a lot of games fail nowadays, because they don't listen to.
Oh, I think there's something going wrong with my game. Yeah, there's something not responding in Bleeding Edge. Okay, I think I need to restart it.
Oh.
That might be why. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, because for a second I ain't gonna lie, man, I was a little scared. I was looking at a file and I hit open file location. It wouldn't let me go to it. I'm like, don't tell me I got a virus.
Ooh.
And the whole time it was the game. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. Let me go ahead and restart this real quick.
Yeah, I had an issue earlier. It said I got disconnected from Game Pass or something. Like, I should.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I think when that message did pop up about the I bet you this game runs much better on Steam. I'm not paying $30. No.
Yeah, nope. This game's not worth $30.
But not Bleeding Edge, but the Steam games in general, just they run so much more sufficient. Like I don't like this I don't like this solid silly. And then Thomas comes in with the drums. Oh my gosh. Oh, Ninja Theory. Yeah, I do see it. You know what I'm gonna do? I noticed that the game doesn't run on high priority. If you right click on the game, it actually only runs on normal.
Normal?
I'm gonna do above normal. This operation cannot be completed. What?
What? So it won't let you run higher?
So yeah, I can't change the priority set. What the wow? Whatever. That's why I don't like Windows 10 games.
Don't even let me go to what? Details. It don't even show up on my details. What the heck?
Yeah, no, it won't. On your details, it's called that's why I said I thought it was a virus at first. It's called Mode Blade Client.
Mine says it's not responding.
Yeah, mine did the same thing. That's why I restarted it. Oh, it says it again.
Yeah, I just clicked on it. It said it was not responding. What the heck? You right click onto it. It says go to details, and it doesn't even give you the option to go to details. Wow, cool game.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I had to actually look for it by clicking on details.
Where are you at, Jay? Why are you hiding on my friends list? Where the heck you go? Oh, there you are.
It kicked me? Oh, yeah, it kicked me.
Yeah, I restarted.
Yep, this game yeah, like I'm believing what they started saying on the Steam version that yeah, this game is not worth it.
Yeah.
It's getting to the point where it's worth like what that one guy said, $5-10.
Yeah, it's not bad, but I mean they did price it at 30. At least they didn't try to go super try hard and go 60. If they would have went that far in, I'd been like, man, look, let me tell you something. Right.
They won't make no money. They go broke.
Where'd it go?
I hate when those things pop out.
Oh, it's annoying. I got plenty of backup straws though. I hate this desk, man. It's so hard to keep clean.
Yeah, that's one thing we need to get is a new desk, because this desk is, I hate the glass top, and where my tower's at, it's kind of like a little side holder thing for it, but
Yeah.
I don't want it that low. I want it up higher off the ground, so I'm not having to deal with my mouse being with the cord. I keep putting my foot on the cord, and then it gets stuck, and I can't move my mouse.
That's amazing.
When I'm trying to stretch out or something, I accidentally put my foot on the cord and it gets stuck. And I can't. Yeah, it's very annoying. Okay, so. Ooh, what the?
So what do we got? What are you doing? You doing the ninja?
Yep, ninja guy, yep.
And then you got Granny. All right, let's go. The snake guy is pretty good.
Let's
roll. That thing's annoying.
He is pretty good. When I'm going up against him, he's not bad, but he is not really a fighter.
Yeah, but he's annoying because he can sit there and just keep poking at you from a distance and
clothes, young man?
stun lock you and all kinds of stuff. It's super annoying. I think most of the time when I get killed is because of that snake guy. I try to kill him and... Did you just kill yourself?
Yeah.
Power cells spawned.
I didn't mean to fall. You know what I really want to play? I wish they'd make a new Mass Effect already.
GG, easy.
I heard something out there talking about Lego one, but I don't know when.
Wow, we got an AFK player, man. Hopefully he gets out here and help us out.
Collection phase complete.
Come here, sugar.
What the heck, no? What the heck? Wow, somebody was hacking. They just let me lag.
I'm dead. Cause there ain't nobody here. Oh, well, there's no objective yet. Right.
Hand-in points activated.
As soon as I started with it there for a fight,
Fired up the firewall.
You idiot!
Y'all can slap me with bread and call me.
Let's go. Oh my god, this guy's AFK, man. Wow.
Easy.
Wow.
What is this idiot doing? Just trying to help the other team?
Well, just what's his name? What do I do? What is it? A kid? That's why he's got 0 points. I'm gonna go ahead and report.
What the? Oh, I get killed because I tried to report it. Griefy?
Yeah,
Oh,
I reported him.
in general.
There's no point, yeah. Yeah, see, I don't like that they show them on the map. Like, I don't want to see each other. Like, they should not see me.
My turbo is charged.
Power cells spawned.
Cool.
Like, that's dumb. Like, look, they should not know I'm over here. Look. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's stupid. Now we got 2 AFK players now. Wow, this is awesome. I wonder if it's better to actually just quit the game and just playing with people that leave.
Collection phase complete. Canton points activating in 10 seconds. Canton points activated.
Alright, we're
Scoring it B.
Power cells spawning in 10 seconds.
oh, come on, give us the power cells already.
Power cells spawned.
Oh, there they are. Let's get them. Wow.
Came out of nowhere. Wow, okay.
Come on.
Guy just like randomly called out of nowhere.
Yeah, right. I hate this, bro.
And of course, we got 2 AFK players.
People killed it. You can't even like, you can't even boat kick or nothing.
I know, that's dumb. Like, what's the point if you play the game? Play the game. Don't.
That part is they're level 22. Oh, they're playing a character they don't play that much. They're just doing it for the points. That's what they're doing.
Wow.
Ain't no point, bro.
Why can't I? Every time I push enter, it like changes my screen size. What the heck is wrong with this dumb game?
Right.
GG, easy.
Collection phase.
What the?
Something, something.
What is wrong with this game, man?
I have no idea.
It says chat, enter chat, enter. I push enter and all it does is my screen's bigger, smaller.
Activating in 10 seconds.
My life force protects you.
Wow, they got the healer too.
Collection point.
My life force protects you.
Hand-in points activated.
Yep, someone is cheating, yep, because they're not even playing. After a while, they're supposed to get kicked. Why is he not being kicked? Ah, this is stupid.
Yeah, that was dumb. I wish we had a full team, man.
AFK for just a few seconds, they'll pop what they're saying. You have 10 seconds to move.
Well, no, he moves. He moves a bit. He knows what he's doing.
But you have to actually
make sure you
do more than just move.
make sure you look at him and make sure you you mute him, and then block him. How do you? I kind of want to view their Xbox profile, but that probably doesn't matter. Right, very true, solid, very true, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I was gonna do another game, but it's already game.
Anything's gonna be better than this game. This game is just, if it's gonna be this way all the time with people just joining just to get free points.
Well, the biggest problem about the gaming industry now is that this is why I love horror games and story, adventure, action games. Like I can't stand people sometimes.
Oh,
But multiplayer gaming is the new thing. It's what's there now. Like everybody wants battle royales and FPS shooters, and they want the online competition. Like that's what people want. This is why games are coming without campaigns now, because the new generation of gamers don't really give two craps about campaigns. Back in the day when we were younger, it was only campaign. You never had online, so you didn't have a choice. Now it's everybody wants online. Nobody really wants, and they're trying to make games balanced and more easier to play.
and if you had online,
Hey, Insane Uprising. He's the same guy we just played with.
And if you did have online players or in games, you had 52K or super slow dial-up internet, which didn't help the game much.
Yeah. Oh, if you think you had problems, Jay, you should ask Alan in chat. Ask him the problems he had when he was playing Modern Warfare.
Oh. My problems. They're not bad now, though. It doesn't crash like it did before, but it still sucks.
Yeah.
Objectives control starting
Let's
soon.
roll.
All right, let's go.
I bet you're a great dancer.
Looking for players.
I see Grandma on a ball.
Blow my own trumpet.
I'm done.
But I've been known to bust out a few moves in my day.
Oh, I just realized there's a crowd in this game. Oh, we're looking for a fourth player, or they're picking. Well, let's see what happens. Well, while that loads, I'll be right back.
Bubbles chewing, troubles brewing.
Objectives control starting soon. Three, two, one.
Let's go. Yeah, yep. All right, Jay, how we gonna do this, bro? How we gonna do this, man? Jay, you're not in the game with me? Oh, he crashed. No.
Objectives activated.
Hooked a big one. Come get some sugar.
Our foe took objective B.
Hey! I can be slippery.
Oh, nobody there. Okay. Yeah, Jay's computer just crashed again, I think, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and end it on here, actually. The hell is my mouse? Alright, the game should at least run a lot better now. Alright, we gotta keep it up, guys. Gotta keep it up, man.
That's out of range, honey.
Wow.
Enemies taking point B.
Objectives deactivated.
Ready for burnout. Let 'em burn.
Wow. I'm dead. Nobody's playing. Come on, man.
Objectives activated.
We have a healer? Well, I never met him, so never saw him on the field. Let's just go for the objective. We're going to go for A. hate that. Like the way it just aims automatically is stupid. Wow.
Watch your step. Let it rain blood.
Wow. I don't doubt it. I'm doing terrible, man. Our whole team is doing terrible. None of our players are going out doing damage. What the hell? You got damage dealers just, I don't know what they're doing. Sightseeing, I guess. Exploring the world.
Objectives deactivated.
Wow, it's gone.
Come here, sugar. Come get some, sugar.
Objectives activated.
Charger. Take an objective B, no biggie.
Ready for burnout.
Let's capture the other one real quick, guys. We need to catch up.
Objective A is lost.
Let 'em burn.
Get the
Back here.
I'm your life now.
Alright, let's go and capture this objective so that way we can win, guys. We need to win.
Team, we're losing C. C is taken for Team Awesome.
Look the big
Objectives deactivated. Objectives activated.
Oh, whoopsie. Come here, sugar.
Any character over here.
The pleasure's all yours.
Ready for burnout. Look the big Let 'em burn. Slice and dice.
No.
Back here.
Seriously?
See ya. Hey!
Let it rain.
There we go. There we. Oh gosh. There we go. Who's shooting me?
Objectives deactivated.
All right. So B and C is gonna. Make sure they don't cheat. Yeah, we gotta make sure, guys. We're really gonna have to make sure that they don't do that.
Objectives activated.
Hey, I can't reach that.
Oh no! I got wrecked, yo.
Hippie hop.
Enemy captured me.
Thank you for the follow, guys. I appreciate it. Yo, we gotta step it up. We gotta step it up. Kick my butt cheeks. I need to get a new chair. Got this chair. Oh, Betsy here, man. But we gotta upgrade. We got B, we got A. Okay, they got.
Get objective B.
Ready for burnout.
Objective B.
We need to get in the lead, guys. Stay in the lead. Stay in that lead. All right, we got A back. Give us some points. Let's get that B captured.
A is being stolen. Let 'em burn. I can be slick.
No! Hey, you know what? Objective's been captured. We hold it down, guys. We're trying. We're trying to hold it down here. I got wrecked.
Objectives deactivated.
I now. That was a case of road rash I didn't need.
Looks good. Looks good, right? We're keeping it up, man. We're keeping it up. Did everybody see Discord? Did you guys see what we did on Discord, by the way? Who already has Discord here, guys? Raise your hands.
How do your tears taste, ugly worms? We
Oh!
Feel the thunder.
Wow. That stun is too much. Too much. Such a cheap attack. Salah said, me. Nobody else used thunder. Nobody else used Discord? What? Oh, man.
Objectives deactivated.
Wait, we lost that one, guys. We tried. I'm going to check the scoreboard here, see what's up. At least we were capturing the objective. At least we tried. Look at the stats here real quick. I took 10,000 damage, so I did my job as a tank. I don't know why this guy took 10,000. Damage done, I did did decent, I guess. Kills and deaths, I'm fine, yeah. Objective score, I was the one who did the objective the most. Yeah, so I don't know. They didn't even have a tank. They had 3 damages. Ah, man, but look at their other one. Whew. That is crazy. All right, we got to figure out how much longer we're going to be on here, guys, because honestly, I don't know. Let's see here. Boom. Oh, you was? How's that working out? You still, can you do OBS with it or no? Or you just played offline? You didn't try? Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. No, no, no problem. I think I need to finish off these, Let me check something here. Interesting. Yeah, I think so. I think there's a big issue right now. Oh, I'm so tempted to get Resident Evil 3, guys. I don't know. I don't know. Did I hear about the COD people getting banned? I did look into that. I did see that, and that's good because there are a lot of hackers in that game, whether people think there is or not. And the problem is, it's not just Warzone. It's every Call of Duty game. People lag switch, people aimbot, people wall hack, people use drop shot mods or quick soap mods or all this other crap. People do it, jitter mods or whatever. Like, it's been a thing for a long time. And the fact is, though, Solid, it doesn't matter whether it's PC or PS4, the game is crossplay, so it's everywhere, practically, you know? They need to stop it, and I'm glad that they are. You know, I'm really glad that they are. I'm gonna take it that this resistance beta is probably over with, guys. Jeez. Oh, there's different mod builds that we have. Oh.
You little reaper.
Resident Evil 3, yeah.
You want a piece of me? Firepower to the max. Yeah.
Alright, we need to get in here and help the team out, guys.
Objectives deactivated.
Pedal to the metal! Maxing out!
Objectives activated.
Bad guy's got belly. It's a bit far. Chucking a sucker!
Oh my gosh.
Suck it! Pedal to the metal!
That's the way to do it.
Way too far. Ready to rock it. Let's rock it. Heads.
No.
Firepower to the max.
No, lose her health, lose her health.
Objectives deactivated.
Maxing out.
Come on. That's the way to do it. Get that health in, guys.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
Pedal to the metal.
There we go, there we go. We're having a pretty good game with her.
They have stolen our objective A. Have they not?
Trixie's using a gun. Yeah, because I'm playing as a damage dealer.
Oops, a big one.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm done for.
Back here. Hey!
Come on. Can't do nothing against the tank. Yeah, whatever the issue is, just got worried about PC shutdown and I try to reboot it at the... Yeah, Jay, it's gonna keep getting worse, bro. That's what's gonna happen. You're gonna have to change that cord or get it ASAP. And it doesn't help that you're gaming, bro.
I ain't joking.
You might want to stick to Xbox for now. You don't want to run... You don't want to put too much stress on that.
Ready to rock it.
Objectives deactivated.
It's a bit far. Firepower to the max.
Objectives activated.
Hey, let's rock it.
No, we lost. I'm using a brand new cord right now, so I don't think that's the issue. Okay. You're using a brand new power cord? So that's not the issue? Okay. It's got to be the thermal paste, bro. Or dust it out. Dust it and paste it. If those two don't work, you have a more of a serious issue going on. What? Not good, guys. Not good.
Objectives activated.
I want to play a horror game, guys. I really need to look around for some. I know Resident Evil is a new one, but I don't want to pay $60. Like, I don't mind those $20 ones here and there, but 60. A lot of dinero, man. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, guys. All right, we're ready for the next match. All right, let's go and let's get it on. Man, I just had what, 2 sandwiches earlier and I'm already hungry again. I can't eat at this hour, guys. Too late. It's bad for the belly. You think Jim Carrey did a new PC? Wait, what? What? Insane Uprising again? Play with the same people. Must not be that many people. I don't know. That or because we're all matching at the same time. That could definitely be the possibility with this. All right, guys, let's figure it out. At the new jam. It sure is.
You little reaper.
She kind of reminds me of the girl from the movie It. So what do we got? Everybody's going support and tank?
Objectives control starting soon.
Well, you know what? It's cool. Let's go ahead and do this.
Are you what people call a toilet snake?
Line it.
You can tell he's on the controller.
3, 2, 1.
A toilet snake, right?
Got you in a hot spot.
Need to get closer.
Objectives activated.
No! My God, where's my team? Useless, all of you. Tanks and sports. The hell are you guys doing? I hate that guy. I hate that it just like, no matter where you turn, it just auto hits. Ugh. Alright, let me just go for the objective here.
I'll protect you.
We lost A. This stinks. Maxing out.
That's how we do it, guys. How we do it. Get that extra damage buff rolling in. Alright, let's go.
Firepower to the max.
Objective A. We must find objective A.
Objectives deactivated.
Ready to rock it.
Come gather round.
Way too far.
Darkness strikes from the shadows.
Objectives activated.
Let's rock it.
Objective A.
No, he's down and out. Well, we got this one, so what we really need to do is go get that B.
Pedal to the metal.
Objective B is ours.
No
I
fair.
smell their jealousy.
Okay, we gotta get some health here, guys. I'm about to play GTA. Ooh, what kind of car upgrade you gonna get?
Stop him at objective B.
What you get in there, Jay?
That lively, won't you?
Wow. Hate that I can't get health, man.
Oh,
You're good, Thomas. You should have got your VIP. Yep. You got it. You got to the port there, buddy. Looking good, man. Looking good.
Objectives deactivated.
I'm gonna go. Actually, you know what? No, let's go this way because it's coming. It's coming. Let's hurry up. Let's meet it. Let's capture it.
Objectives activated.
They got A. Ready to rock it. Let's rock it.
Darkness strikes in the shadows!
I wish for power-ups.
The hunt is triumphant. Objective A is in peril.
Firepower to the max.
Yeah, I don't even have to.
Objective C has been captured convincingly.
They captured objective A.
I see how OP that auto aim is. Even yeah, it's crazy, bro. It is definitely crazy.
That'll stiffen the sinews.
Objectives deactivated.
It's a bit far.
How does it feel? I feel nothing.
Oh, come on! Where's my whole team?
Objectives activated.
Hopefully they're getting the objective. Do you think people still be playing Friday the 13th? Not that much. Not that much, Thomas. I mean, there might be, but honestly, no. They've kind of gone downhill quite a bit. You know. I have a Mustang car in the GTA. Nice. I gotta get back on some GTA. I'm not gonna lie. I've been slacking it up. I've been super slacking it up.
Ready to rock it. Pedal to the metal.
These scoundrels are stealing point B.
What about a power up?
They're encroaching on objective B. Change their course.
Let's rock it. Maxing out.
They're taking objective.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
Pedal to the metal.
Here we go. That's the way to do it.
Captured as planned.
Objectives deactivated.
All right, so we're hiding in the smoke right now, guys. Ah, girl with the dress, right.
Allies.
Objectives activated.
Hold it, folks. Oh man, they got saved. Safety surrounds you. Way too far.
We are but ghosts.
Little loser.
Objective B is ours. I have them bamboozled.
Get him out, guys. Get him out. Get him out. Go, 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 go. Here's the other objectives here. We gotta get C.
They're taking objective B. Not cool. Ready to rock it. Ugh. Let's rock it. Ow. Whee! Hey!
Wow.
Time stands still.
Yeah, she's pretty good. I like her. Like, look at my damage done. I've done 10,000 damage to the enemy. I got 14 kills.
Objectives deactivated.
Let's get back out. Actually, you know what?
Objectives activated.
Objective B is theirs. We have been...
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
Oh, nuts! They got A! Chucking a sucker! Ah, no!
I've taken objective B. These scoundrels are stealing point B.
There we go. Get him, guys. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Woo-wee.
The enemy steals objective A.
Nice. We won that one, guys. No matter what they go, it's still locked down. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's crazy. Just use it to your advantage. I could play damage all day. Damage is the easiest, not the easiest, but they have an impact. You know what I'm saying? I go support and tank just to help the team, but I like damage. I mean, I could do it, but I don't greed for it. You know what I'm saying? People get like automatically quick in choosing it, but see, I did 11,000 damage. I took 4,000 damage in. Oh gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the ninja is actually the easiest. The ninja and the Qatar guy, I think. Jay, did you get back on? Or are you done for the night? Okay, looks like you're done for the night. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, they are most definitely. Yeah, as long as I play like her or a couple other people, I'm cool with it. But man, sometimes if you just had that team, oh my god, it's almost 4 a.m. It's crazy. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure it out, Jay. Let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the beginning of what's going on. I should probably get on what's GTA 5 looking? Let me open up TeamSpeak real quick, see how many people are on the server. TeamSpeak has an update, of course it does. Okay. I'm gonna hurry pick her quick.
Objectives
You
deactivated.
little reaper!
Objectives activated.
Oh, what's going on? They are in the lead right now, guys.
Need to get closer.
That is crazy. Let's go for objectives. Yeah, I see him going sneaking on SC.
Gone. Stolen. They'll pay for that.
Escape is not an option.
Whatever, get away from me.
B is lost. Focus, gang.
Maxed it out. Pedal to the metal.
Objective B captured.
Whatever. Oh my god!
Escape is not an option.
Get out of here, bro. Hiding behind a pillar. Get out of here. Straight garbage.
Better than a poke in the eye with a hot stick.
Objective.
I didn't like a chicken wimp. I got you.
Objective.
Wow, okay.
Ready? Let's rock it.
Hey, do it. The hell away from me. Get him, 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 no!
Less next time.
Wow. Oh, you back already, dude? The respawn is too quick. The respawn needs to be a little less. It'll definitely keep people a little more cautious. Like, look, he just go in, slash and dash, dies, comes back in, look, 8 seconds. That's nothing. That's petty. That's why I like games like League of Legends and Smite where the respawn is based on your amount of deaths. If it's always 8 seconds, they need to fix that. Yeah, cheating is annoying. It really is.
Firepower to the left.
Objectives deactivated.
Suck on this.
Come on, man. Yo, this team is garbage. Let me see. Well, you know what, though? We did join late game, too. This was a late game draw. Look, 8 seconds. Always 8 seconds. That's kind of... I mean,
Activated.
we need the objectives. 306, 441. We can still win this. If our support came over here and actually helped us.
Max it out. Hey! Pedal to the metal. Ready to rock it. Let's rock it. Max it out.
Let's get this guy out of here. There you go. Shit, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. All right, let's capture this real quick, guys.
Objectives deactivated.
Watch the top up there, guys.
Vortex incoming. It's a bit far.
Objectives activated.
Hey!
No! All 3 of them. Look at this. They, you know what? I don't care. Focus on me. You better, because if without me, you guys are lucky.
No fair.
Right.
I am Wall.
Hey, luck, dude. All right, let me get back in there. 446. Come on, they're still in the lead. No way, man. How are we gonna win this? We can't. We lost. We lost without a doubt.
Chucking a sucker. Maxing out.
Come on, we're catching up, guys. We are catching up. We just got to keep it going.
Something, something.
Objectives deactivated.
Heads! It's a bit far.
Objectives activated.
Maxing out. Ow! Firepower tip.
Wow, man. My entire team what the hell is everybody doing, dude?
Oh.
Team is garbage. Somebody take them out, please. Today's garbage day? What's today? Friday? I think it is garbage day. Oh, that would explain it. And they got the objective because our team doesn't know how to hold. You guys need to hold and maintain. Come on. Yeah, we had to. Now they won.
Vortex incoming.
Wow. I don't care. I don't care. I did good, so that's all that matters. I got mad points that round. You're right. Let's get the fire egg. Oh my gosh. I did great, guys.
Deactivated.
What happened to my audio? The heck? My headphones died? Oh, they died? They don't even tell me it's dying? Charge these bad boys back up real quick. Jeez. Oh, I think I turned it off so I don't hear it because it got annoying, the voice chat from these headphones. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Right. Yeah, we overtime, guys. I'm about to go to bed here shortly, though. I have to. I'm doing a little extra today only because we've gotten a lot of subscribers today. So that's definitely shout out to Kelso and Donkey Hill coming in, giving everybody free subs, guys. Can't go wrong with that. Right now, we're currently at 50 subscribers. If this is something we can maintain all the time, by the time it's said and done with the cuts, not that much money, but it still would be nice. I can just all the time keep up with new overlays, new graphics, new emotes, new everything. You know, I can invest more time into more things. Wait, what am I doing? I'm gonna go with her. Who's picking what?
You little reaper.
I'm going with her. I'm sticking with her. I need to get used to these characters. I like that rocket. A rocket comes in handy. What do we have? Your team has no support characters. We do. Oh, they're picking. Okay, here we go, guys.
Starting soon. Three, two, one.
Here we go, guys. Here we go. Here we go. It's showtime. Go, 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 go. You did live up to the name, though. Right.
Need to get closer. Pedal to the metal.
Get him down, guys. Get him down. Go, 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 go.
Objectives activated.
All hail the gizmo.
Objective A is lost.
No, they got the objective A. Okay, well, let's go get it, guys.
Objective A is ours.
Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Keep it up. Keep it up. I'm an idiot. Did I really just walk into that?
It's a bit far.
There we go. All right. Oh!
Ready to rock it.
Let me take the pain away.
Objectives deactivated.
Way too far. Firepower to the max.
Oh, the objective is changing, guys.
Objectives activated.
A's lost. Give him revenge, misfits.
Oh, I think he knows it too.
Catch up.
Come on, jump down. There you go. There you go.
Need to get closer. No fair.
Oh!
Objective A is ours. Revel in this success.
Let's rock it.
There you go. Come on.
Maxing out.
That's the way to do it. I need health, man.
Objective A is in peril.
Objectives deactivated.
All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. You know what?
Objectives activated.
Is ours. The hunt is triumphant.
Pedal to the metal.
All right, he's out of here anyway. Let me capture this real quick.
My friend.
So yeah, so with the followers only thing, sometimes I turn it on just to kind of keep like people coming in with like these bot accounts, which is annoying. And then I have it set to like email verification and all that good stuff. But I don't do like no 10 minutes, 1 hour. All right, you know what? Nope, 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 nope.
You're crying.
Okay, there we go, guys. That's not good.
Head, let's rock it.
Shadow strike.
Oh, no, you don't.
The stealing bee. No.
All right, hurry up. Get him out quick, guys. Get him out quick.
Objectives deactivated.
Chucking a sucker.
I don't like that cursor thingy. Not anymore so much. I think after a lot of those websites got shut down, I think I've been pretty good. It was more so like probably like 2018, 17. So I'm glad that's been taken care of. Right. And thank you, Brett. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate it. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, we think we dominated that one. They didn't even go for the objectives. Yeah. Like, right now, I just see the regular bots. Like, we got, like, another Twitch viewer, Commander Root. Like, your typical Twitch bots, like, for commands and all that good stuff. But nothing, not like... I remember Twitch, like, way back. Like, even before Amazon had it, people would come in and, like, view about your channel and... Like, oh, Tony Dino, what? Coming in with that subscribe for 9 months in a row. Ooh, Tony, keeping it strong. Thank you so much for that. 51 subs, guys. Jeez. Yeah, let's get that sub hype. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. That is crazy. Oh, man. Been gone for a while, but I gotta show my support. I appreciate it, Tony. Yo, your support means a lot to me, bro. And by the way, I see you on Discord all the time, guys. If you're here now and you haven't already, make sure you guys join Discord. Link your Discord to your make sure you link your Twitch to your Discord account so that way you guys can get your sub status on Discord as well, guys, as well as unlocking the additional rooms on our Discord channel. You can partake in the conversations that we have on there, guys. So thank you so much for everything. That's amazing. 9 months. That's amazing. That is crazy. I appreciate it, guys. Big time. You have no idea. You guys are awesome. Very, very awesome. What the heck? Did you notice you got rated too? Wait, what? By who? Jay, what? You rage quit that match? Hold on, hold on. Let me look at the other chat. Hold on, hold on. Okay, that's Tony coming in with the raid. Did you... Okay, that's me and Brett with the dog with the talk. Brett was following. Oh, Brett with the dog with the raid of 34. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. How come that did not pop up until now? Oh no. Gee, at least you saw it though, right? Did you put the raider command for the raiders? Oh my god, I feel so bad, guys. We had... Oh, that's bad.
You little reaper.
That is so bad. Brad, I apologize. It popped up, but you were so focused on the game. I know. That's so bad. I did not expect a raid at this hour. Completely not. Completely not. I don't even know if that's a proper word for that. All right, so let me go ahead and get that with here, guys. Right now we're gonna do not listed. Why? Did I spell it wrong? Why doesn't it work? I don't know why it's not working.
Objectives control starting soon.
They might have unfollowed me. That might be why. Okay, yeah, so it won't let me put them on a radar list unless they're still following. Okay. I'm sorry, and I think Brett just left too. I feel so bad, guys. For everybody that came in with the raid, guys, you're awesome. Sorry that everything didn't work. I think what we could try to do, I mean, Brett with a dog did had a point there. What we can't do, Jay, for now, we'll keep follower mode off. I don't think we really had a lot of toxic of anything lately, so I think we're okay. All right, let's get out there, guys. Let's get out there. Oh my god, I feel so bad. That is crazy. Jay, I'm glad you're here looking at the chat for me, bro.
Vortex incoming! Pedal to the metal!
Oh my gosh. What? No, get away from me. Oh my god, you're annoying. Move.
Stop him stealing B.
Max it out!
Hey, check out their healer. Healer's taken out. All right, good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Let's get in there and help them out.
Chucking a sucker! It's a bit far.
Yikes. All right, did we capture it? We got it. Okay. Well, oh, we got a long way to wait for that health. Yeah, I haven't seen any toxic people. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. Well, that was a wonderful raid. Oh my god, I feel so bad. That's bad. I can't believe that just happened.
Stop him at objective B. Head!
Objectives deactivated.
Let's rock it! Hey! Vortex incoming! Ow! We got lift off!
Objective
Wow.
activated.
I'll take her out though. She's gone, guys. She is gone.
I am very charger.
Stop him at objective B!
Darkness strikes from the shadow!
Oh no. I can't even get him down there. Oh my god, why is my camera like this?
Chucking a sucker!
They're stealing.
Pedal to the metal!
Come on, come on, get her out of here. Get her out of here. She hit you with a combo. She got me real good, guys. Wrecked my face. What in the world? Yo,
Get closer. Firepower to the max! Let's rock it!
Objectives deactivated.
Suck less next time.
there we go. Come on, come on.
Vortex incoming!
Objectives activated.
Beagle.
Oh no. Oh, she came behind me and smacked that. Look, look, look. She came behind me. What? Wow. You hardly ever get raided, so I didn't even know we were in follow mode. Yeah, me neither.
Fair suck of the sad.
You know what? I might have done it by accident playing with our Stream Deck thing. With trying to set up the hotkeys and you know, all that good stuff. So yeah, I feel bad. Oh gosh. Okay, let's get this guy out of here. Obviously.
We will
he's...
say this stinks.
Well, let's capture this.
Stop him at objective B. Maxed it out. Ow!
Wow.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
Bounce him.
I don't like that. Like, we're constantly forever aiming. I kind of feel like we're playing like a PlayStation 1 game. Oh, you didn't have the mod channel up? Oh no.
Objectives activated.
And Tony comes in with that sub right on time too. Appreciate your ongoing support, man. I hope everything's going great with everybody, and I hope you guys are being safe with this pandemic that we got going on, guys. Safety is definitely very important.
Let's rock it.
First they take objective A, then our pride.
Oh, you're in trouble now. You're in trouble now.
Way too far.
Wow, that healing though. Oh, come on. Wow. You ain't good, bro. You're a ninja. He's easy to play. I'm good. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm glad you guys are safe. You guys are doing good. That's very important. Very. I need to get out there, guys. I'm doing terrible right now.
Poke in the eye with a hot stick.
I'm gonna go for A. Nobody's even doing objective. Let me go get it. These guys are like, yeah, nobody's coming. That's what they think. Like, see, I should always appear on the map. I don't like that.
Objectives.
Wow. It's gone. Whatever.
Objectives activated.
Head! The bad guys got B.
No!
Maxed it out. Ready to rock it. Yeah.
Wow, she went a rocket. I'm done. I haven't gone out too much, so I can't get sick. True. Don't go out, bro. Don't go out.
They're hacking post B.
No! Unbelievable. Let's get back out there. We're losing bad. It feels like my team is so worried on kills.
Stop them stealing B.
Objectives deactivated.
Well, let's see if we can take him out real quick. Wow, you got lucky there, dude. Come on.
Objectives
Yeah, man.
activated.
Chucking a sucker.
All right, we gotta take this ninja out quick. Jeez. Oh, not this guy.
Need to get closer.
Oh, he's down and out. He's down and out.
Let's rock it.
All right, good job, guys. Need to get C. They're winning. No. Again, they're too worried about kills. Like he ran away once you got there, right? Oh gosh, really?
Objectives deactivated.
My life force
Firepower
protects
to
you.
the max!
My life force protects you.
Oh my gosh.
Max it out! Ow!
Objectives activated.
Vortex incoming!
Come on, move. Thank you, thank you. The objective's over here. Why is none of the team over here? I had no idea.
Pedal to the metal!
What the hell are you aiming at?
It's a bit far.
Wow.
Let's bounce!
That is very interesting indeed. I couldn't believe that just happened.
Level up, you beauty!
Hold on, guys. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have this chat just to show my VIPs, and then I'll have a second chat for everybody else. So that'll work out pretty good. So that way I could separate it, so I don't miss you guys' comments. Whew. All right, here we go. That way we can keep follower mode off, but also not. I can distinguish the difference in chat. There we go. Go, 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 go! Right. Oh, everybody's playing Resident Evil right now, but me! No! I'm so sad. So sad. Oh, man. It's getting late, guys. How long have I been live? Who wants to do an uptime for me? 7 hours, 57 minutes. We almost did our 8. Whew. That was hard. How do people do 12 to 24 hours? They're crazy. No way.
You little reaper!
4 hours ago. Yeah, okay. Okay. I mean, we did do really good.
Power cell spawned.
You know, we did do really good on like subscribers, guys. We did amazing. Super awesome. Let's get back down that field real quick. Yeah. There we go, guys. Oh no, help the team. Go, 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 go. Wow. That was trashy, y'all. I don't like this, like, auto combo crap. Oh, he died, though. I got him. Oh, yeah, this... Oh, I hate this map. Yeah. You're trying to make it different. I want to say this game was inspired though by Borderlands for sure.
Way too
Collection
far.
phase complete.
Maxing out.
None of my team is here. I'm done for him.
Handle points activating in 10 seconds.
Come on, man. I hate that auto crap.
Can't outrun fate.
You know what? I hate this map with a passion. I'm gonna sit back.
Handle points activated.
Not even worry about it.
Depart, depart, depart. Gather round.
I don't like this game mode. This power cell mode. I ain't feeling it.
Love children.
Ready to rock. Head.
Oh, whatever, man.
Get closer.
Come on, come on.
Don't forget your elders.
Power cell spawning in 10 seconds.
Come into me.
Power cell spawn.
Find me, won't you, friends?
Firepower to the max.
Collection phase
Darkness
complete.
strikes from the shadows.
Maxing out. It's a bit far.
Oh, come on.
Handle points activating in 10 seconds. Handle points activated.
Let's rock it.
My life force protects me.
Whatever, man. Ugh. Yeah, power cell mode is... I hate it, man. Like, why am I forced? Like, why can't we vote? Take out auto aim. Let us vote on something. And... whatever. Let us kick players, too. Like, or surrender or something. Because sometimes there's a bunch of trolls on here. Do I still have power cells? No, I got 0. Oh, that's amazing. That's just... and he just jumps off because that's just what he does.
Vortex incoming.
Okay, well, I don't have any freaking power cells now, so what am I gonna do?
The pleasure's all yours.
Way too far.
Yeah.
Pedal to the metal.
Oh my gosh, I totally just missed that.
Handle points deactivated.
Wow.
I know you all want to hang out.
Power cell spawn.
It's a bit far.
Move! You're done, bro. Get out of here. Dang, he's so tanky. Okay. More power cells. Dang it, up top. Really? Thank you for the follow, guys. Wow, why did I just throw that?
Firepower to the max!
Oh, what's this lag?
Need to get closer.
Collection phase complete.
Maxing out.
Come on! They're gonna just let me die. Get the hell off of me, man.
10 seconds.
Hey!
No! Get off!
Hand endpoints activated.
Oh, no, whatever, dude. And we lost. Thank you, Thomas. That's the final play. Yeah, pure luck.
You're fired!
I just go to the main menu. It takes too long. Come on, hurry up. Jeez. Thank you for farting, guys. I feel like that sometimes. I truly do. Oh, gosh. Let's do one more for luck. I don't like that map. I don't like that that mode either. That map and that mode, don't like it. So if I got a better CPU and bottlenecked my GPU, will it really be noticeable? Oh, well, yeah. Because what's going to happen is you don't want bottlenecking. You know, you always want to make sure your CPU is capable or is going to run great with your CPU. That's the whole purpose. What's the purpose of getting a super bad CPU that can just go all in, but your GPU just can't do it? It'll get bottlenecked. You don't want that. That's also kind of like getting a GPU, but not having a power supply to sustain the amount of like watts that it requires. You know, it's like the minimum requirement for a GPU might say 500 watts, but then you go buy a 300 watt power supply. You know, that kind of just defeats the purpose. Like, you don't want to do that. Definitely not. How is this game doing in the category anyway? I'm gonna take a quick peek here real quick. Bleeding Edge.
You little reaper.
I'll figure it out, guys. I'm gonna try to stick to a character so I can get good at them. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Auntie
Objectives
Med.
control
Keeping
starting
these
soon.
kids in line?
Well, someone needs to babysit them senseless.
Get out of there! Heads!
3, 2, 1.
All right, guys, here we go. We just gotta go ahead and try to stick together on this one.
Objectives activated.
Focus on demons. Loser.
Wow. They focused me hardcore, man. Come on. Go to somebody else. He said, nope, go with the chick with the big gauntlet gun. I think everyone has given up on the game because of the auto aim. Yeah. There's only one other person playing. He's got like 100 some views. I think we're second right now. I don't know. The game's alright, but yeah, the auto aim is a bit annoying, to be honest. Oh, you can go up here. That's cool. That's good reviews, yeah. I think on Steam it's got like 2 bad ones. The rest are okay, but there's not much on Steam though.
It's a bit far. Chucking a stacker.
Okay.
Objective aim is ours. One step closer.
Pedal to the metal.
There you go. Come on, Mr. Ninja Man. Where you going? Where you going? Oh, no, you don't.
Let's rock it.
Where the hell did you go? Oh, that's bogus. He juked me. Man, that was a good juke. He probably did a quick turnaround, too.
Activated.
Yeah, Steam reviews, yeah. Yeah, no, that I agree. I gotten a lot of rage quitters. It's very infuriating. Yeah, there's rage quitters. There's we've had people just kind of just sat at the base and did nothing. Kevin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Other than that, though, I like it. It's different. My thing is auto aim needs removed, but because of the way the mechanics of the game is laid out, I don't think it ever will be. I really don't like the auto aim. And the people leaving. They did add the punishment system, which is nice, but oh no, did he help? Did he help?
Vortex incoming.
Oh, where are you going?
Curse them. They've almost got objective C.
Ready to rock
Objectives
it.
deactivated.
I'm in here all alone. No.
Let's rock it.
Wow.
Maxing out.
Objectives activated.
Wow, man, this ninja guy's annoying. Hmm.
Empowered.
Only 4v4, so the amount of people playing isn't too bad. Needs a mechanic that slightly buffs the remaining teammates.
Won't stop.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, but I think a surrender system would be nice. Because honestly, there was a match where one person went AFK, the other one got real mad, so he wasn't playing. There was only 2 of us. And we just had to sit there and just wait for the game. Because if we leave, we get punished. Don't like that. That definitely needs a rework. But I think for now, until matchmaking...
Their pride suffers.
Okay, well, we got that one, which is nice.
We must stop them.
Oh, nobody's here. Oh, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Wow. This turn rate just wrecked me. And she shot me from way back there? Hmm.
Objectives deactivated.
Nothing I can do. Melee characters are the best.
Stick.
I get it. They're tanks. That's what they're supposed to do. But all right, let me take a look here. Oh my god, the ninja again. Where's the team? I'm dead. Whatever. I'm dead. These guys, what the hell are you guys doing? Get in the ejector. Come on, let's get together, form up, group up. That's our tank. What's he been doing? Let me take a look. Well, he's taking damage, but I never see him. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna wait.
Try that again.
No, I'm not even going. Oh, okay, I gotta go this way. Hold on. What's up, Super? How are ya? Alright, I'm staying with the team. Okay, nobody's going for C. Okay. He's all alone in there. He's about to get wrecked.
Vortex incoming. Firepower.
Oh my god! Get him, get him!
Objectives deactivated.
Alright, let's get this one.
Pedal to the metal.
I've got him down.
Maxing out.
Wow. That works.
Objectives activated.
I know that train is coming. Wait, we got A, B and C.
Objective C may be lost.
Yeah, well, I'm not complaining because I got it on the Windows 10 as well, or I have it on Xbox. I don't know about $30.
Checking the sucker. We lost B. I'm not crying.
I know he's coming behind me.
Pedal to the metal. Suck less next time.
Why am I shooting that? We gotta get our objectives back. They took it all. Oh gosh.
We have captured B.
They're gonna go right for B once we try to go get C. They're all crossplay? Well, I don't think they have a choice.
Activated.
Because I know,
Vortex incoming.
Objectives activated.
Firepower to the max.
Failure. Objective C is ours.
that's good.
B got grabbed. Damn.
Go, 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 go! Xbox Windows 10s are linked, obviously, as you play Alienware, but Steam players are put with Xbox and Windows 10. Oh, okay.
They have objective A. This is an embarrassment.
Okay, we're winning though, so that's good. We're all at. Let's go get this one.
Objective A.
Let's rock it.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you get. That's what you get. Oh gosh.
To the metal.
Woo, we won though. That was close. That dodge in the game is awesome. It is. Game Pass is dope. Game Pass is the reason why I'm playing it. I don't mind $5, you know. My biggest concern, like I said, guys, is just the auto aim. I'm not really digging the auto aim, but it is a fun game though. Hold on, my chat's being weird. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Did I get all the... Okay, we got Kevin. And Super Taco. Man, it makes me want to go to Taco Bell, but they're closed. That is crazy. Well, you know what we can do? I know earlier today I was just doing a bunch of like sub games, but if you guys really want to, I'll open up the queues. I'm not gonna be on too much longer though. Oh, they're all closed. Oh shoot, no wonder. Hold on, guys. Oh my gosh, what did I just do? No. All right, let's get this next game rolling in. Let's go. Oh boy. Right, Thomas? I'm slacking, bro. I am doing so terrible. I should give me a bottle of water real quick. I guess we could probably switch up characters, right? But what I love about crossplay is like, this was a thing for many years that we always talked about. Like, I know everyone was like, hey, imagine like playing this on this platform, but you're on that platform, and imagine online where you're at your house, I'm at my house. Like, that was a thing talked about for years. I'm gonna let the team select. I'll let them see what they want to do. Okay.
Power collection starting soon.
So I think they're gonna go with the damage. Or I don't know what they're doing. Come on, pick. I just said I fill. They're going support. See.
Little Reaper.
Damage, support, tank. Okay, we're good. All right, cool. Let's start up.
3, 2.
Let's go! Whoop, 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 whoop. All right, let's get this match rolling in, guys. All right, I gotta get in the zone and not the auto zone. Oh no, power cells. Well, you know what? Let's grab them.
Pedal to the metal.
Collection phase complete. Hand-in points activating in 10 seconds.
Oh no, not good, guys. Not good.
I got you.
Way
Hand-in
too
points
far.
activated.
Stuck eggs. Chucking a sucker.
My health was low. What's going on there, Rasper Fang? How are you? Hello, good sir. What's the game like? If I had to compare it, I've been getting a lot of people comparing it to like Overwatch / Paladins, but in a third-person perspective. Okay, well, let's
Vortex incoming. Need to get closer.
Okay, I lost my I don't have any
Ready to rock it.
Oh!
Firepower to the max.
Okay, this guy's gotta go.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
Maxing out.
Get away from me! No!
Pedal to the
Ending points
metal.
deactivated.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Power cell spawned.
I got you.
Okay, we got the power cells, guys, which is good. Okay, hold on, hold on. It might change. It might change, guys. All right, luckily we're at least now we actually got a pretty decent team, guys. Well, let's get some more power. Can't go wrong with it.
Hey! Chucking a sucker.
Oh my gosh, no! Get off of me! I'm dead, and they took all my power cells. Thank you. Thank goodness.
Let's rock it. Head.
Yo, where's the rest of the team, yo?
Hippie hop.
Ending points activating in 10 seconds.
Firepower to the max.
Come on, come on, come on.
It's a bit far.
All right, that puts us in the lead, guys. We just put 10 of the power points in there. Woo!
The fountain of youth pours from you, child.
I'm dead. Yep, I'm dead. Nice knowing everybody. Hey, at least I got the ejectors in, guys, so that's good. They took me down. Oh, no!
I am thankful here. I am.
All right, let's hold it down, guys. We hold it down. So who all here have played Bleeding Edge so far?
This time I ain't joking.
No, you're not joking. All I need is a Sea of Thieves character on this board, and we'll be all set and good to go.
Chucking a sucker.
No, you don't.
Maxing out.
Almost got knocked.
Rally our troops.
I don't have anything to deliver.
Ending
Way
points
too far.
deactivated.
Ready to rock it.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
Firepower to
Power
the
cell
max.
spawned.
There we go. Oh, oh, oh.
Vortex incoming.
Come on. Come on.
Ah.
No, no stamina.
Hey!
Get off of me. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Whatever. I got you. Come on, Terry, shoot him.
Loser.
Oh, she only gets 2 staminas. Oh, I'm doomed. I'm dead. Thank you for the follow there, Golden.
Your energy is mine now.
You about to go do the tutorial? Go for it, Golden. Go for it. Do it, do it, do it. Game only came out not too long ago, guys. It does help a lot, yes.
Can't stop, won't stop.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Let's rock it. Head.
Collection phase complete.
You're mine. You're mine. Where you going?
Ending points activating. in
Okay.
10 seconds.
Oh, man, I don't got much power cells, though.
Defensive ability.
Hey!
Ending points activated.
Feel the shockwave.
Ow!
We won. Yeah, it's just I want to say some of the tanks and supports got some pretty long. I want to say tanks. They got some pretty long combos. Yeah, I didn't do too good that round, guys. I did pretty bad, but at least me and the ninja guy, we did our objectives as the as damage. We did what we were supposed to do, and we did damage. Okay. Really? Fluffy, now we're talking. I didn't even know parry was even a thing. So are the attacks, like auto attacks, kind of League of Legends aren't dodgeable, right? You can tell I kind of skipped the tutorial here, guys, so I should probably do them. Let's go for it. Let's do the tutorial. We'll get points for it anyway. Yeah, you know what? I don't know why I skipped, because I wanted to get straight into the action. That was a bad idea. So, play the basic tutorials, and then we got the dojo. Practice moves and try out different fighters. All right, first we do the tutorial. Let's do objective control. Plus, you get that free board. Oh, so I have to do these. What? You guys never told me. Oh, I guess you guys kind of did. I was being stubborn. All right, let's check this out. We know we got power cell mode and all right.
Welcome to the Objective Control Game Mode tutorial.
Free board, right?
Capturing and holding objectives increases your team's score.
All right.
Shows the time remaining until objectives activate. Wait
Okay.
for the objective to activate. Now stand on the objective to capture it. Your team will earn points as long as you hold objectives.
Right, go to me too. I just did it.
First team to reach this many points wins the match.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna raise my desk because this is Give me a second. Cause I've been sitting way too long. Okay. All right. Let's try this again. All right, let's get ourselves situated here, which is good. All right, I should probably get my monitor a little higher, but I think we're good. Hopefully that didn't damage much of anything. All right, sorry about the webcam, guys. All right, let's try this again. Okay, so
this shows how much longer the objectives are active. For the purposes of the tutorial, the timer won't expire.
okay. I like her. She's good. She's really good, guys. Really good.
Let us find another objective to capture.
Okay.
With me, Joe. Use the minimap to find objective B.
Uh-oh.
Gizmo is blocking our path. Let's take it down.
Take Gizmo out.
Oh, wait. What is his whole...
Sweet! You get 10 points for enemy kills.
Oh. Well, I kind of figured you get points for killing, but 10?
Winning fights can be just as important as holding objectives. Continue on to objective B.
All right, so it is really best played with a controller, or is it one of those games that just says it's people who are used to keyboard and mouse should just use keyboard and mouse? I get what you're saying there, Golden. Honestly, look, I play PC games. I play console games too. I do both. There are particular games I do play. Now, originally, I was playing this game when I was traveling, right? So I was playing this on my Xbox, on my phone. So with a 6.2-inch screen and a controller, I was doing quite well. Granted, I feel like I do better on a mouse and keyboard because that's just what I'm used to. But you can do just as good with a controller. This game, like, there's no, like, There's not like I had to like aim my attacks like in first person or anything like that.
B, just up ahead.
But I think in terms of like camera wise, I would say mouse. Yeah, I feel there's some games that are just better with a controller, like Rocket League. Yeah, because the moving mechanics, like racing games controller. Sadly to say, even fighting games controller, I would say, honestly.
We cannot capture the objective while Demon stands on it. Let's take him out.
Just like in shooting games, I still think controllers got the upper edge with that aim assist. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I like the aiming with the mouse and keyboard better.
Objective B.
Okay, well, we're gonna. I don't.
You can defeat me and capture objective B.
Well done.
Well done. Remember, the key to victory is to hold as many objectives as possible and win team fights.
So to say, I grew up playing with my cousins on consoles, but played the hell out of PC games, so I'm used to both. I can do either. It can't be played with a controller, and certain characters don't need to move cameras around as much, like melee fighters. Yes, I do agree. You could play at a higher sensitivity though on a controller, and I think you'll do just fine. But again, guys, it really just varies based on the game, and like... I would say it really just depends on the game. So we finished this training. Sweet.
That was awesome!
Awesome! But a game like this, I think it's okay either way. I don't think it really matters too much, because the way the game plays itself. Next lesson, let's do the next one here real quick, guys. You know, that was another thing with games like Smite, right? When crossplay became a thing, people were saying like, oh, mouse and keyboard is better. Honestly, I would agree with that totally. Because with like archers or like characters such as like Anubis, when he has his ultimate and then it relies on how quick you move your camera, it's much harder on a controller than it would be with someone with the mouse and keyboard. However, it is doable if you have a really good way of keeping up with a higher sensitivity level, and sometimes if you change the controller layout, you can do it.
Welcome to Power Collection Game.
But it is different.
The aim of Power Collection is to collect power cells and deliver them at drop zones.
Yeah, true, very true. That's good point. Well, how many here now, guys? How many here? Like, I want everybody to tell me their favorite console, or not even favorite console. Just let me know what main console you play on. Do we have Xbox gamers in here? Do we have PlayStation gamers in here? Do we have PC gamers?
By destroying canisters.
Well, that we kind of knew. She's a weird character.
And deliver them at drop zones to earn points for your team.
Okay.
Power Collection has two phases, collection and delivery.
And very true, Tony. I totally agree. See, me, I used to always play console games, right? I played some PC games, like RTS games, but never was really good at like shooting games or anything like that.
During the collection phase,
And then eventually I just started playing PC games and preferred it more. I mean, now when I play those games, like I remember, like right now I got Call of Duty Modern Warfare, I play better on my PC than I do on my controller. I just can't aim the way I used to on a controller anymore. And it drives me insane.
Now destroy the canisters and collect the power cells. This shows how many power cells you're holding. This shows you how many power cells are held by your team.
Oh, I never knew that, so that's cool.
And this is how many the enemy team is holding.
Ooh. That's very useful. Uh-oh, she's here for the help.
The enemy has more power cells than us. Let's hunt for more in the next building.
Right, you're right, Jay. You're right. Absolutely right. Jay, can we get a Discord thing in the chat, guys? Guys, make sure you guys check out our Discord, by the way. If you guys are here right now, it'd be nice to have you guys join our community.
Use the launch pad and search for more power cells in the next building.
Don't forget, I open up the waiting queues too, guys. If you guys want to hop in, you're more than welcome. I got like a few more games in me. I'm gonna finish this tutorial though. Uh-oh, grandma number 2. She got 4 cells on her. Look, oh, shows you your number above your head.
We found more power cells.
No wonder people came after me.
Quickly, let's take it down.
Okay.
Help me go defeat May. You earned 1 point for killing Maeve.
Okay.
Fighters also drop their power cells when they die.
Okay.
Collect the cells Maeve dropped and destroy that final canister. Once all the power cells have been collected, the delivery phase begins.
Thank you, Jay. I really appreciate it.
During the delivery phase, drop zones activate where you can hand in power cells to
Ooh, oh, okay.
Head over to drop zone A. Stand still on the drop zone to deliver your power cells.
I like they were all like,
Being attacked, interrupt delivery.
what? Where my Reese's peanut butter cups go? Being attacked interrupts delivery. No.
Away before you can deliver power cells.
Okay.
Stand still.
Defeat Alpha Stordo and deliver all power cells.
Oh.
Enemy.
I see the parry.
Let's deliver our power cells.
Whoa. Got it.
Cells generates points for your team. Remember, the killing enemies grants points as well. A well-balanced strategy is to win team fights and deliver as many power cells as possible.
Well, that's a good thing then, guys.
You have no honor.
Sweet ass.
What'd you just say? Sound like you said something else. Oh, certified. Play all the tutorials. What? Did we do them all? Now we got to do the dojo, though. Sweet. Yeah. Oh, she did say that. Oh, okay. I didn't know people like hearing things. Oh, we got advanced controls. Well, we got to finish it, guys. Or abs. Yeah, I don't know. It sounded like sweet ass to me. It surely did. I don't have any butt cheek emojis or anything like that, so... Oh my god, I hit main menu again. No! Rex, why you do this to me? Why you do this to me? Advance, yeah, I really want to learn that parry, but I guess it makes sense. Just hit shift while, or block, or dodge at a combo swinging towards you. Alright, let's start it up. Keep calm and learn the rest. Okay. Ooh, look at this level. This looks interesting.
Welcome to the advanced tutorial.
My desk is like shaking. Gotta stop moving it so much. All right.
Let's start by learning about power-ups.
Power-ups, okay.
This power-up crate contains a 25% damage boost, but you need to destroy it to get inside.
Gotcha.
Destroy the crate and grab the power-up. This icon lets you know your damage boost is active.
Oh, that's where it goes. How long does it last?
Let's try out that extra damage.
He's my little test subject.
Take down 0 cool. for limited time, so use them wisely.
Gotcha, but still didn't explain my question. How long do they last? Probably like 30 seconds or something.
Next, let's look at abilities that support.
What do you guys think? What do you think she said? Now let's look at the abilities that support advanced casting techniques.
This icon can be manually positioned.
Come get some.
Oh, it's gonna be my bomb.
Practice manually placing your sucker bomb to hit Nidhogg.
I wish I had grenades like that.
Well-placed abilities provide more benefit to your team. You can also cancel targeting if you decide not to cast the ability.
That's what I needed to know. Left control.
Try activating and canceling your ability now.
Oh, see, I couldn't figure out how to cancel.
Also cancel active abilities. I'll let you experiment with that later. Let's get Miko in to help learn about double tap abilities.
Okay. Now we're learning.
Sorry, Miko. I'm gonna reduce your health so you can practice self-healing. Abilities showing this icon are double tap abilities. That means you can cast them on allies with a single tap or yourself with a double tap.
Oh, okay. You lock on a target. The ground target starts at enemy's position, so you don't have to aim from your feet. Gotcha.
Try it now to heal yourself up.
Yes.
And this is for allies. Okay.
My heart sings.
Nice healing. Don't forget to keep an eye out for abilities that can be self-cast. You can lock on to an enemy. While locked on, all your attacks target the locked enemy. Try locking on to Maeve now.
But I have to hold it? I'm gonna change that button. I don't like that.
Oh, grand.
There you go. I'm gonna set it for my mouse wheel 3, but I forgot I have it set for N because it's with this roleplay server I play with GTA. It's a controls the toggle lock on. Oh, so I don't even have to switch it. Lock on selection, auto target selection, lock on, hold. Oh, toggle is the way to go. Okay.
Good crack almighty.
You could change the lock on settings in the options. Yeah, we just did that. Okay.
You can also switch targets.
That I know with that for sure.
Try locking on and switching targets between me and Maeve. Lock on is a great way to focus on a specific enemy. So master it well, Misfit. Sometimes you're gonna get knocked down, and that's when you need your get-up attack.
Press the left mouse to perform a special get up. Oh.
Get-up attacks help you get up safely and push enemies away to give you a bit of breathing room.
See, I've always pressed jump instead. Okay.
Another great move for repelling the enemy is parry. But the timing can be tricky. You must stand still and parry at the last moment to deflect the enemy away.
Okay, parry.
Perfect. Now try it at full speed. Parry just before the moment of impact.
Whoa! Jeez! Jeez!
Nice. Unlike evade,
You switched it to? Okay, that's good.
you can come to the dojo at any time to work on your parrying skills.
Gotcha, okay.
Yet you have to stand still to parry. Communicating with your team is really important, so I'd recommend getting to know the ping system.
That parry is hard, right? Don't think she's really a parry character. That's true.
You can ping an enemy to signal that you want to attack them. If you're locked on, you'll ping your locked target. Try pinging me and Maeve now.
Yeah, all is such a weird spot. So let me go to here. Ping, what the heck is ping? It's left alt, so let me look for left alt. Alt is here. That's gonna be chat wheel. I don't think we have a choice.
Get Maeve! Focus on Demon.
Excellent. You can also ping objects such as power cells, objectives, and more.
All right. Guys, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab me a bottle of water real quick. Just so people don't think I'm just doing a chair stream here, guys. I'm gonna do a be right back screen. Give me 1 moment. Okay. Got our water on. Let me go ahead and switch this right back here real quick. We're real good. Yeah. Well, the pinging is important, and I guess the lock-on was pretty important. I need to start doing some more lock-on targets, guys. That should probably help me out for sure. I like that the middle mouse with the 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty cool. Kind of like using like your abilities and stuff. Go to power-ups crate. What? Oh, I have to go to it. Duh.
Try pinging that power crate over there.
Snap some power-ups.
You can hold the input to more precisely pick an object to ping. Holding the input also gives you access to preset callouts.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. That's good. Hold. Oh, super. Oh, yeah. Now I see why you did 1, 2, 3, 4. That's far.
Gang up, guys. Bail out.
Yeah, I don't like that. HGR. So what's 1, 2, 3 now? Nothing?
Give a hand.
That's everything.
That is hard.
You can come back anytime if you need a refresher.
What
Good luck out there,
excellence!
Misfit.
What excellent. Okay, we're gonna do the dojo. And we're getting points too, guys. This is perfect.
Hassan ben sokufa madoda.
The dojo has some advanced settings to help you train. Press escape and select the dojo settings to check them out. Player options, ignore cooldowns, infinite super, infinite stamina, damage behavior, infinite blah blah blah. El Bastardo. Okay. That's cool. It kind of reminds me of like Tekken, right? When you do like the training stages or like any of the fighting games.
Ah, take cover, friend. Ah, aye.
Okay. Well, why is it not holding anymore? Adjust whether lock-on is invoked by holder toggle. There you go, that's much better. Oops.
Safety surrounds you.
Okay, I think we're good here, guys. I'll play with it a little bit more later. You should try to win a 1v1 Miko with the bot. It's cancer. Oh, I can imagine. It's something in replay mode, but nothing in regular. Oh. Alright, so I did all the objectives over here. Find in the workshop. Ooh. Well, let's hit up that workshop real quick. See what we unlocked. Who was it for? Increase minimax shields by 200 HP. That's not bad. I don't know exactly how the HP system works, like in terms of like number wise. So where is it? What's the thing I just unlocked? What? The knife. Find in the workshop. Sure. No problem. Somebody that uses a knife. Is it this guy? No. Nobody else really uses a knife except for him. I don't see it. It's a board? Oh! Who would have that then as a board? Maybe the main character here? Or is it just for everybody? Oh, okay, okay. So it's kind of like to see it these ones. I gotcha. Okay. I still like this one just because it's new. Well, he doesn't get boards, but he should get customizable ones. Okay, finally. We did it, guys. We did it. This is perfect. Finally, we finished the tutorials and everything. So now we have a better understanding. So maybe things are going to be a bit easier for us now, guys, which is great. Okay. Yeah, things are getting more strict out there now too, guys. This whole virus thing. I think people are finally starting to take it serious. People were like out here like having barbecues and thinking it's like it's a joke. But now people are seeing numbers and seeing how more strict the states are becoming. Everybody should have just stayed home. Oh my god, somebody got Battletoads. Somebody's got Battletoads. That's cool. Alright, I'll go ahead and just fill in. I'm gonna let these guys choose what they want. Alright, we got a support. We got a healer. I'm going with Gizmo. I don't know. I've been trying to work on her, guys.
Little Reaper.
Like, you know when you get that character and you're trying to get adjusted or like used to them? That's pretty much how I feel with her.
Yo, Buttercup, what do you need? Heals? Helper bot?
Does that thing order takeout?
You little.
Oh, I just realized we got TVs. The road to all?
3, 2.
She's really good, but it's also a main target. No, she is. She gets focused on. Hardcore. Oh, good though. She reminds me of like
Need to get closer. Chucking a sucker.
Objectives activated.
Capture objective A.
Good job, guys. Good job. Took her down, and we had a healer. That healer came in with the clutch, but we got to go get that objective, though. We have to get that objective, guys.
How does it feel?
Where'd my team go? Oh no! 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 Go! 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 Go!
Way too far. Vortex incoming.
There we go.
I've taken point A.
Oh, he can do that. Okay.
Ready to rock it. It's a bit far. Hey!
No! I gotta get used to that targeting thing, guys. Okay. Alright, took me down.
Objectives deactivated.
Let's get ourselves back in there. Okay. Showtime. We got 2 objectives there, guys. They're in the lead by a bit, too, so I'm gonna go ahead and let them do that.
The bad guy's got B.
Alright, let's go get that.
My axe. Feel the
No! Come on, I hate that attack. Can't parry that one?
thunder.
Oh, I didn't know that actually did damage. I thought it was just a stun. That's a bit overpowered. Alright, so they got both objectives right now, guys.
Better than a poke in the eye with a hot stick.
I've taken point B.
Pedal to the metal. They're taking objective B. Not cool.
Oh, let's go grab this bad boy before it hits the
Objectives deactivated.
No!
pleasure's all yours.
Let's get this guy out of here. I don't want the healer around.
Less next time.
Little something something.
Objectives activated.
Firepower to the max.
Go!
Way too far. Maxing out.
No!
Let's rock it.
My whole team just abandoned me. Oh, get off, dude. No. That's bogus. Aimbot. The game comes pre-equipped with it, so that's...
They're hacking point B.
That's cool. Okay.
Out. Let's try that again.
Don't let those noobs take aim.
Chucking a sucker. Firepower to the max. Vortex incoming.
Wow.
Need to get closer.
Seriously, dude?
We lost A.
Objectives
This
deactivated.
stinks.
Oh, it's locked anyway. Come on! Oh my god, how many combos can you do so quick? There needs to be like a combo stamina or something. That's too much.
The enemy's taking point A.
Thank you, boy. Hey, when you guys do those sound commands, make my computer lag. Holy mackerel. I just spiked to 80% CPU with that. I'm going for the ejector. Screw this.
Objective A owned.
Feel the thunder.
Don't let him get A.
Wow.
Ow.
What? Oh my gosh. Like, I don't... What is everybody doing? He's healing like he should. She's tanking like she should.
Fair suck of the salve.
Objectives deactivated.
What's going on, Banjax? How are you? Yeah, right, you saw that? I'm gonna get this.
Pedal to the metal. Chucking a sucker.
Objectives activated.
We got liftoff. Oh nuts! They got A.
Let's keep this A captured, guys.
We lost B. I'm not crying. You're crying. Heads.
Yeah, now they're going for... I'm gonna let them get this. Alright, let's get the B while they're going for A.
I am the recharger.
Chucking a sucker. Let's rock it.
Oh my god, really, girl?
It's a bit far.
They're taking objective B.
Hey!
Objectives deactivated.
I'm your life now.
Okay, I'm gonna go for probably this one up here.
Objectives activated.
Nice.
Oh, no, you don't. What? A blot? Whatever, man. He's doing more damage than I remember. He ran right into the bomb, right? Kills? Or wait, what? I have $1,119,461 on GTA 5. There you go. Yeah, the collisions are crazy. Bori's laughing. I gotta get back in there, guys. My fingers are hurting with this WASD. Maybe it is easier on the controller. I'm going for C since it's open. No! Unbelievable. Man, we lost. More than 100 points, too. Jeez, that took almost as much damage as the tank. I mean, we did eject this. I don't know. Yeah, Banjax. I have a standing desk. Okay, so we need to figure out the yeah, I've been sitting way too long. I can't. Been streaming for more than 8 hours now. I can't. It's not good for your back.
You're fired!
Why am I fired, guys? What am I doing? Wait, what the heck? What did I choose? Oh, I picked workshop. You know what's funny though is that fired thing, like everyone talking about how the guy was with the sanitizer, like, you know, that's how we're gonna have to be nowadays, guys. That was a wet, juicy fart. You guys know that? That was very wet. Because we say so. Oh no! Would I recommend a standing desk? Yeah and no. I would save your money. They are nice. They do offer a lot of space. They're, in terms of dimensions, they're pretty wide. You know, you could do triple, double monitor setups. Oh my gosh, you guys are gonna break my bot. Holy macaroni.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muévete para aquí, muévete para allá, dame tu cosita, ay. Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Ahoy, me hearties!
Power collection starting soon.
Ahoy, me hearties!
Alright, so we got 2 damages. I'm gonna go ahead and go tank. I'm gonna go with her.
Let's roll.
Ahoy, me hearties!
Hit right.
Careful, you may blow a circuit.
Looks like you already blew a few.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go, guys. We're going in. It's showtime.
Power cells spawned.
happened to this cell? Didn't want to break? What the hell? What is this? I got ripped off.
Come here, sugar. Watch your step, honey. It's just too far.
Wow. No, I don't want to die, man.
I got you.
Thank goodness.
Look the big.
Wow, she's been getting healed.
Collection phase complete.
Dude, come on.
Whoopsie.
They have a healer too. Wow. I'm dead. What the hell is my healer doing? Theirs did way better than ours. That's perfect. Battle with the big girls, right? That's the way it goes, guys. The way it goes.
Hand-in points activated.
Dang it. Dang it. I had 10. Look, they got 14 now because our team just handed it to them. Might as well just stuck our hands out and got on our knees and just give them the power cells. We gotta get them back. And they're delivering them.
In 10 seconds.
Wow. I hate this mode. Like, this is probably the mode I don't like at all. I'm okay with the capturing. I ain't cool with that. Like, what's the point of capturing all this and then they just come and just wreck us anyway?
Collection phase complete.
Oh my god, it's not active yet.
Hand-in points activating in 10 seconds.
Wow, and of course they all want to be over here.
Hand-in points activated.
Dang, I can't.
Oh my gosh, really? Oh my god, now the whole freaking team's over here. You guys.
Come here, sugar.
Come on, let me put the damn.
Come get some sugar.
Oh my god, can I finally put these in? Jeez. And I'm almost dead. Where's that healer we have? You never see this guy. Oh, he's at main base. That's why. Oh, my hand is killing me, guys.
Collection phase complete.
You need a little something, something.
Hand-in points
Deploying
activated.
protection.
I can be slick.
Whatever.
Hand-in points
Come
activated.
get some sugar. Get back here. Come get some.
There we go. We got him out, guys. We got him out. Hopefully we're clear. No, I'm about to get interrupted, I think. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Go, 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 go. Let's get these in. I got 4 of them I just turned in. Okay, guys.
I am the recharger.
Deactivated.
Oh my god, I think they need to make longer ability respawns. They do. They really do. I think right now there's like
Power cells spawned.
the like the cooldowns could use some rework. Absolutely. I totally agree. I feel like there's less fighting, more just spammed abilities really. But I don't know, I think people won't like it really if everybody's just shooting and meleeing the whole game. So I mean, gotta keep the abilities to keep it entertaining, I guess.
Come get some
Collection phase complete.
Alright, we got 2 things that drop all points. They got 19, yo. See, no, they're turning in at the other one. And we're letting them too. Oh god, they got them in.
Points activating in 10 seconds.
Chase these pools down.
Come here, sugar.
Ending points activated.
No, I don't think so. No!
Back here. Burn rubber.
Wow, man, I hate this mode. Like, when I say hate, I don't really like that word, but man, I don't like this mode. I wish you can like choose power cell or capture. Like, why am I forced to play either or? Just to make their matchmaking easier.
Ha! Level up.
Yeah, pretty much. Guys, I'm so close to getting Resident Evil 3. I think I might do it, but I'll do it later. I'm gonna So what is this now? So welcome to the jungle. So when we're done with this, do I just exit that? We don't have any more like achievements or any other like challenges to work on? Which mod is she got? Maybe I need to change can't travel indefinitely. Really? Long ride. Oh, so Huracan could just go forever and ever. Gotcha. That's cool. That's true, Jay. That is true, though. Testing. Testing. Testing, testing. Is it picking up my mic? So is this a beat 'em up Overwatch? It is an arena game. Third person. It is a little different, I mean, but I guess it's kind of identical. Oh, speaking of that, I completely forgot what I was doing earlier, guys. Hold on. While we're sitting here looking for a match. Oh, that was quick. Alright, let's get this going on here. What do I, Yeah, actually, I don't even have Overwatch. Like, the only thing I did with Overwatch was, like, I played the beta, and that was it. Why is it doing this? That's interesting. That is interesting.
Power collection starting soon.
FPS is not your thing. I understand. Right. Well, it's a lot. I mean, it is like, so this is a 4v4, and how come I don't see automatic? What the heck is it?
Three, two, one. Power cells spawned.
I mean,
Let's roll.
I'll stick with her. Why not? All right, guys, here we go. So we got to get in this match. I got to help the team out. All right, right now, power cells again. And not much we can do here.
Collection phase complete.
Get 10 points for kills, so why not? Let's go for it. One of them have 6.
Tangent points activating in 10 seconds.
That's out of range, honey.
Wow.
Oops, a big
Tangent points activating.
No. Yeah, get the points that they had, guys. We got 12 right now. We got to turn these bad boys in real quick.
Get back here.
Good job. Good job, guys. That puts us at 13 right now, which is nice. And I completely missed that.
Watch your step, honey.
The heals are nice.
Slice and dice.
That's how you do it. Whoa, let's book it out of there, guys.
Activated.
Do you have points? No, I don't think I have. No, I don't have any on me right now.
Power cell spawn.
Oh, okay. There we go. That's the way to do it. Come here.
Come get some sugar.
Oh, I saw his sword. I guess I took him out. Did he have any, No, he didn't have any, guys. Well, let's gather some of these things real quick.
I got you.
Back here. Slice and dice.
That's the way to roll. All right, guys, let's get it in.
Collection phase complete.
Come here, sugar. Come get some sugar.
There we go. There we go. All right, this is definitely not where we need to turn them in, though.
Hand inputs activated.
Let's hand them in quick. Oh, yeah, they're doing good. He's all right up here. All right, look at that. Anybody at A, though, turning in? No. Enemy has 0 in their hand, so they're going to try to come for us.
Shadow strike!
Power cell spawning in 10 seconds.
Not good. Not good. Alright, so we're gonna have power cells back in the map here in just a moment, guys. Yeah, not for her. I don't really use my ultimate too much for her anyways. Right, very true. We're gonna go ahead and whip it over here, and we're gonna try to grab these remaining power cell points. Oh!
Collection phase complete.
My turbo is charged.
Little
The energy shall be
Hand
free!
inputs activated.
Whoa!
I can be slippery.
Oh no, you didn't.
Slice and dice.
Who is this shockwave?
Okay, where you going? Yeah, okay. What was the point of that? Wow. Nah. Come on, no!
Come get some sugar.
I'll do it.
Feel the thunder.
No!
Your life now.
Come get some sugar. Get back here.
Escape is not an option.
Okay.
Handing points deactivated.
Wow. Oh, get off of me, dude.
Power cell spotted.
Get off of me. You're annoying.
Your attempts will be trivial. Time is now your enemy.
Come on, give me another meteor strike.
Hook the big.
The pleasure's all yours.
Come here, sugar.
She's out of there.
Let's take it down a notch.
Stuck on this. Come get some.
That's right, guys. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. Does the other team know how to play this mode? I don't know. You don't use your ultimate much. Right. Guys, we're gonna get ganked.
Phase complete.
My turbo is charged.
Handing points activated in 10 seconds.
Hook the big.
Handing points activated.
Stop their delivery at base.
Come on. Where's my team? Dang it, man. Come on. They took all my power points. It's whatever. How come they only got 4 though? Maybe somebody on our team recovered them. Oh, that irks me. I gotta get back in there. That's my fault carrying them points for so long. Somebody left the match? Wow. Or they came back. Thinking, man, I want my points back.
Get back here.
Still won. That was close. I dropped, what, like 8 power points? Power cells? Hey, what's going on there? To T-Cubo? Yeah, you hit a lot. I had a lot. I should have turned them in a long time ago, man. So right now we're at 48,000 out of 53. Almost leveling up. Wow. I was a tank. And I did more damage. But she's a pretty damaging tank, though. Because she has a lot of, like splash damage. Okay, not bad. So where am I looking like in points anyway? So I don't know what these points are called, but we got 3,000 of those, and then I got 800 of these like little gear thingies. What can I even buy? Oh, we got a little biography of the characters. Alright, I didn't know that. Kind of like Twisted Metal. So like skins, if I wanted to buy a skin, what do they go for? 2,000, are they crazy? I don't know. They're just recolored. They're not. I wonder if they're gonna do like different like class skins, like epic, common, uncommon, and whatnot. Let's see what this guy gets. Maybe they'll give the Rock or something. Yeah, they don't really look much difference. Each of them only had 3 right now currently.
The game is afoot.
All right, so the C's are for cosmetics and the blues are for specific mods. You know, you might be right about that. So mods are blue, yep. That's cool. And then...
The game is afoot.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait a little bit. Say the points, guys. You would think he had pretty cool skins though, because like his like character model. I gotta try him out, see what he's all about. So basically, hey, you're gonna be cheap again. Yeah, probably. Took a long time to get these points. I'm almost at 4,000, so technically we can get, you know, a lot of skins already. Oh, you can even buy boards. Wow, these are a lot of moolah. Jeez. Oh, that's cool. So do these do anything, or is it just... This kind of gives me like that Green Goblin feeling. That's kind of cool. That's not too bad. It looks tasty. Hmm. Don't eat my board? Hmm. Yeah, I'll have to see about that one though, T-Cubo. See what the, I'm just gonna say the points for now. Oh, he's from Mexico. I just realized his hat has like an eyeball on it and it's moving, guys. Look at that. I think I'm gonna do one more, guys, and then we'll probably get some shut-eye. Yeah, I know. You're right, T-Cubo. You're right. Hmm. We're doing power cells again. Okay, I think we stood up quite enough guys here, guys, so hold on. Oh. Oh. Okay, let's try that again. I think we're gonna do. Jeez. Looks like we got a tank already, or what are they doing? I'm waiting for a Raven here. We got 1 support, 1 damage.
Power collection starting soon.
You know what? I'll just pick her.
You little reaper.
Bum 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 bum.
Three, two, one.
All right,
Power cells spawn.
let's get in there, guys. All right, here we go. Showtime. What the heck are the power cells?
Way too far. Maxing out.
There we go.
Firepower to the
Oh, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. And we ain't got no healers. Wow. Let me go find some health kits here real quick. Whew, that was close. Grab another health kit. Let's get back into battle.
Collection phase complete.
ready to rock it. Need to get closer.
Thank goodness.
Points activated in 10 seconds.
Come on, take him out. Get him out of here.
Tandem points activated.
Pedal to the metal.
There we go. Come on, a little more, a little more.
Trust don't rust, mate.
Goodbye. That's the way to do it, guys. Whoa, look at that. Jeez. All right, so right now we have 8 currently on hand. Let's go ahead and turn these bad boys babies in. Yeah, I know, them boards are making me hungry, guys. Let's get our boards out. Stay with the team. Oh, team's getting attacked, getting ganked. Oh, they're going after the one with all the power cells.
It's a bit far.
Jeez, you dipped out of there.
Deploying protection.
All right. Good job.
Vortex incoming.
Power cells spawning in 10 seconds.
No.
I got you.
Oh, no.
Power cells spawn.
Wow, I got wrecked, dude. My own teammate killed me with that wall. It don't matter. It's got 10 points, but they didn't, like... Oh.
Speed and steel, pal.
Oh, boy. He had so many. Yes, he did. This game is so much like last year, LOL points out. Who has this? And da-da-da. Right, very true. I'm gonna grab these real quick.
Chucking a sucker. Ready to rock it.
In your life now.
Stand back or suffer.
Oh, I'm so doomed. I'm so doomed. Wow, come on, man. Yeah, don't support me, guys. It's all good. Appreciate it. Let me die. I made it into the base. Dead. Hmm.
Hand endpoints activating in 10 seconds.
All right, let's get back in there. Let's help the team out here real quick, guys. Go, 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 go.
Hand endpoints activated.
Oh, I dropped them? Really? Holy shit, I never knew that.
Chucking a sucker.
Power cells spawning in 10 seconds.
I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, why did I come here? Why did I come here? Nobody.
Power cells spawn. Power cells.
Man, I don't want to watch that. Like, come on, just move it.
No stopping us, brute!
I'm doing bad this round, guys.
Won't stop.
Yeah, I know. I really think the map, like right now, I shouldn't see the enemy in the middle. Like this, it's like having wall hack on. I don't like that.
Deploying protection.
Way too far. Maxing out.
Oh gosh. Move, man.
Rolling, rolling, rolling.
Collection base
Suck
complete.
less next time.
Shove off.
Ooh-wee.
Hand endpoints activating in 10 seconds. Hand endpoints activated.
Ready to rock it.
Yeah. Well, the maps are kind of open too, so that would explain why you see them so much.
Need to get
No,
closer.
I'm not going in there. No, 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 no. Oh.
Need a little subtle.
He wants me. Nope, nope, nope. Hey, come here. Where you going?
Let's rock it. Pedal to the metal.
Oh, man. All right, you're going down, little Gotland girl. Bye-bye. Oh, she fell for it, guys.
10 seconds.
Okay, I don't got no power-ups, though.
The recharger.
Power cells spawned.
Maxing out. It's a bit far.
Seriously? Okay, so we got the ones upstairs. Right. Oh, we got a long way to go before that one, guys. That's it. Oh, we still got some more power cells. Let's go get them.
Collection phase complete.
Ready to rock it. Let's rock it.
Hand-in points activating in 10 seconds.
Pedal to the metal.
Hand-in points activated.
Firepower to the max.
Wow. Turn these bad boys in then. I got 11. Wow. That definitely gave us a boost.
Power cells spawning in 10 seconds. Power cells spawned.
Oh my god. Alright, they're playing chicken.
Vortex incoming. Ready to rock it. Way too far.
Oh gosh. Well, I'm gonna go for the power cell. Screw it. Alright, we got some more up here. Where's she at? I know she's hiding.
Collection phase complete.
Alright, here we go, guys. Here we go. Whoop.
Points activating in 10 seconds. Hand-in points activated.
This is not good.
That'll step with the signals.
This is not good.
Chucking a sucker.
Alright, let's turn this in real quick. Oh boy.
Need to get closer.
She's down.
Pedal to the metal.
No!
Heads. Let's rock it.
No! They got all my power cell points. No, why? Why?
Hand-in points deactivated.
You can't hide from the shadows.
Unbelievable, guys.
Power cells spawned.
Okay, here we go. Our team's about to die. And we're tied up right now, guys.
Chucking a sucker.
Oh, I'm in trouble. Oh, I'm in trouble.
Collection phase complete.
Let's rock it.
Wow. No. Oh, I can't believe that just happened, guys. That is crazy. That's what you were watching at 5 in the morning? Wait, what? What happened?
Okay, this time I ain't joking.
Hmm. All right, we got to decide if we want to stay awake. Call it a break. That is crazy. Party all night, right? Just got ready, went to Twitch app and oh! Yeah, we did quite a bit of overtime. Definitely. Let me double check here real quick. Wow, 10 hours. Unbelievable. We normally do 4. We did 6 hours overtime, guys. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but we had a pretty good stream though. Definitely earlier on, we had a really good stream, guys. Oh gosh, what did I just do? Hold on, give me a second. All right, let's see here. That is very interesting indeed. Honestly, for a 24-hour stream, that'll definitely be something I will have to plan. Like, I will literally have to get a suitcase and get my battle gear ready for that, because that is a long time. Subway sounds pretty good. I was going to get Subway earlier today, but then they closed before I can get to it. I was like, okay, cool. I was like, that's fine. Whoa. So who else here likes Subway? I don't even know how I'm awake right now. It's kicking my butt. Oh my god. Oh no. You want to kick down the door and make your own sub? It's already going nuts for right now with this outbreak. I was in the middle of Walmart and Subway closed down. I was like, dang it. I really wanted to get a sandwich. Right, true. That's your only fast food place? Really? Oh, that's interesting. But that's a good thing. I mean, Subway is actually not that bad of a fast food place. I know. Kinky's coming in with the food chat again, guys. Do I like it toasted or cold? It really depends on what I'm eating. Like if I'm eating like a chicken or like a warm sandwich, yeah, I'll toast it. But if I'm eating like a cold sandwich, like a BLT or like turkey, salami, lettuce, tomato, and all that, I keep it cold. I guess I could try this guy.
Yeah, lead me to the slaughter.
Your life support overload, dealing constant damage to the nearby enemy, cannot be killed for 5 seconds. Dealing damage extends the duration, consumes life support shields when activated for bonus time, and grants shields at the end based on damage done. Okay, well.
Objectives control starting soon.
I guess we'll go ahead and try that. Oh, is that not making either a bit of cheese or a club sandwich, right? So do I. Depends on what I'm on my sub. I toast everything, give me cold cuts. There you go. Hey. Oh my god, is that a wall? Wait. Oh, it's right here. That is crazy. By the way, Bori, me and Jim were talking to one day. We gotta figure out a day to get that Borderlands going, man.
3, 2, 1.
Let's beat 7 bells.
Which way are we going? Oh gosh, what the?
Objectives activated.
Wow. I don't know his moves. Oh, the 24-hour spot? Yeah, but right now with this pandemic going on, I don't know. Is that even a thing?
Death is not my captor.
Yeah, we were playing Sub Nights. We had Borderlands 2, but we were trying to get everybody on the same level. Like me, Bori, and Jim, we all got like this account just for the stream, our stream characters.
Is not an option.
Oh my god, get off of me! Jeez! So annoying, dude. I don't know if I like this guy. He's not bad, just I don't have...
Objectives deactivated.
I don't even know what his abilities are. Okay, so we got the shield, guys. Yep, because it's in the gas station. Oh.
Objective B captured like a boss.
Well, they can still get A, but they're coming for B, though.
Objective B is at risk.
Drop this strike from the shadows.
Bridge ours.
Why not hide?
Tally ho, and in we go. Who will face these blades? She's cut. Nuevo fantasma. How does it feel? Even stronger now. As time stands still.
Oh, that's cool.
Objectives deactivated.
Well, let me go back to my base, I guess.
Objectives activated.
Objective B is lost.
All right, let's get back out there, guys. Let's go, 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 go. Plus, I don't know about time, but it doesn't always think up right. True, true, true.
Stop him at objective B.
Time is now your enemy.
Yes, he is pretty good. Just gotta get used to him, guys. That's all.
They cannot break.
Darkness strikes.
I should have left. I don't like his ability. Like, oh no, I don't like that. So, guys, I've been getting my through quarantine BL3, Borderlands 3, and Apex Legends. Yeah,
Many will try.
I'll play Borderlands once it hits Game Pass. Probably, I'll probably get on there.
My rule is good.
Objectives activated.
Let's rock it.
El huracán. How does does it feel?
There we go. It's the way to do it, guys. The way to do it.
Let the nightmare begin!
Wow. We're...
Objective A is lost. I'm taking objective A.
Come on, my whole team left me for dead. Thanks, appreciate it. That's the only one you play and didn't hate it. Like, I don't mind Apex. Like, I like the way Apex looks. It's in a very appealing looking battle royale. I don't know. I think I felt like I played it. I got into it too late. You know? Okay, I don't think she's going for him.
Objectives activated.
Dead scatterbags hook point A.
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
As time stands still. Objective B.
Jeez, where's my team?
Cannot hide.
Get away from me, man.
They cannot break.
Objective A.
El huracán.
Whatever.
Who will face these flames?
Oh no. Well, if you're still an essential employee, I don't think it's gonna be much longer, boy.
Candle in the dark. Good stuff. Do you think that can stop me?
I don't know. That whole essential thing should be optional, really.
Objectives deactivated.
He's cursed.
The way to do it.
Objectives activated.
Touch this. How does it feel?
Way to do it. Yeah, we're still in the lead, guys. We're just like hunting them down here.
Time is now your enemy. Let the nightmare begin!
No, you don't.
Let sleeping fools lie.
Come on.
El huracán!
Darkness strikes from the shadows!
There we go, guys. How we do it. Woo. Oh, my dear geez. Not bad, guys. Not bad. Right, Jim? Right. No! Right. Hmm. Oh my gosh. Whoa. All the colors are different now when you don't wear a pair of these. Holy dear jeez. Well, guys, you know what? I think we did pretty good. Did we finally hit past it? Let me see. Okay, so we made it past the 10-hour mark. We pretty much did 2.5 days worth of streaming with our hours. Kelso and Donkey Kong coming in the way they did today, guys. Amazing. Like, that's crazy. But yeah, guys, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take a break. Trix is getting kind of tired. I do have a few things I need to do. We have a possible stream later. We'll see. We'll see how it's gonna work. I don't know if we're gonna do mobile or we'll just keep it to the desktop. But it depends whether or not if I leave or stay here. Oh my gosh. Ugh, Thomas. Oh my gosh. But I do got to get some shut-eye though, guys. I'll go ahead and play some reruns. So for those of you lurking about, if you want to get some like Petro coins in the chat or whatever, or build up your hours, that's cool. But other than that, I want to thank you guys. Definitely, you know. Shout out to all the subscribers. We got Tony with the resub, Kelso coming in, Donkey Ho coming in. We had a lot of people with gifted subs today. You know, Donkey Ho with the donation. I mean, guys, amazing. You know, we had a really good time today. I'll try to see what we can do on the next session. Don't worry. We'll try to really want to get like really want to clear my hard drive. I've been talking about this for several months and it's not an easy task. I thought it would be simple. It's harder than it sounds and looks. So we'll get to it. Because the minute I'm clearing up a game, there's another game I want to play. And I'm like, oh, I can never keep my hard drive not so full. Unless I go get like a 1,000 terabyte hard drive or something. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you so much for everything. You guys have a great night. And I'll see you guys next time.